Welcome to the Budget Finance Economic Development Committee. It is now 9:06 a.m. and we're on April 23rd, Thursday, getting down to the crunch and countdown for this BFED committee. I'd like to welcome everybody. My name is Yukile Sugimura. I'm the chair of this committee, and when this meeting is being conducted in accordance with the Sunshine Law, and if you are not in the chambers, looks like everybody is here. If you do leave this and join our meeting again, please identify if there are any minors with you in your workspace and or people in your workspace, but minors do not need to be identified. Good morning, Vice Chair Batangan.
Aloha kakahiaka, chair members.
Good morning. Member Cook, good morning.
Aloha, good morning, Chair.
Good morning, Mr. Johnson.
Morning, Chair, Council members, community members. There's no testifiers at the Lanai District Office, and I'm here and ready to work. Thank you.
Okay. Chair Lee, good morning.
Bonjour. I'm learning how to speak French. Good morning.
Member Paulton.
Aloha kakahiaka and bonjour kako.
Bonjour, Kako. Member Rollins Fernandez.
Aloha kakahiaka kako. Aloha po'aha. Day 4 of Decisions Week. No testifiers at the Molokai District Office. Mahalo, Chair.
Good morning, Member Senensi.
Bonjour, mademoiselle, and aloha kakahiaka.
Good morning, Member U Hodgins.
Aloha, Chair. Bonjour, everyone.
Good morning. Assisting us with today's meeting is the BFED committee staff. Thank you very much. I'm not too sure what time you all slept last night, but after we ended our meeting at about 9 o'clock, they continued on working to get ready for today. We have also invited resource persons from the administration, including Budget Director and Deputy Corp Counsel Wigglesworth. Thank you for being with us. Please see the last page of the agenda for information on meeting connectivity. Thank you, members, for attending today's BFED committee meeting. And we have one item on the agenda. It is BFED 1, proposed fiscal year 27 budget for the County of Maui. And today we will continue our deliberations for the fiscal year 27 budget. We will start our discussion by revisiting Department of Water Supply to correct 2 discrepancies and continue on with the Office of the Mayor, followed by the Department of Police and Public Works. Once we finish all departments, I would like to take up revisits, followed by countywide costs, general budget provisions, and additional legislation. I have asked staff to distribute Exhibit 1 or provide a summary of where we are from our last few days of meetings. Would you like to give a summary, staff?
Yes, Chair. So just briefly, as the Exhibit 1's being passed out, I guess we just wanted to talk a little bit about where the committee is in terms of adds and cuts. So by staff's current calculations, and this is just to be transparent, these totals account for all cuts and all adds, so even those related to like the water fund that the committee did yesterday and bond fund, things like that. So right now the committee stands at just about $30 million in cuts and just over $40 million in adds, so about an $11 million difference right there. But again, just so the committee's aware, that accounts for all funds. So there's still an imbalance in the general fund that the committee will need to address once, depending on what the committee does today, the committee may need to address that. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. And members, as you know, all your ads that you recommended, it was suggested that you had offsets, right? So you had cuts to accompany it and more. So I am hopeful that we're going to end up with a budget that's lower than the one proposed by the mayor as we go through all the departments. We still have not gone through all the departments. As you know, today we're going to revisit Department of Water Supply, and then continue on with Office of the Mayor, followed by Department of Police and Public Works. So I'm going to open public testimony. Yes, Member Johnson.
Can I ask James if he has a general fund difference?
Yes, you can.
Yes, Chair. So admittedly, so staff does balance every night, but just, just to make sure that we still need to do like a final review once everything's said and done. But right now, our calculations is the committee is about $17 over in the general fund. $17 million in the general fund, sorry.
Thank you.
Okay, so we have more work to do. I'm going to read the testimony instructions because I can see some of our friends in the chamber. So I'm assuming they're going to be have signed up for testimony. So testifiers wanting to provide testimony should sign up with staff and join the online meeting with the Teams link or call in the phone number noted on today's agenda. Testimony is on the budget and is not limited to the departments that we have scheduled today. Written testimony is encouraged and can be submitted via the e-comment link at mauicounty.us/agendas as well. Under the Sunshine Law, the chair will receive oral testimony for agenda items at the beginning of the meeting. And for individuals wishing to testify via Teams, please raise your hand by clicking on the raise your hand button. If calling in, please follow the prompt via phone *5 to raise your hand or lower and *6 to mute and unmute. Staff will add names to the testifiers list and the order testifiers sign up or raise their hands. For those on Teams, staff will lower your hand once your name is added. Staff will then call the name you're logged in under or the last 4 digits of your phone number when it is your time to testify. At this time, staff will also encourage you enable your microphone and video. Please ensure your name appears on Microsoft Teams as the name you prefer to be referred to or as anonymous if you wish to testify anonymously. If you're in person, please notify staff that you would like to testify anonymously. Otherwise, please state your name for the record at the beginning of your testimony. Oral testimony is limited to 3 minutes per item, and if you are still testifying beyond the time, I will kindly ask you to complete your testimony. You'll be given another 30 seconds. We have 1 item on the agenda, so you have 3 minutes to testify. Once you're done testifying, or if you do not wish to testify, you can also view the meeting on Akaku, Channel 53, Facebook Live, or mauicounty.us/agendas. We will do our best to take each person up in an orderly fashion and will now call on testifiers wishing to testify. Staff, please call the first testifier.
Chair, the first testifier is Peter Cannon, to be followed by Tapani Viori.
Good morning, Council.
Good morning.
My name is Peter Cannon. I was born in Paia, raised in Malaya. I'm going to be 80 years old this year. I'm a local haole. My mother and my father both graduated from Maui High. My grandmother, over 100 years ago, was in the first graduating class of Maui High. I'm in Generation 5. I know a little bit about Maui. I want to leave the wastewater testimony to my colleagues. I want to talk about the history of Malaya. After World War II, Wailuku Sugar made maybe a dozen 1-acre lots down a dirt road in Malaya on sugarcane land that was too salty for cane. We had 10 houses there when I was a kid. My great-grandmother lived 4 doors down. We had a grand-uncle, grand-aunt, and another grand-aunt, 3 and 2 houses down. We had family there. We had a beautiful home. My parents put 2 plantation houses, surplus houses from the camps, together and made a nice 3-bedroom home. Life was beautiful. We had sand on the beach. We had all the limus you can think of. We had exotic corals. We had opai right on the shoreline in the limu. We had shells, baby fish, crabs, lobsters, octopus. We had sea life everywhere. Malaya was much better than Ahihi or Molokini because we had all the corals. We had a protected fish incubator there. What happened? Old decision makers, bad decisions. Admiral Carvalho in the 60s wanted to build infrastructure for tourism. Our property was zoned apartment from being a home. So what happened? All the owners in Malaya were taxed as if we had a resort on our property. Everybody in Malaya had two choices, sell or build. They weren't building workforce housing. They weren't building millionaire homes. They were building infrastructure for tourism. They were building hotel rooms with a kitchen. We were taxed out of our home. The condos came. Each had its own injection well wastewater system, dictated by the county and the state, an injection well wastewater system. How does injection well work? At that time, this was high tech. This was top of the line technology. In hindsight, it was a disaster. How does it work? The plant separates the solids from the liquids. The liquids get pumped down a hole. The hole is 80 feet, 60 feet from the ocean. Sewer water is going directly into Malaya Bay. Why do tourists come here? This is the economic engine of Maui. Why do tourists come? What do they do when they come here? Fixing this problem should be a very high priority for this council. And one final thought. The condominiums of Malaya have all the permissions and permits that we need from the state of Hawaii to flush our toilets, human waste, into Malaya Bay for as long as we want via injection wells. 30 seconds. We can flush all we want. We don't have to care. We prefer to do the right thing. The MVA and the regional wastewater system is the right thing. And we should have champions on this council to do the right thing. This is like getting rid of 600 cesspools. And what we've learned and the technology that we've come across can help eliminate cesspools all around Maui with small little regional systems. Work with us. We can tell you how to fix Haleiʻi and other places where there's clusters of homes. Thank you.
I have a question.
Thank you, Mr. Cannon. Member Cook has a question for you.
Thank you, Mr. Cannon. Ballpark, how deep are the injection wells? I'm just curious.
They're into the groundwater. Some are like 50 feet, 60 feet.
Yeah, I mean, it's like, so right now, for clarification, everything is technically legal as far as the State Department of Health is going.
We have no incentive to do anything but flush our toilets the way we're flushing it. That's
Okay,
correct.
well, I wouldn't put you in that we don't have any incentive.
I don't live there. I don't live there anymore.
What's the time frame? Is that a clarifying question? What's the time frame for what you think it's going to take to basically be able to shift gears and change this?
The time frame has been laid out by the MVA and their timeline there, but we're falling behind because of certain things happening that have been roadblocks for us. But the timeline is, I think, we could have if we had all the permitting today, we could be done in 2 years. We had a survey done, and we learned that it was far cheaper to build a regional plant right there in Malaya than it was to take the water uphill to a Wailuku, whatever the central Maui system was going to be. We have that study from 2014.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah.
Any other questions? See none. Thank you. Nice seeing you.
Thank you.
Next testifier.
Chair, the next testifier is Tapani Fiore, to be followed by David Whitney.
Good morning. Good morning, Honorable Chair, Vice Chair, Council members. My name is Tapani Fiore. I'm the board member of Malaya Village Association. Many of you may know me as a general manager of Maui Ocean Center as well. I actually have multiple roles in the community. I'm also the founder and president of MOC Marine Institute. I was very involved with the Malaya Mauka, trust land issue, which has been the point source for excessive sedimentation that has ended up killing the coral and the limo in the bay that Peter was referring to. I'm also part of the State of Hawaii Cesspool Task Force. I also am part of the State of Hawaii Coral Reef Task Force. I'm currently working with TNC, the Nature Conservancy, and the State of Hawaii, setting up parametric insurance policy for the State of Hawaii for the protection of coral reefs for the entire state. I watched the video on the hearing on the 21st, and some of the things I wanted to clarify. Number one, this is a holistic ecosystem restoration project. Instead of transactional very myopic solution. This is actually generational, solution. It will benefit future generations, and it addresses the entire ecosystem issues. Excessive sedimentation, excessive nutrients are the two main drivers for nearshore marine ecosystem degradation. We have now addressed the excessive sedimentation. I had discussions with Doug Spencer when he owned the land, and multiple conversations with Peter Martin when he owned the land. And gratefully, he decided to sell to Maui County through TPL, and now it's under DOFA. So Scott and Lance are writing a restoration plan for that. So that's step number one. Step number two is addressing the excessive nutrients. SRF funding came up. We met with Mayor Victorino. He actually specifically asked us to forfeit our number 6 place on the SRF funding that the state of Hawaii and EPA provided for us for the Maui County to do the projects under SRF. That was $9.5 million. That is the commitment that Mayor Victorino did. Mayor Bissen has committed to covering that on the budget line items. I realize it's up to the Maui County Council, of course, to approve this if they see value in it. He put, as we know, $1.25 million last year. And that, along with the federal EPA grant of $1 million with a private donation of $250,000, allows us to go shovel ready. That money has been delayed. Actually, that was voted last year. A month ago, we got the first tranche of $400,000 on that. So I will ask our wastewater engineer to talk a little bit more about that. Central Maui plant came up, and we work with Shane on issues. I read the 1,024 pages of EA recently, and there's no conveyance coming to Malaya. There's no R1 reuse water, which we are also providing. Plus, we have been in discussions with the fire department and DOFA lands on managing the land. So we will have enough water to create a fire breaks and really have that more holistic solution. There's many, many things to add to that. So I yield my time back to the council. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions for Mr.? See none. Thank you for all the.
Thank you.
Thank you for all the work you do in the community, as you mentioned.
Thank you. It's a community working together. Thank you.
Next testifier.
Chair, the next testifier is David Whitney, to be followed by Jeff Uoka.
Good morning. Thanks for having me.
Good morning.
I wrote my comments down because I tend to ramble. So my name is David Whitney. I'm a civil engineer, and my company, Eco Solutions, is based here on Maui. I've been working in the wastewater industry for over 25 years, and I also teach 2 wastewater courses at UH Maui College. I've worked with the Maalaea Village Association for approximately 3 years now on the Maalaea Regional Wastewater Reclamation System, and we collectively refer to it by its acronym, Mr. WARS, the MRWRS. As you're aware, Maalaea Bay is currently on the EPA's 303D list of impaired water bodies. It currently has less than 5% living coral on its reef, and the ecosystem is severely degraded. The primary stressors impacting the water quality within the bay are sediment resulting from stormwater runoff during rain events, such as the recent Kona lows that we experienced, and nutrients. Nutrients such as nitrogen are found in the stormwater runoff, and they flow on the ground surface. Additional sources of nutrients are additional sources of nutrients are found in groundwater. That groundwater also flows into the ocean. The primary sources of those nutrients are wastewater from injection wells and other disposal methods, such as leach fields, cesspools, and larger scale SAT basins, as well as fertilizers associated with agricultural activities that leach into the ground during storm events. So we have a unique situation within the Maalaea watershed for a comprehensive ecosystem restoration on a scale that has not been achieved here in Hawaii or elsewhere in the U.S. to my knowledge. DLNR's Division of Forestry and Wildlife is actively restoring the dryland forest on the Mauka side of the highway in their Pohakea restoration project. This helps to address much of the sediment that flows in stormwater. Maui County is also working on the canal stream restoration on the Mackay side of the highway, which would eliminate the concrete lined channel that currently directly discharges stormwater into the ocean. And instead, they would restore the historic natural flow path back to its previously existing discharge toward Kealia Salt Pond. Our wastewater project will eliminate the flow of wastewater into the groundwater and repurpose it for irrigation to support a greenbelt and fire break that will be planted with native plant species and can function as a riparian buffer to protect and enhance the redirected Kanaio stream. Matlaya is rated as one of the highest risk wildfire areas on the island. The greenbelt and fire break will protect the existing community. The planned irrigation storage pond has an estimated 1 million gallons of water that can be used for fire protection, and we've begun coordination with DOFA so that we can optimize the orientation of that basin so that it can be accessed by helicopters fighting wildfires, and we plan to also add 2 dry hydrants so that the tanker trucks can utilize the water within the basin to fight fires. These combined efforts will not only help to regenerate Matlaya Bay, they'll also minimize the potential impacts from natural disasters and emergencies from occurring within the Matlaya community that would be similar to what we've witnessed from recent storm damage in Kihei and the devastating loss that was observed during the wildfires in August 2023. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Oh, are you done?
Yeah, thank you.
Any questions? Member Cook?
Thank you, Mr. Whitney. How's DLNR, how's your relationship and their integration into this?
They're excellent. Yeah, we've had great communication, great overlap.
They're supportive. How about
Absolutely.
Department of Health? Because permits and whatnot, have they been supportive? Are there any issues?
Department of Health is, they're working with us. Yeah.
What's the current status of the project?
So as Tapani mentioned, we received our initial funding from last year's appropriation this March. We're currently working on the DOH permit plan set. We have a 1-year timeline for design and permitting, and then a 1-year anticipated timeline for construction. That's all pending funding.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Any more questions? Member Paulton, followed by Member Cook. I'm sorry, Member Johnson, then Rollins Fernandez.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you for your testimony. From Mayor Victorino and Mayor Bissin's commitment, I believe there's a gap in the funding. How do you propose to make up that gap?
Sure. So, we actually have a frequently asked questions packet that's available.
Did you turn that in as testimony?
No, I don't know how to do that, but I have it and I can
Maybe
turn
just
it in.
give it to that lady with the glasses.
Sure, I can leave it after I answer these. So, all right, so for just the financial status on the project, for clarity, the total project cost is estimated to be between $12.48 million and $16.14 million. So this is increased from the original SRF, which was $9.5 million. I watched yesterday's testimony, and I agree that the longer that this project gets kicked out, the higher the project costs will be, which is part of our $2.5 million ask, which is to purchase long lead equipment items so that we have a known cost now, as opposed to waiting and purchasing that in the future. We have a breakout for those costs. It'll be in this FAQ here. So we've received the 1.25 million from the county. We have $1 million plus the $250,000 match from the donor, so that's 2.5 million. We're asking for 2.5 million, which would be 5 million. And then we also submitted a NIFWIF grant with other regional partners that addresses the holistic ecosystem restoration. We have 1.5 million in there. So if I did my math right, we're at 6.5 million. So we are working with the EPA's CAWAG group, which is Closing America's Wastewater Access Gap. They are working with us to do a fiscal impact study, so that we can come up with a financial plan so that the cost that will be paid by the Matlaya community members to operate the system in perpetuity is comparable to county costs for wastewater. They are helping us to find finance funding through USDA and other federal grants. And we're also pursuing additional private donations and other grants that come up. So if you know of anything else.
And so you're leveraging the county's contribution with these other partners?
We have leveraged the initial 1.25 million for the NIFWIF grant. So Amy Hodges wrote a letter in support of this morning where she acknowledges that in that NIFWIF grant, the NIFWIF grant, our partners are DOFA, Maui Nui Marine Resource Council, Hawaii Wildlife Foundation, MOCMI, and then Maalaea Village Association.
Thank you so much for your work.
You're welcome.
Thank you. Member Johnson, followed by Member Rollins-Fernandez.
Thank you, Chair. Thanks for your testimony. You seem very knowledgeable about the process and the different pots of money. You mentioned that term, the impaired water. It's a federal term. Does that allow Maalaea to have access to different federal funds? Because it's a term that the feds use.
Not necessarily.
Okay. So the NIFWIF is Fed money.
It is. Yeah. So is the EPA.
Right. So you do have some Fed monies. Is there a season for that? Like I always thought October was the time the NIFWIF issues monies and accepts applications. Is there a season to when you can get the money and access it? And
I personally don't know. I mean, I'd have to rely on our COAG counterparts, which they kind of direct us and give us a heads up.
Yeah, I wish all of our budget times aligned. It would make it a little bit easier.
Yeah.
But I you know, it's hard to apply for one and you don't know because the timing is off on everything. So, okay, so the total thing is between 12 and 16 million, and you're going to pass out the frequently asked questions. I'll look forward to that.
Well, yeah.
Thanks for that. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Member Rollins-Fernandez.
Aloha, Ms. Whitney. Mahalo for your testimony and for whatever written Q&A you provided to our staff for us to review later. I was the one that made the motion to remove the funding, and I'm happy to hear you share with us exploring different funding pots. One of the reasons that I moved to remove the funding is because of the privatizing the profits and socializing the externalized costs to taxpayers. So I guess to clarify, the 9.5 million in SRF that former Mayor Victorino asked that you not pursue, I guess when it was alluded to that the full picture of it would need to be owned by the county, and then the county would pay the debt service on that. So it's not like it would have been costs that Maalaea Village Association and the residents there or the property owners there would have paid themselves, correct?
My understanding, and once again, I wasn't a part of the SRF funding award, but I came in at the tail end of it. My understanding was that Mayor Victorino was going to offer a grant in the amount, in the equivalent amount to the SRF funding, which was $9.5 million, to Maalaea so that they could privately do the wastewater treatment.
Yeah, so that would have still been taxpayer dollars, not the owners of the units paying for the cost of the conversion from injection wells, right?
Sure.
Okay, so you're supportive of increasing property tax rates to generate the revenue necessary to cover some of that cost?
I'm a civil engineer testifying on how to address wastewater treatment.
Mahalo for your testimony. Mahalo, Chair.
Thank you. Any other questions? Seeing none. Thank you very much for the education. So we look forward to your, pass it on. Thank you. Next testifier.
Chair, the next testifier is Jeff Yoka, to be followed by Kakai Robinson.
Morning, everyone.
Good morning.
Keep it quick. I know you guys have a couple of things to do today. Jeff Uyoka was kind of monitoring yesterday about Ho'onani Village. Just wanted to clarify on the Ho'onani Village perspective and the timing of everything. So we're really hoping to get that water system developed and brought apart. It's an existing well that we're hoping to convert. There's going to be a lot of, work and testing just to get the, everything going. Then you got to go to CWORM. There's a whole bunch of steps. We're just hoping to start that process. As those guys mentioned, anytime you need governmental approvals, it takes time. The sooner you start, in theory, the sooner you're done. So we're hoping to have the first homes online for Ho'onani Village in mid-2029. So if we were to wait till we finish all of our entitlements and then go start looking for water, we'll probably push that back a little bit. The other interesting thing about this system is the goal is to develop it with the county. So we're going to hopefully get this grant, do a lot of the legwork, and then work with the Department of Water Supply to put it onto the county system. So even if for some horrible reason Ho'onani Village does not proceed, the county's 23 acres is right there, and this water system or this water source and storage and all that stuff and transmission lines eventually, but this isn't for transmission lines. This is just for the source and the storage and the pumps and the brains that run the pumps. That would all be county assets. It would connect to the central system, and the Department of Water Supply could utilize the source and transmission. So just wanted to clarify that for everybody.
Thank you. Any questions? Member Paulton.
Have you begun, just clarifying, you said you hope to develop this project with the county as partners.
Yep.
Have you begun speaking with the Department of Housing as a partner?
Not the Department of Housing for this water system. We talked to the Department of Water Supply, and very high level, they said, sure, of course we'd be interested, but we want to see the numbers first, of course. And that's what we're hoping, that this will help us get those numbers, design the whole system.
Very high level, I thought you spoke with DEM and they had capacity, and then they told us the day before yesterday there wasn't. So just maybe talk holistically with everybody. But that's my thoughts on high level conversations.
I guess if I may respond.
Respond, sure.
So I would say DEM and DWS a little different. I'm fairly confident housing is always going to tell me they would like workforce housing on the market. So I think we can work with them. I'm not really worried about the Department of Housing coming and telling me, no, we don't need any more.
I think you should not assume.
Oh, okay, sorry. And
I mean,
DEM, just
devil's in the details.
Yeah, I was listening yesterday, and just there was comment and a letter submitted when we were in your committee from DEM, and I think consistent with the message, I think Director said in testimony and in the letter to your committee in response to the question was, in 2029 and 2030, they are anticipating Central to be online. Once that happens, there's going to be a lot of capacity. And then, therefore, we're supposed to be online in around late 2029, mid-2029 for Ho'onani Village for the first phase only, right?
How often do we hit our timelines, target timelines, in your experience?
I have no comment on that. No, thank you. But I will say he also did comment in the letter that, and I have had discussions with people in DEM that currently they're looking at other efficiencies at the Kahului treatment plant. So there is the potential for an increase in capacity in the next few months. But no one will give me a rock solid answer on that until they have good data, and they're in the process of it right now. I think they're trying their best to make things happen. I truly believe that.
Oh yeah, I agree. Thank you.
Thanks.
Okay. Member Batangan, then Lee.
Thank you, Chair. Mr. Uyoka, can I ask whether or not this water project is necessary for the subdivision of the TMK that Ho'onani is proposed to be built on from the MEO Transportation Base Yard?
Thank you. So, if you don't mind if I rephrase everything, give you some background. So currently, it's this, I don't know, couple 100-acre parcel. It's a big one single lot. And when A&B sold it off, instead of doing a subdivision, they did it's called the Maui Economic Opportunity Condominium, just because MEO was the first one to get the lot where their transportation base yard is. So currently, the Ho'onani Village team is pursuing a large lot subdivision for those 5 lots, I believe. One belongs to A&B, which is like a basin. The county's 23 acres is in there. Ho'onani Village is 165 acres, and MEO. And then there's that, you know where the Sugar Museum is? That's another condo unit. So it's all going to be subdivided. This project, no, it has nothing to do with that large lot subdivision. If we were to try and get that large, or we are trying to get that large lot subdivision, we're trying to work to defer the improvements, because with a large lot subdivision, you just need to run utilities for one dwelling. And even though we could do that, it makes no sense, because we're not going to build one dwelling on the 165 acres, and MEO already has their meter. So nothing to do with it. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, members. I don't think I made the connection between the projects and potential conflicts when we were discussing this yesterday, but based on the conversation we're just having now, I still don't think I have a conflict. I will ask my staff to reach out to Board of Ethics just to confirm that.
Oh, okay. Chair Lee.
Hello, Mr. Uyoka. I'm wondering if you have time. I'm not sure when this is going to come up, but it would be helpful to have you in case we have any additional questions.
I can be available. I can't stay here all day, though.
Okay. Well, you had your chance.
Thank you.
Well, if you can, I mean, you just monitor, I mean.
Oh, absolutely. I'll be available, but I gotta go do some things today.
Okay, thank you.
Anybody else has questions? Member Rollins Fernandez.
Chair, just a question for you. Mahalo for your testimony, Mr. Uyoka. But we haven't had resource folks, just budget director. So if you're going to open that door.
That's true. That's true.
You can just text Chair Lee.
Oh, yeah.
Like the rest of our resources do. Text us, and then we convey the information ourselves.
So we can text you.
That sounds perfect. Thank you all. Best
Okay,
of luck.
Go back to work. Any more questions? See none. Next testifier.
Chair, the next testifier is Kekai Robinson, to be followed by Dean Callahan.
Good morning, Kekai.
Aloha, aloha e nā elele o ke kalana o Maui. Aloha kakahiaka kākou, e Maui nui a kama, hiki ke ike, ka uanoi a o hana, lilikoi a o haiku, ki hei aloha mai, nā honoa o ka hului, ai ua paupili, aloha mai, lana I ka ula, aloha moloka inui a hina, aloha kakahiaka. Kekai Robinson, Deputy OEV Resources, here to testify in strong support of Makahiki and the funding request for Makahiki. Makahiki marks the time of year aligned with the rising of the Makali'i. It is traditionally a season dedicated to community recognition of peace and abundance. It also functions as something practical. It organizes people, it activates space, and with county support can also be a driver for economic activity. Makahiki is a comprehensive cultural system encompassing spirituality, governance, environmental stewardship, and community cohesion. Makahiki is not a single event asking for funding. It is an existing county-wide seasonal opportunity that we can choose to support. The request is an opportunity for the County of Maui to support a cohesive Makahiki driven by community grants that celebrate and elevate Makahiki on all 4 of Maui Nui's islands. It is a direct investment into the community leaders who already conduct ceremony, education, and seasonal programs. The question, is it just games, highlights a gap in understanding and exposes a common misconception that reduces makahiki to its most visible components. While the athletic competitions are often what people see today and enjoy and have fun with, they are only one part of a much larger, highly structured cultural, spiritual, and governance system. Makahiki historically governed cycles of resource management, tribute collection, and accountability between leaders and community while reinforcing a reciprocal relationship with Aina. The celebrations are expression of discipline, preparedness, ancestral and environmental connection, and communal identity. And I mahalo you folks for considering that.
Nice to see you here. Thank you for your testimony.
It's very lovely to
Questions,
see you
Member
all. Thank
Paulton,
you.
Member Rollins-Fernandez. Member Paulton.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Deputy Robinson. I just wanted to clarify because I think makahiki season is under both the mayor's as well as your department budget, and I think we left your department, but we might go back for corrections tomorrow. So the makahiki season funding that you're specifically testifying about today is the one under the mayor's and not the one under yours?
That's correct. The makahiki appropriation under Department of Wavy Resources is, I believe, $20,000, and that is a county employee celebration that we have on the lawn, where the public is also invited if they so happen to be in the area. But it's mostly to create cohesion amongst our colleagues here at the county, inviting everyone out of their offices and into the sunlight. The funding that I am referencing is for the Office of the Mayor. It is a larger approach to makahiki that we are working in collaboration with.
The one on the lawn in your department is only for the Wailuku employees?
Kind of, sort of. But, you know, we had a winner from Molokai of the ku'i contest.
I saw that.
Yeah. Molokai has been training for makahiki for generations.
I did see the water department giving hard rubs.
Oh yeah, water department. OEV had a rep. We like to see more of our council members out there, but we appreciate you folks' time. And, you know, everybody came out to celebrate. It was really nice. So yes, it is in Wailuku. We hope that this larger approach to makahiki will allow us to give community grants to folks that are celebrating makahiki on all the islands, and if they're not, to help organize that on all of the islands and in a lot of our districts. It's not just games, it will be ceremony as well, front end and back end.
And it's completely separate from anything the immersion schools do, because we kind of mix random adults with other people's children, right?
Separate.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions? Member Rollins-Fernandez.
Mahalo, Chair. Mahalo, Deputy Director, for your testimony this morning. So it sounds like what you explained to us in your testimony, the lack of understanding of makahiki is kind of underscores the necessity of the funding itself.
Correct. Yes, we very much believe that, and look at this as an opportunity to educate our community on the movement of the seasons. Our traditional people here, our indigenous people, we move by those seasons. We live by those seasons. We are directly connected to those. Being good observers of the environment can allow us to be a better community altogether. You know, the accountability portion of leadership for makahiki it has been so important in the past as well, and the ceremonial recognition of that, you know, creating a specialness, a respect, and a sacredness of the season, of the acknowledgements. I think, you know, it will encourage that direction in our people, and so, you know, the county has this opportunity to you know, provide for that cohesively and guide that, or we can, you know, continue to just leave it under-resourced and everybody's kind of doing their separate things. So Kaho'olawe has been celebrating Makahiki for years, since the return of Kaho'olawe and from before that. Celebrations have been taking place on Molokai. Here in Wailuku, in the valley, Makahiki season is opened and closed, and I'd be happy to share some amazing stories about ways that people have moved, the guidance they have received during the season. Mahalo for that.
Mahalo for that mana'o. And so important as we watch America bomb the Middle East and fund the bombing throughout that region. What I understand you saying is that Hawaiian culture, Oiwi culture, is not just ornamental in the games that people see, that there is a deeper importance to it.
Mahalo. Polale.
Thank you.
Mahalo, Deputy Director. Mahalo, Chair.
Thank you. Member U Hutchins.
Aloha. Thank you for being with us. I'm looking at the answer that was requested, and I know it's not your guys' office that we asked this to, because you guys had the smaller budget. This is $1 million budget, 150 for marketing, and then 850 for, I'm assuming, the events or whatever may come. If you can answer, I would appreciate it. If you cannot, that's okay. I didn't see where somebody was assuming it was just games. I think I was trying to figure out how this money was going to be spent down. So do you know, like, what the 150, and if you don't, that's okay, will cover, and then what the 850 will cover?
Mahalo for that question. Yes, I think that the office can probably answer better than I can. My understanding in our coordination work with the office of the mayor is that the 150 is for marketing, and that the 850 would be distributed in the form of grant funding to community organizations that are conducting Makahiki, and to grow that.
Okay, do you know, and I can ask, but do you know how many grants they're planning on doing with the 850?
Oh, I don't know.
Okay.
Mahalo.
Okay, that's okay. Thank you.
Thank you. Any more questions? See none. Thank you very much for being here. Appreciate it. Next testifier, please.
Chair, the next testifier is Dean Callahan, to be followed by Travis Liggett.
Hello, thank you. My name is Dean Callahan, and I'm coming to you from Baltimore, Maryland, of all places. And the reason for that is because of Travis Liggett, who, as it turns out, is coming on after me, because I guess I was a little bit too eager to talk, which my friends will tell you is always the case. But what I want to talk about is algae, or as I've heard from Travis, a lot of people call algae limu, a native term. The kind I'm talking about is freshwater limu, or algae. And what I really wanted to leave you with is sort of a feeling for what algae can do. I guess the main background for this is there's an industrial process that I call, and many people call, algal turf scrubbing, which works great with nutrient-rich water like R1 water. But algae is a highly biodiverse classification of organisms. The ones I'm talking about are ubiquitous. If you ever work outside in the sun with nutrient-rich water, you'll know that algae are practically impossible to get rid of if that's what you want. Which, if you turn that around, algal turf scrubbing, which is my professional interest, is a way of capturing algae, or freshwater limu in this case, the photosynthetic kind, keeping it trapped in place while it rapidly grows in the nutrient-rich water. It's you can think of it as a solar-powered biofilter, if you like. And I know many of you must know this. Travis has been working on this project for many years and has been trying to encourage people to adopt this technology. It's not radical. It's not new. It's very low tech, very reliable. There are a few people queued up in the testifiers log who are my colleagues and have done actually much more than I have in this area. But essentially, the algae, their professional interest, if you want to put it that way, is they eat nutrients from water as fast as they can until there's essentially almost nothing left for them to eat. And so they can take your R1 water down to extremely low concentrations of nitrogen and phosphorus. In fact, my last project, I built a test system at a campus in Germany where we had essentially what you might call German R1 water. It's secondary treated sewage, and the algae just grow like mad on this stuff and produce potentially useful but not required to be used. It could be just disposed of, but non-toxic solid waste biomass. And so I'll also are going to talk about this. This is all, Travis will probably explain this all as the next speaker.
Thank you. Any questions for the testifier? See none. Thank you very much. Next testifier, please.
thanks.
Thank you.
Chair, the next testifier is Travis Liggett, to be followed by Stevie Catherine Chun.
Hello, good morning, Chair and council members. Thank you for hearing me yet again. I've brought some friends this time. We're here representing the LIMU. I think it's really exciting because I just want you to know that these researchers in this field, it's not a high-paying field. It's not the oil industry. It's LIMU. The patents have been just surrendered. It's closer to a social group and people who are really into a certain organism. And there's just a real counterpart to that in Hawaiian culture. And I frame it it's either Algaegeddon or Lemutopia. You either get this process in the ocean or you do it in a controlled burn. That's the basic idea. And in nature, we have the freshwater Limu on shore. And it's just a really elegant solution to the nitrogen TN daily limit in the MPDES permit. And just so people understand, what does that Supreme Court ruling say? It says if it goes in the ocean, it has to match the water quality standard of the ocean. That's it. And the ocean has very low nutrient standards. And I remember when I talked to Dr. Kealoha, she gave me that MPDES permit. And we were like, where does this insanely low limit come from? We didn't understand it. Had to back out the math. And we were like, wow, the activists did it. Design flow times 8.34 times the ocean water quality standard. It's beautiful. It's just like you would model an organism when you're connecting two organs. If it's going into the liver, it has to match the liver. That's how an organism works. And so, a personal story. When I lost my best friend, 2015, there was really only one way to go but up. I called an old NASA colleague. I said, there's got to be a solution to this this nutrient problem. Turned beyond the turf scrubbers. I just called Dean, who you just heard from. Didn't really tell him what was going on with me personally. It was just so emotionally weighty. And he was just the kindest person to me ever. He gave me all the time in the world. Had no idea what I was going through because it was a professional setting. He kind of saved my life. I haven't given up. That was 2015. And it was 7 years ago today, I marched up in here with that bottle of Limu, which has now gone to Sandia. And you're going to hear from, I believe, a Sandia researcher in the room. And this project was grown under a Sandia contract in Ma'alaya. We're now scaling it up to municipal scale. The work is already in play. So the 7-year plan proposed in the PRCAF, in the motion that I have given in previous written testimony, it's just a 7-year plan. It's very normal for municipalities to take that much time to implement a solution to a very stringent new limit. And it just meets the moment. All those activists, they wanted to see innovation. Here's the innovation served up on a platter. I just have to select to pursue it and take a little risk, even though it may, on paper, in a spreadsheet, increase theoretical exposure in other areas. It's just the way forward, which is to solve it. So thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Liggett. Any questions? See none. Thank you. Oh, Member Cook has a question for you. Mr. Liggett, are you still there?
Hi, Mr. Liggett. So
Hi.
the limo eats and digests nitrogen. What do you do with the limo? I'm just curious what that cycle is.
It's a great question. So, Sandia,
Briefly.
National Labs, yeah, very briefly, you can do almost anything with that biomass, including if you calculate how much wastewater is produced in the world, and you calculate how much nutrient pollution is ruining the environment, and you calculate how much biomass can be produced by that, it actually is a very significant source globally that could significantly take a bite out of the requirement or even interest in taking it out of the ground, because fossil fuels is not dinosaurs, it's plant biomass and a specific type because of how it forms in deposits. By definition, I believe it settles to the bottom of a water body.
I hate to interrupt you, but I don't have time for a chemistry class.
Oil industry. You can replace the
Mr.
oil.
Liggett,
I said
think
briefly.
you've answered his question.
I don't mean to be rude. I just a brief question. So does it go in the soil and the soil digests it? Or I mean,
that is one of the things that we can do. In fact, when I first started thinking about the green belt in Ma'alaya,
so Mr. Liggett, let's talk to you.
On the green belt.
We'll have a future conversation. This is just a clarifying question. So all my colleagues are encouraging me to
Call him.
take it up with you on the side. I'll talk to you later. Thank you. Bye.
Thank you.
Great. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much. Next testifier.
Yes, Chair. The next testifier is Stevie Catherine Chun, to be followed by Peter May.
Aloha County Council. My name is Stevie Catherine Chung, and I'm running for District 13's County Council Chair in this 2026 election. There have been a good number of people in our community who have reached out to me to express encouragement for the county to increase funding.
Wait, just a second. One moment.
Okay.
We're County of Maui. We're talking about our budget.
Yes.
We're not talking about running for office. Not sure.
Okay. I'm following up with everything else. Yes.
What is yours?
So I will be speaking on two things. One is wastewater management, and the other is the water lens and haiku.
Okay.
May I continue?
Yes, you may continue. Thank you.
Yes, mahalo.
You can start the clock.
The first thing is our wastewater management system here on Maui and how they are not disinfecting the effluent going into the ocean properly at any of our facilities. It has been mentioned time and time again, quite simply, that the lower the level of pathogen and nutrients in wastewater, the lower health risks there are for swimmers and the marine ecosystem. When pathogens in these wastewater systems are released into the ocean without the crucial step of UV disinfection, the water remains risky as the spread of bacteria and various diseases runs rampant in our shores, putting both the people and marine life at risk. The health of the people and the marine ecosystem should be our number one priority, and one cannot say that they care about making positively impactful changes until safety oversights like this are resolved, especially since I can't think of a more common pastime in Maui than swimming in the ocean. It's a hobby of all ages from keiki to kupuna. The second thing that I want to talk about is the haiku water lens. We don't know enough about the quality of the water you're trying to transport out of haiku for the benefit of resorts and luxury estates south of the island. And in order to reinforce care about public health and safety, it only makes sense to allocate more resources to get the water research teams the deep water monitoring well that they asked for, not the next best thing. Because the next best thing is a well that doesn't test the water at the same depth that you plan on drilling the pipeline, against the wishes of many of the people in the very community of haiku who we aim to advocate for as valuable members of our community. Of the different ways public safety can be elevated in priority, these two areas would be very ideal paths to take to enhance our unwavering care and concern for the well-being of the people and the environment. You have NASA scientists and research specialists sounding the alarms on issues that are not just about upgrades that would be nice to have. No, on the contrary, these upgrades are necessary for protecting the health of the people and making sure that new projects and previous flawed infrastructure plans can be corrected and optimized in the ways that make the biggest impact moving into the future. Mahalo, I yield my time.
Thank you very much. Any questions for the testifier? See none. Thank you for testifying. Next testifier, please.
Chair, the next testifier is Peter May, to be followed by David Blursch. Peter, you have been promoted. You may need to unmute your camera and mic. If you see two icons in the top right-hand corner, if they have a line through them, you'll have to click on it to unmute yourself.
Good afternoon. I'm Dr. Peter May, head of the Algal Ecotechnology Center at the University of Maryland, the flagship university of the state of Maryland. I've had the pleasure of visiting your islands and your state. It's a really wonderful place. I lead the Algal Ecotechnology Center, which is an academic unit that supports research and supports the use of algae in treating water, and wastewater is one of them. I ran a project for about 5 years for the City of New York's DEP on their Rockaway wastewater treatment plant using algal turf scrubbers to do some tertiary treatment. They're very effective. There's a long list of dozens of peer-reviewed research papers supporting it as an eco-technology that works. It's low power. It primarily uses the sun and algal photosynthesis to do the work. And it's effective and very effective at shaving off very minute quantities of water, of wastewater, nutrients especially in wastewater. So I'm just here to advocate for this eco-technology that's being proposed as one of the solutions to this problem. I'm currently working on a 1 acre algal turf scrubber system outside of Washington, D.C. with the regional park system to help clean local waterways. I've done this many times in Baltimore City for the Port of Baltimore as a method for them to improve their nutrient load reduction. Spent 3 years with the US EPA Chesapeake Bay program on an expert panel for this eco-technology, and we had it approved by the EPA as a best management practice for use in the Chesapeake Bay. And the state of Maryland has permitted it. So it's a well-used and well-accepted in this coast, on this side of the world here, and I believe it could most definitely apply, especially with all the sunshine and warmth that you have out in your state. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any questions for the testifier, Member Johnson?
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Dr. May, for your testimony. Because of your expertise, I have a quick question for you. Do you have a particular algae that does this job well? Because we have in our budget a lot of money for invasive species control. We don't want to import any kind of bad algae that's going to make the problem even worse.
Yeah, that's a great question. No, we let nature choose the algae. So we let whatever the algae that's inherent in the wastewater itself and the surrounding, algae can be deposited by air spores, believe it or not. So it's algae that is we do not introduce any new algae. It's whatever happens to emerge from the system itself.
Thanks for that clarification. Thank you, Chair.
Sure.
Thank you. No other questions. Next testifier, please.
Chair, the next testifier is David Blursch, to be followed by Robin Knox.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Hello. Hello. It's a pleasure to talk to you. My name is Dr. David Blursch, and I'm an associate professor of ecological engineering in the Biosystems Engineering Department at Auburn University in Auburn, Alabama, where I also serve as the director of the Algae Systems and Ecological Engineering Laboratory. And I'm here to also testify in scientific support of the proposed algal cultivation technologies, the LEMU, I think I've heard it termed, for the wastewater issue mentioned by the prior testifiers. Just so you know, I have over a decade of experience in conducting research in biologically based wastewater treatment and nutrient recovery systems, with specific emphasis on engineered algal and algal microbial technologies. And my work spans fundamental process understanding, pilot scale demonstrations and integration of these algal technologies into real world water and wastewater treatment applications. And a significant portion of my research is focused on these attached algae systems like the algal turf scrubber and other flowway systems as platforms for nitrogen and phosphorus removal and recovery from multiple waters and wastewaters. In both past and ongoing projects, my group has examined ATS performance across a range of nutrient loadings and hydraulic conditions in many different conditions and environments, including wastewater-derived streams, agricultural effluents, and blended nutrient sources. And this work has addressed nutrient uptake rates, biomass productivity, system stability, and linkages between the algae cultivation, the flow rates, and how to best optimize the process for a particular condition. So based on the body of my research and the research of some of the other colleagues across the field and the peer review literature, I believe that algal turf scrubbers have a strong potential as a complementary technology in municipal wastewater treatment, particularly for pollutant nutrient recovery from waste streams. ATS systems offer these advantages, including robust nutrient assimilation, resilience to variable loading, low chemical input requirements, low power requirements, and the ability to convert dissolved nutrient pollution into a harvestable biomass that can support downstream valorization pathways. And so I will note that while site-specific design and integration are essential at this point, it's my professional assessment that a well-designed algal turf scrubber system can perform reliably in many municipal contexts, especially where the facilities are interested in sustainable technologies and biological technologies for nutrient management. And so the process would be continued deployment of a pilot and moving to a full scale, and then, but the underlying science supports algal turf scrubbers for nutrient recovery. The science is pretty sound, and it's continuing to advance on that.
Thank you. Any questions for the testifier? Seeing none. Thank you very much. Next testifier, please.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Chair, the next testifier is Robin Knox, to be followed by Mark Savinovich. Apologies if I mispronounced your name.
Good morning, committee chair. Good morning, committee members. I am testifying in support of funding for the Maalaea Regional Wastewater Treatment System. The system is extremely important to improving the water quality in Maalaea Bay, which is an area that the Department of Land and Natural Resources, Division of Aquatic Resources, has identified as the poster child for coral reef decline because so much rare and precious and abundant coral has been lost there. One of the contributing factors is wastewater, which comes from more than a dozen small wastewater treatment units and shallow injection wells at condominiums located at Maalaea. These are systems that are operated by the condo associations. They are not state-of-the-art. Many of them are aging. And they don't achieve, even on their best day, even when they're brand new, the level of treatment and nutrient removal that's really needed to protect water quality and support the health of coral reefs in the bay. The Mr. WARS, the Maalaea Regional Wastewater Treatment Plant, will provide an advanced level of treatment with polishing to remove nutrients and will therefore provide the highest possible level of nutrient removal and support of attaining state water quality standards and supporting the health of coral reefs. So it is in the interests of the entire community, not only the folks that live in Maalaea or who own properties there, but of the entire Maui County community and all of our visitors that water quality be improved there. It also is a chance to demonstrate technologies. The County of Maui, at its own wastewater treatment plants, is now expected to meet these stringent water quality standards. And the Mr. Wars plant would be a demonstration of technologies that are available to do that and meet those levels. I think that's all I wanted to say, but I'll just add that this comes from my experience of 40 years as a water quality specialist who is trained at the graduate level in wastewater treatment system design and who is a former regulator who wrote NPDES permits that control the discharge of pollutants, including nutrients. Mahalo.
Thank you. Any questions for the testifier? Seeing none. Thank you very much, Mrs. Knox. Next testifier.
Chair, the next testifier and currently last person signed up is Mark Zubinovich. Mark, you have been promoted. You may need to unmute your camera and mic on your end. They are located in the top right-hand corner.
Sorry about that. My name is Mark Jovanovich. Our company has spent the last 30 years designing and operating attached algal treatment systems for nutrient removal. These systems are not theoretical. You can see behind me a 10 million gallon per day system that's operating in South Florida, and it's been operating for 15 years. It's a sister plant. It's very similar to it located about 10 miles away. As others have described, these systems basically are attached algae native to the local area, and that algae is going to remove nitrogen and phosphorus. As Travis had mentioned, the differences between whether or not that algae is going to grow in a controlled environment where you can produce products such as container media as a substitute. I know the question was, what could you do with the product? And it's an outstanding USDA has shown that it actually exceeds peat moss as a container media. And then there's all sorts of other opportunities for it. But in its simplest level, that's where you would probably go at a facility like this. The difference is very few technologies can treat down to these incredibly low levels that you're trying to achieve, down to nitrogen below 1 milligram per liter. Other than reverse osmosis, there's no technology currently doing it. The facility that's behind me, the starting concentration of nitrogen is often below 1 milligram per liter. So this is a really unique application and a really unique opportunity for you to meet a goal that very few technologies can do. And so from an engineering standpoint, the key point is that this is a phased and testable pathway using pilot systems initially and then demonstrating performance before you move on to compliance. It's technically a plausible approach that can be evaluated without changing your underlying permits. And if anyone has any questions, I look forward to answering them.
Thank you. Any questions for the testifier? See none. Thank you very much for testifying. Next testifier, please.
Chair, the next testifier is Christopher Salem, to be followed by Jim Langford.
Morning, Chair. Just verifying the microphone is on.
Yes, it is.
Morning, Chair and members of the Maui County Council. I want to start by thanking the council member for addressing the, quote, high-level conversations referenced by the former Corp Counsel attorney who now represents Greg Brown. Maybe those high-level conversations should be conducted on the 45-foot-tall hotel structure in Napili. Sorry for the visual. That said, my testimony this morning relates to the county budget, specifically capital improvement projects, and the continued awarding of contracts to unscrupulous private civil engineering firms. It's inspiring and intimidating to hear some of the amazing experts who have just spoken on previously during this testimony. But in response to the Spire Hawaii fraud risk assessment, Managing Director Josiah Nishida stated, "We take this matter very seriously. To ensure we maintain trust and integrity in government and properly protect the public's resources." He can't be serious. I ask you to measure that statement against what is actually happening. The county continues to award millions of dollars in contracts to engineering firms that have previously and purposely submitted civil engineering plans in violation of Maui County ordinances. Then the director approves them, and off we go down the street to citizens' complaints and the litigation trail. The engineer that caused the $20 million debacle at Palama Drive is the same engineering firm that was involved in Pu'ukana subdivision involving Kent Smith, David Good, and Michelle McLean. The project was ultimately denied by the Planning Commission, but only after I spent $50,000 in legal fees to help stop it. That is your system of preventing fraud. The project had it moved forward, given the recent torrential rain events, the consequences could have been catastrophic. And by the way, after the denial, I was sent an implied death threat that cost me another $1,000 in legal fees. The police record reflects the history. It gets worse. The same firm you're awarding contracts to authored falsified order of magnitude valuations for SMA permits that is currently in litigation. How many other times have these engineers facilitated this fraud in the county? That's 3 strikes on the record. How about an investigation before we grant them more government contracts? But the issue is really actually facilitated by Public Works. Public Works has acknowledged that these engineered submit evaluations have not once been independently verified over 20 years. How many SMA permits and exemptions have been issued through fraud? What are the cumulative impacts on the coastal resources that we're speaking about today? It's massive. But there are solutions. A simple mandatory review of developers' SMA permit valuations would slam the door on the fraud. But no one wants to hear the solutions because they expose the problems. That is the philosophy. I'll wrap it up. So I state for the record, Chair, if you desire to climb the stairs of the county building to the 9th floor, maybe you should consider shifting your tone towards appreciation for the dedication of citizens who address fraud within the county. We're not your enemies. We're the ultimate public service who are doing your job at an immense personal and public expense.
Thank you very much.
Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Any questions for the testifier? See none. Next testifier, please.
Chair, the next testifier is Jim Langford, to be followed by Kaine Shiki.
Aloha, Chair. Aloha, Council. Oh, sorry, you guys are busy. I also have a bunch of PhDs in computer software and Ivy League level, super fancy. I don't want to sound like a bummer, like the last guy, because I was fascinated with all of the testimony this morning. And I just have to get on the record in order to protect the community. I've been auditing the software and how money has been spent. And for the past, so we'll just say since the wildfire, but much longer than that, like I said, my software since '98 has provided about $20 million on average to you folks a year. So I'm calling from a guy that makes you money. And I just want to say my experience, not quite as, I'm not as targeted as the last testifier. I don't know the guy. I don't want to make it personal like that and put you folks on your heels with defense because that's not how we do things with Aloha. But I noticed that a lot of my work that I publish publicly does show up as solutions with other organizations, except when my audit showed why people weren't getting hired, for example, and slowdowns in certain departments. So I don't want to take offense. You know, I'm aware of how the world works, the whole world. The Japanese syndicate, real estate syndicate, the largest one in the world, makes billions and billions of dollars with me, with their software, and they're wondering why I get treated differently. And I make you folks money. So I've sent a lot of proposals in, haven't heard back. So I just want to inform you that those Japanese syndicate folks and some folks in Las Vegas are suggesting that maybe going through the courts is a, and to define who's talking to whom about me and what they're saying. So the police station, they've been filing and working with people and bad actors in the community, pushing narratives that turn out not to be true at all, which is gonna, I ideally would hope that it doesn't get litigated and that I can take all my energy, 30 seconds, and put it into protecting our community with the things I've experienced instead of calling out individuals for who they do business with and who their phones have talked to, because I have access to all that with my awesome security software levels of being. So, so I would love to hear back from one of my emails or any of you folks that would like to work with me as on the solution side for our community to continue bringing in millions and billions of dollars that I...
Thank you very much. Any questions for the testifier? See none. Thank you very much.
Yes,
Next
ma'am. God bless
testifier.
you.
Chair, the next testifier and currently last individual signed up is Kai Nishiki.
Aloha, Chair, committee members. I am testifying today about wastewater and recycled water opportunities. And a few months back, I was at Planning Commission and there was a SMA approval from the County of Maui being considered for a sewer line upgrade between Sprecklesville and the Kahului wastewater treatment facility. And at that time, I suggested that since a new sewer line was being put in, and this is for folks who are just to orient you, this would be running from Sprecklesville to the Kahului wastewater treatment facility, which runs on that back stable road area. And that why not take this opportunity to drop a R1 distribution line in that same area and do R1 distribution, and I understand there needs to be an upgrade at the Kahului treatment facility, and run it back along Stable Road so that end users on that side could utilize that. And it's 5 million gallons a day are being injected at the Kahului treatment facility at this time. And for years, obviously we want that wastewater I want the wastewater treatment facility not to be on the shoreline where it is. However, the county has other plans. And if they are going to continue to use that wastewater treatment facility, do the upgrade, put in the transmission line. And the reason why I bring this up is because the end user said that they would happily do a public-private partnership to pay for a sizable amount of that line being run. And the county really needs to take advantage of these sorts of offers of partnering on one, getting 5 million gallons a day of water that is much needed for agriculture on the end user at Stable Road. And then that can also, possibly help out other folks with potable water, because R1 usually displaces potable use. So, there are creative solutions happening or possible. And with the wastewater treatment facility, I mean, come on, we know it's not going to happen by 2030. you know, in Kahului. Sorry for my dog. So, you know, this is something that could be implemented much sooner and have a number of benefits. So I just urge the council members to urge the administration to look at creative public-private partnerships. And I have spoken to some council members about this and some within the administration and obviously the end user as well. And so there's great opportunities, and I think that we need to stop just thinking about like, hey, no, we already have plans for, you know, the Kahului treatment facility, and like we don't want to deviate from that. And all fine and dandy can still do the Kahului treatment facility. There will never be a lack of desire and need to use R1, and probably never be a point where we're not creating more and more and more R1
Thank you.
water.
Thank
Mahalo.
you. Member Paulton.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you. I just wanted to clarify, you're saying Stable Road is gonna get redone for water transmission and just to drop a R1 line in there, but the Kahului wastewater treatment plant needs to be upgraded to produce R1 and then transport the R1.
Everything that you stated is correct, except for that it's a new sewer line that's being, being dropped in. So from Sprax to the wastewater treatment facility in Kahului. So just drop the, hey, you know,
that's a
doo-doo is coming.
That's a county project.
That's correct.
Do you know what page it's on? Or like
I
this?
am so sorry. I haven't been following along with all of my budget papers. I'm so sorry. I don't have that with me right now.
I mean, do you know what the project is called or the title of the project?
Let me just go in my email. I have, or if you want, I can email to the committee.
Yeah, that works. Or text me, either one. Thank you.
Oh, okay.
Okay,
will do.
Thank you. Any more questions for Ms. Nishiki? Seeing none. Thank you. Next testifier.
Have a great day.
Same to you.
Chair, there is currently no one else who has signed up to testify. Would you like me to do a last call?
Yes, please.
Oh, I do see somebody approaching the podium.
Thank you, Clarissa. JC Law from Kulu'uka. Ohio, Luna, Ho'omolu, Kashiwa, Limora, and Ke'aha, Okekalana, and all the Maka'ainana out there in TV land. So I'm say all the minutes I saved for the Hawaiians, I'm going to use a couple of them now. This is from the internet, Ka'ano Walk, W-A-L-K. And I'm speaking about the budget of the, I heard the mayor's office budget wants to cut that Makahiki stuff, the money for that. I'm opposed to that cut. The rising of Makali'i, the constellation Pleiades at sunset, marks the beginning of the Hawaiian New Year, known as Makahiki. Makahiki usually begins mid-November and ends in late January or February, aligning with the rainy season. It is a time set aside for tribute, harvest, sport, and play. The word Makahiki can refer to a time of celebration, the ceremonies and activities observed during this particular time of year, or a complete calendar year. Traditionally for Hawaiians, our calendar year is divided into two seasons, Kau, the dry season, and Ho'oilo, the wet season. The month of Ikua, which means noisy, usually begins in September or October. This month is characterized by roaring surf, thunderstorms, and rain. This boisterous personality of Ikua signaled the approach of Makahiki. The roughly 4-month period of Makahiki was a time of peace and plenty, relaxation and games, and for harvest. It was also a time to honor the deity Lono, one of the 4 major deities recognized not only here in Hawaii, but throughout the Pacific. His domain includes fertility, agriculture, and peace. During Makahiki, the qualities of Lono were celebrated by feasting, competing in sport and games, hula, and storytelling. War between the ali'i was forbidden. Some of the games that were enjoyed are Hei Hei Kukini, racing, Moko Moko, boxing, Ha Koko, a wrestling style similar to sumo, Pu Hene Hene, a skilled game of deception. A lot of people in the county are good at that. And a Ko Nane, a board game most resembling chess. Makahiki also signifies a time of rest and rejuvenation for both the land and the people. This period served as an opportunity to both fortify existing bonds and forge new relationships. Auhau, taxes, and ho'okupu, offering, were collected during Makahiki. Each ahupua'a gathered its auhau to be given to the ali'i nui, the high chiefs of the island. The ali'i nu'u, yes, I got it. The ali'i nui acted as the deputy to Lono, that might be you guys, the ali'i nui, who was represented by the akualoa. The akualoa is a long staff with Lono carving at the peak and a cross piece with pieces of pala fern, feather lei, and skins of the kau'upu bird fastened near the top, from which also hung a square of white kapa. And yeah, that's about it. I'll get the rest later on.
Thank you. Any questions for the testifier?
Tune in next time.
Seeing none.
Same time, same channel.
Thank you. Next testifier, please.
Chair, there's currently no one else who has signed up to testify. Would you like me to do a last call?
Please.
If somebody would like to testify in the chamber, please let staff know, or on Microsoft Teams, please raise your hand. This is final call, 3, 2, 1. Chair, it appears that nobody wishes to testify.
Thank you. With your permission, I'm going to close public testimony and receive written testimony, members. Thank you. Okay, so I'm going to start off with revisits for Department of Water Supply, which you know we took up last night, and then we'll take a break. It's now 10:37, so I'm going to do this. So under the CIP budget bill, page 27, members, there are two discrepancies flagged by staff and the budget director for two CIPs under the department. Please refer to Granicus 177, the department's amendment request correspondence, and therefore I move to amend section 4, paren J, paren 1, paren A, 2, paren 2, to change the project name from countywide upgrades and replacements to countywide facility improvements. Thank you.
Do you mind repeating the motion?
I'm sorry, what?
Do you mind repeating the motion?
I move to amend section 4, paren J, paren 1, paren A, paren 2, to change the project name from countywide upgrades and replacements to countywide facility improvements.
Okay, got it.
Yeah. So motion made by me, second by member Wu Hutchins. Any more discussion? So what this does, it corrects the project under Bill 55 to be consistent with Bill 60, the state revolving loan fund for water supply projects. Okay, all in favor, raise your hand.
I'm not ready to vote, Chair.
Okay.
What page on the departmental request?
Do you have that? On Granicus 155.
155.
No, Granicus 177.
177 is the departmental request. What page, please?
Chair, it's on page 3 of the department request. It's the second entry from the bottom.
4J2A1I.
1A2.
Oh, that's the fourth item. Replacement to countywide facilities. Oh, he said second from the top. Second from the bottom.
Yes, second from the bottom, apologies.
Oh, okay. Mahalo, Mr. Kruger. So just this item.
And I have another one.
That's the only item being affected right now by the motion, yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, any discussion? All in favor, raise your hand, say aye. Thank you. So this is Member Cook. This is 9 ayes. Yeah, thank you. Member Paulton? We're voting. Chair Lee? Everybody? Oh, you did? Okay, I didn't see. 9 ayes, thank you. And I have one more. So I move to amend Section 4J3A1 to change the funding type for Molokai Reliable Capacity from Water Fund Unrestricted to Water Fund Restricted. So unrestricted to restricted.
Chair, before you read the motion, can you tell us what document you're referring so we can get on the same page with you?
I think it's the same, Granicus 177.
Yeah, isn't it the item right under the one we just acted on?
Yeah. I think it was read before.
4J3A1.
Yes. Section 4, yes.
This one was on the email that we received last night. The 900,000.
Member Paulton.
I think it was listed on the paper from last night, but it wasn't listed as a motion, and I didn't make a motion because it was just reference.
Here's Director Milner.
Aloha Chair, aloha council members. Yes, it was listed on the sheet last night to indicate that it is a project that is still being funded by restricted water funds, but there was a typo in the bill and it says unrestricted. So the request is to update that to the correct funding source. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Any
Chair,
other questions?
Budget Director, all three of the items that were in the chart from the attachment last night?
Thank you, Chair. No, the only one that needs corrected is Molokai Reliable Capacity. Mahalo.
Okay, mahalo, Budget Director.
Any more questions? See none?
Chair,
Yes.
apologies, can we confirm the second for the motion?
Oh, sorry. Thank you. So I made the motion, and Member Cook is the second. Thank you. Ready to vote? Member Cook? Oh, okay. All in favor, raise your hand, say aye. Okay, very good. 9 ayes, motion carries. Okay, so we're going to stop that. I'm going to take a 10-minute break. Is that all right? Yep. So we'll come back at, well, let's come back at 10:55. Thank you. Hey, welcome back to the Budget Finance Economic Development Committee. It is now, what time is it? 11:05, and I have one more correction for Department of Water Supply. If you look at Ramsey rates and fees on page 54, towards the top, I move to amend Appendix B rates and fees, account 3475, water service rates, general water consumers, by replacing the fourth fee range from greater than or equal to 35,000 gallons to read as 35,001 to 50,000 gallons, and to replace the fifth fee range from greater than or equal to 50,000 gallons to greater than 50,000 gallons. Thank you. Motion made by me, second by Member
Chair.
Paulton. Yes.
Sorry. So it should be on the last tier, it should be 50,001. Yeah.
Oh,
Thank you,
okay.
Chair.
We forgot we forgot one. Okay. Thanks for finding that correction.
No, shouldn't that be still 50,000? Because if the greater than sign is there, wouldn't that mean 50,000, like 0.1 and more?
Because it goes to
Right,
30.
because if it's 3501 to 50,000.
Chair, if you look at the previous tiers, they do have that one in there. So I think for consistency's sake, we should have that little 1 gallon.
Yeah, but the previous tiers don't have the greater than signs in them.
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm sorry, Chair. I think after Member Montangon, what he just said, I think I agree with him.
Okay, so no one.
Yeah, no one. Yeah, my apologies.
Sorry.
Okay, so that third 1, 2, 3, that fifth tier is correct then, yeah?
Chair, the way you said it was correct. We do need to update it because it's currently greater than or equal to. So now we just want it to be greater than.
Yeah.
So the way that you made your motion should be correct.
Okay, so greater than 50,000. Okay. Any discussions? Thank you, Member Batangan. All
So
in favor?
the rates stay the same, it's simply the description, the way that we rearrange.
Yeah, I guess, so for discussion, Member Cook, the fourth line is currently just a single number and it needs to be a range that can't overlap with the fifth line. So what we're doing is creating a range from 3501 to 50,000, and then anything over 50,000 will be the next category.
Okay. Corp Counsel.
Thank you, Chair. Just from the department, they usually do include the one just to make it a little bit more clear, consistent, but it's fine.
Oh, so
if
then we
the
just get
council
rid of the
wants.
greater than sign. Either way, it works. If the department prefers to get rid of the greater than sign, I am happy to accept the one. But either way, we cannot have a gap.
So, Corp Counsel, I guess if you look at the example that we got, it has, for the last tier is greater than 50,000 gallons on the top two. So that's correct. Okay, so we're fine, greater than 50,000. Okay, all in favor, raise your hand, say aye. So I have 8 ayes, 1 excuse, Member Rollins Fernandez. Thank you. Then we can move on. Any more? You have one more?
Yeah, and then, Chair, for the water shortage rate category,
Yes.
I think the same thing has to be applied to that one as well.
Okay, so the water shortage rate, 1, 2, 3, for the fifth tier is to leave it greater than, or is going to be consistent then? Yeah, okay. But that's what it says, greater than 50,000 on the sheet. Oh, the fourth tier too, okay. So for the fourth tier would be 35,000 gallons to read 35,001 to 50,000 gallons, as well as the last tier, which says greater than 50,000. That one is correct. So just correction of 1, correct? Corp Counsel? Okay. And with adding the range. Got it?
I think so. So essentially, we're doing the same thing
Yeah.
under the next line for account 3475, is that correct?
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, any other questions? All in favor, raise your hand, say aye. Oh, second by Member Wu Hodgins. Thank you. Any questions? All in favor, raise your hand, say aye. Okay, motion carries 8 ayes, 1 excused. Member Rollins Fernandez. Any more corrections? Corp Counsel member, or are you good?
No, Chair, thank you.
Okay. So now we're going to go to the Office of the Mayor. Just so everybody, after this, we're going to do police, public works, and then revisits, ending with countywide. So the Office of the Mayor, members' priorities, we have 12. 3 involve the department's revolving fund. There are 12 total, and, okay. So first we'll go down in the order that's in the matrix, and we'll follow this order as it is with the budget bill. So starting with the first person is Member Sinensi, countywide 3, to add $250,000 to the administration program, category B, operations and equipment and condition, those funds for an RFP to assist the conservation plan with green prints.
So moved, Chair.
Okay. Member made the motion, and would you like to discussion?
Yeah, thank you, Chair. This was through the Conservation Committee. It seems like I keep putting it in every year.
Yeah.
And it's always carried over. So this was a request
Chair?
of some of the.
Chair, I'm sorry.
Oh.
We've been ordered to evacuate the 9th floor. I have to go. I'm sorry.
Yeah, please go. Bye.
Where are you going?
You have to evacuate the 9th floor. What about us?
Don't let her answer that question. She needs to leave. Do we need to leave?
We have not been asked.
Who's our?
I'll text as soon as I have more information.
Oh, please go.
Our lights are going off. Sorry, Chair.
Ooh.
David?
Ryan, what's going on?
Chair, can you call for a recess, please?
So recess. Welcome back to the Budget Finance Economic Development Committee. We are back to starting the priority with Member Sinensi for to add $250,000 to Administration Program Category B. So, okay, so Member Sinensi made the motion and Member Hodgins second. Go ahead.
Yep. As you know, I'm the council representative on the Conservation Planning Committee. And so it seems like we've tried to put in the money before, but we're doing it again. Of course, we are experiencing some quorum issues and haven't met in a while, but the board has requested that we put it in the budget so that we have the funds at our next meeting so we can vote for the green print. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Any other discussion? Member Bolton.
Do we know what the reason is that this wasn't put in the mayor's proposal? Like, are they gonna do it? Or they're not gonna do it? Like, I mean, I don't mind putting the money in if it's gonna get done, but what has changed since last year when we put the money in that it's gonna get done, or is it gonna get done with the remainder of this fiscal year kind of thing? That's my question, if you know the answer.
Member Sinensi?
Maybe Budget Director, because I know the request was to wait and then maybe possibly come back with a budget amendment, but I'll refer to Budget Director.
Director, you're fine.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Councilmember Pelton. Yes, I spoke to our boards and commissions coordinator here in the mayor's office about this, actually starting in last August when the commission was beginning to discuss going out to bid for the green print. And I told her at the time, you know, we're happy to support it. And if we need to, we'll come in for a budget amendment. And I haven't heard any updates or progress since last August. So nothing was included because my understanding is no progress has been made toward it by the commission. If the commission does vote to move forward, we are in support and would utilize these funds for that RFP process. We're really just following the lead of the commission. Thank you, Chair.
Oh, very good.
Can you repeat that last part? If it moves forward, you would utilize Member Sinensi's funds, or you have other fund source?
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Councilmember Pelton. We would utilize the $250,000 specifically earmarked for that purpose.
By Member Sinensi?
By Councilmember Sinensi.
Oh, okay. All right. Got it. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other discussion? All in favor, raise your hand, say aye.
Aye.
9 ayes, motion carries.
Hello.
Next, we have Councilmember Hodgins, countywide number 1, to increase 3, stewardship and maintenance of county-owned lands by $400,000 and condition up to $50,000 for Namaka o Maliko. Member Ugo. Okay, is there a second?
Thank you. So on page 14.
Is there a second? Is this your motion?
Yeah, this is my motion. Do you want me to just second it? Did you make the motion?
Oh, no, you can make the motion, and
Okay.
then Member Sinensi is seconding.
Okay. On page 14, number 12, small a, number 3, stewardship and maintenance of county-owned land, increased by $400,000 for a total of $700,000, and add a new condition to read as follows. Up to $50,000 must be for Namaka o Maliko for disposal, recycling, testing, and remediation of environmental contamination. If I have a second, I can expand.
Member Sinensi. Proceed. Discussion.
Thank you very much. Please note that I'm increasing it by 400, but I'm only requesting 50 because there are so many county-owned parcels that constantly have to come to us and ask for funding when we do some sort of agreement with them, like Kaehube, the next project I'm gonna discuss after, and this as well. So hopefully this is a fund that more people can take advantage of, and so they don't have to constantly ask us for the money. We're requesting them to do the work that we want them to do. That's the first thing. The second thing is Namaka o Maliko is made up of a bunch of Paia and Kuau and Haiku residents and Maliko residents to clean up the bay and hopefully restore it to what it used to be used for. There's a bunch of issues down there that I'm excited to see them cleaned up, and I ask for the member support of my motion. Thank you.
Very good. Member
Director.
Budget Director, then Member Rollins Fernandez after. Go ahead.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Councilmember Uha-Hudgens. I'd actually like to ask Corporation Council if they could weigh in on this, because this is for stewardship and maintenance of county-owned land. So I don't know that we can name an entity to do it. I think it might need to be a contract that goes out for RFP. So it may be more appropriate to name a parcel, and then we can issue the RFP. But I'll defer to Corporation Council because there may be some nuance I'm missing here. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. I'm happy to name the parcel. If you give me a minute, I can find that information if that's required, for sure.
Corp Council.
If it's county, yes, thank you, Chair. If it's county-owned land that normally the county would take care of, it would need to be contracted out, that service.
Okay, and if they have a lease with us, how does that work? Like, they have a lease with us, Ka'ehu has a lease with us, or right of entry, how does that work?
For the same parcel of land?
For different parcels, this happens all the time.
You'd have to look at the specific document that you're talking about, the lease, and who's responsible for what, because each lease is different.
Okay, if we do an RFP, let me think about if I want to do an RFP with a contract, because then I can't guarantee that these are the people who's going to get the monies and that the vision is going to be carried out in the way that I expressed.
You want to pause?
I'm okay to put a pin in it right now.
Okay.
And that's going to be the same thing for my next one as well. So we'll put a pin in this so I can figure out how this is going to work.
Okay, so with the next two, also the next one, you're going to pause, okay? I'll go to, you are the next one with countywide 3 for the line item for adaptation dance theater for $90,000.
Thank you, Chair.
I'm sorry, point of order.
Yes.
Do we have a motion on the floor?
We did, but I don't know if I got a second.
Yeah, you got a second.
Oh, okay.
So
Then
you
I
want to withdraw that?
I'll withdraw my
Yeah.
motion.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay.
Okay, so right now, then we're on my third one, because I'm at 4 in a row. On page 12, page 14, number 12, Office of the Mayor, small c, Grants Division Program. I move to insert a new line entitled Adaptations Dance Theater for $90,000.
Okay, motion made by Member Uha-Hudgens, second by Member Cook.
Thank you very much. This has been one of my priorities for a couple of years. This helps support the Bring It Home program, where we have Maui-trained dancers that live throughout the world come home and help the new and up-and-coming dancers and train them and put on performances.
Okay, any more discussion? Seeing none, all in favor, raise your hand, say aye. 9 ayes, motion carries.
Do you want me to do my offset by reducing the small grants right now, or we'll come back to that later?
So you don't need to do that now.
Okay, sounds good. Then I'm up again. Next page, page 15. Number 12 again, Office of the Mayor, small c again, Grants Division Program. Number 22, in small grants, I move to add a condition to small grants to read as follows. Up to $25,000 must be a grant for the Paia Hawaiian Protestant Church for repair and maintenance to the steeple and the church.
Oh, very good. Is there a second? Member Cook, second. Member Uha-Hudgens, and second by Member Cook.
Thank you, members. So this is they celebrated 145 years last year, so now it's a 146-year-old church. It's one of the mainstays of Paia Town. And the steeple is not structurally sound, and parts of the church are obviously, as I just described, quite old and need support, and they need maintenance. Thank you, members.
Very good. Member Rollins Fernandez has a question.
No, I have a discussion. Okay, I support the motion, and I think a lot of our older Hawaiian churches need help because they're really old. So I'm very supportive of this. And then, was this the church that had the 100-year time capsule?
It's not, but that one was the Holy Rosary Church that's across of Paia School. And, but what I will say is there's so many churches in Paia and they have such a cute relationship. They're all very supportive of each other. Like the church I was talking about yesterday, this church, the Holy Rosary Church. There's so many and it's so cute. Thank you for
Molokai
asking.
has a church row in Kalama'ula
Yeah, it's
too.
beautiful. I love to see it.
All denominations in one row, playing well, playing nice together. Support the motion. Mahalo, Member Uhajans. Mahalo, Chair.
Any more discussion? See none, all in favor, say aye. 9 ayes, motion carries. Very good. Next is Chair Lee Grant 2 to add a new condition under 3, grant of Festivals of Aloha Inc. for Maui County Fair of up to $54,000 to be used for the creation of Maui County Fair book. Chair Lee.
So moved.
Is there a second? Second, Member Uhajans. Chair Lee. Discussion?
Well, I think everybody's aware of how popular the Maui County Fair is and how it's, it's really part of our community and culture. And by having a book, it'll memorialize a lot of the history.
Yeah, I agree. Thank you. Member Rollins Fernandez.
Mahalo, Chair. Question for Chair Lee. How did you come up with the 54,000?
I don't know, actually. That was part of the request to me. So I don't know how that person came up with 54,000.
Someone who's going to do the book
Yes,
gave you that quote.
The Festivals of Aloha Inc.
Okay.
Darryl Fujiwara.
Was it Mr. Fujiwara? Do you know how many books will be produced?
No, I don't. We can find out.
Do you? White paper.
Okay,
I'll
white
support
paper
this.
coming up.
Okay, very good. All right, any more discussion? All in favor, raise your hand, say aye. This is 9 ayes, motion carries. Very good. Great idea. Next one is Councilmember Cook, countywide 2, to insert a new line item in the amount of 1.5 million and condition it for the Kahumanu Church for its restoration project. That's your motion.
Yeah, can I get a second?
Second by Member Uhajans. Kate?
Thank you, members. So this is 12, Office of the Mayor, item D, Economic Development Program. Insert a new line item in the amount of $1,500 and add a condition to read as follows. Up to $1,500 must be a grant to Kahumanu
1.5
Church for
million.
its restoration project. Testimony was provided at the BFED South Maui residency area hearing on April 14, 2026, with the request funding for the church restorations. The church was built in 1876 and is on the National Historic Register and part of the royal compound of Keikahikili II. Kahakili, thank you. And anyway, it's an ongoing project. It's across the street. We all love it. And I hope that ask the members for your support.
Chair, I move to amend his thing, his motion to say 1.5 million.
Yes, 1.5 million.
What did I say?
He said 1,500.
Oh, I welcome and appreciate that.
Okay, thank you. Go ahead. Director Milner.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Councilmember Cook. Just a request that this go under the Grants Division instead of under the Office of Economic Development. We think it more correctly fits there. Thank you, Chair.
Okay. You're fine. Member Cook.
So fine. So staff can keep track of that.
He accepts Ms. Milner's suggestion as a friendly amendment, as do I to my amendment.
Okay.
So Chair, apologies to interject. So staff's going to interpret this as a new line item under the grants division. under the Grants Division program, it's going to be a grant to Ka'ahumanu Church and underneath we'll put a condition up to 1.5 million must be for its restoration project.
Yes. Thank you.
Yes.
Okay. Any more discussion? All in favor, raise your hand, say aye.
Aye.
Member Senency, yes. 9 ayes, motion carries. One more. Councilmember Rollins Fernandez, countywide, number 3, to add a line item for $250,000 for film production and promotion in Maui County, expanding the Molokai pilot project program to Maui. Member
Madam
Rollins
Chair,
Fernandez.
I move to amend the economic development program for 5 up to $250,000 for film production and promotion in Maui County. I up to $50,000 must be for film production and promotion on Molokai.
Second.
Okay. Motion made by Member Rollins Fernandez, second by Chair Lee. Any more discussion?
Madam Chair, at the Molokai hearing, you heard from Mr. Matt Yamashita on the progress of the pilot program that we started on Molokai. With the new film commissioner, Brian Cohn, well, I guess he's still new, but one of the visions that he shared with me was investing in our in the smaller projects, because that's more of the bread and butter, more of what is sustainable, rather than huge productions that we don't have enough staff and equipment for. And for the $50,000 film project that we piloted on Molokai, it was to help community organizations like tell the story of the work that's being done, of just whether it's the legacy of the place or the progress they're making toward improving something. That it would be a grant to our film producers that would help to support nonprofits. So it's simultaneously building capacity for our up-and-coming film producers while also helping to support our nonprofits.
Okay. Member Johnson, followed by Member Bolton.
Thank you, Chair. I rise in full support of this motion. I often say that I quote a stat that every dollar spent from federal funds into the arts is $9 in economic activity given back to the community. I don't know any studies that do it for a local level, but definitely the money you put in for arts and film creates a clean industry, and that's really important to diversify our economy with clean options, and film being one of those. So thank you for that, and I rise in full support. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Member Bolton. Oh.
And just needed to clarify that the pilot was for Molokai. And so as you heard when I asked Mr. Yamashita about whether it's ready to expand to all of Maui County, and he said yes. And so that's the intention. And then like we heard from Member Paulton about Lahaina, right? Oh, okay, sorry, no, go ahead.
Okay, Member Paulton.
Thank you. I speak in full support, strong support of this motion. One of the films that we funded last fiscal year on just the finishing up of their work that they had fronted the money themselves, went out, begged, borrowed, stealed from others themselves, is now being shown at the United Nations. And this is right in alignment with our current NACO President, J.D. Clark's theme for his year of presidency, which is county storytelling. And so, the Rising from the Ashes film that we funded last year, we will be showing it at the Weir, because even though they have limited audiences because they're in line for Film Festival Awards, they are partnered with a Project Impact where they want to show that film specifically to decision makers. So as the recipient of them being able to show that film to Weir, it just shows like what a little bit of kickstart or finish funding can do for our local storytellers. Thank you.
Yeah, I heard it on the radio this morning too. Good job. All right, any more discussion? All in favor, raise your hand, say aye. Aye.
Chair, if I could see if I can do add a condition to this. Add 30,000 to it and have that 30,000 go to Lanai in addition for the filmmaking.
Second.
Okay.
So the total would be 280,000. There are.
Are we allowed to do that?
Okay.
We're adding to a condition. I think that happened yesterday and I got a complaint from somebody.
Chair, point of order. We're the body that makes the decisions on our rules, so it's up to us how we want to proceed.
I think
Not our staff.
I think we had said that we would have a certain amount of conditions and priorities and ads. And so this was being perceived as being another one. And so yesterday I got a concern. I just want to be, consistent with the other members.
And Chair, I flagged that concern when we added a third grant item for Member Batangan, and I said I supported that, as long as we're going to be equitable about being flexible on the rules.
And Chair, I did not submit two conditions, so.
Okay. Are you all fine? Yeah. You're all fine. Okay. Go ahead.
So
we're
that was
adding
my
30,000
motion.
for Lanai. And Member
And I
Robinson,
second that motion.
Okay. All in favor, say aye.
Chair, apologies. Could staff just clarify? So the line item would be up to 30,000 must be for film production and promotion on Lanai?
And changes the total amount to 280,000.
Okay.
And the purpose, members, is because, as we know, it's hard for the smaller communities to compete. I want Maui to have a good amount, because I know there's more filmmakers on Maui Island than Lanai and Molokai. And so by having pots of money for them to be able to have a chance at some of the funding to tell the stories of our places, just giving our rural communities more of a chance. Mahalo, Chair.
Okay.
Chair, can I just clarify, since
Yes.
it was taken up as a motion and then a second, we are only voting on the amendment
30,000.
to add Lanai, correct?
Right.
Okay.
And then we'll go main motion as amended. All right. All in favor, raise your hand, say aye.
Aye.
Okay, 9 ayes, motion carries. Then we vote main motion as amended, and it'll now be 280,000.
Aye.
That's 9 ayes.
Mahalo, members.
Nice. Good idea. Okay, now we're going to take up the OED conditions. If you look at the spreadsheet that was given to you, look on page 24, residency area conditions, and it has all of your residency area conditions that you put in and submitted. So I think, does it all look agreeable to you? These are your residency area conditions. Yours is agreeable? Okay.
I have a question, Chair.
Yes.
So for Member Lee's A condition, residency area council member must be consulted. Is that language we need to add to every residency area?
Oh, yes.
I guess that's my first question. And then two, are we able to change it from consultation to review and approval?
I think it was whatever you put in as your.
No, I mean, does the budget ordinance allow for the type of language where instead of them just telling us they're going to do something, that we have to be agreeable to the proposed change?
Yes. You can get, Mr. Peter Hanano, you want to make a comment about that? So, the reason we started putting that in is because OED would take whatever was in the buckets, and if it was not allocated, it would start granting it out. So we put that in so that the member would be consulted to be sure that it's used appropriately. Shirley.
The director is on the call.
Oh.
I think she wants to say something.
Director Milner.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, council members. Yes, I will defer to Corporation Counsel or Mr. Hanano. The language included here, the residency area council member must be consulted before any changes or requests for use of the funds, is what was agreed upon with the attorneys over the last few years. Review and approval, I don't believe is allowable language due to the charter restrictions on council members making requirements of the administration. Thank you, Chair.
Oh, thank you. So has the consultation been interpreted to mean that the administration just needs to tell us what's going to be done with any unconditioned money within the that pot?
Can I answer?
Oh.
From my experience, and
Sure.
probably the experience of most of the members, if not all, it has been a mutual agreement, and it's worked. They let us know, and if we don't like it, they generally, abide by our wishes. Yeah.
Thank you, Chair. I guess I'm asking because I did not condition very much of my pot, and so I would like that language added to mine. I think it would probably be prudent to add it to every single one of the residency areas, but
Okay.
I'll defer to the body.
Chair.
Very good. Member Cook, then Member Rollins-Fernandez.
The reason that I did that was because I didn't allocate a major percentage of my allocations. And it was basically for the balance. I didn't want them to oh, he doesn't want it, they're not going to use it.
Okay. Member Rollins-Fernandez.
Mahalo, Chair, I don't support putting that language. I'm not going to put it on mine. And the discussion that we had previously was that if it's not on all, then it's kind of hard for the administration to track which one had the requirement. In my experience, as Chair Lee explained, it's been a good working relationship with the administration in using the funds in the way that we have heard from the communities. I don't know if that was Member Cook's experience, but for me and sometimes, so my office, we track these funds very, very carefully because in the past, some of the organizations didn't apply for it, or then they changed their name, and then we have to do a budget amendment to change the fiscal sponsor. So there's just a lot that goes on because these are like community, nonprofits and community organizations. So it would behoove all council members to track it very carefully as well to ensure that it's used, that it's applied for, and then it's the grant contract is executed, and then the reporting and reimbursements are done. It really is a lot of hand-holding if you want it to be used in the way that you intend it to, and not just because of the administration. It's because community groups may be small and may not have the experience to apply for the funding. And starting July 1st, I understand that the administration for $20,000 and less grants has a more streamlined approach and process for this, which I'm really looking forward to, so that maybe there would be less hand-holding with our organizations to ensure that all the funding is expended in the way that we intend when we pass the budget. Mahalo, Chair.
Thank you. Member Paulton.
I experienced similar. That's why I'm only doing this one on my residency area. And I mean, I would want to know who they give the money out, and I would like them to kind of spread it around in the community, not keep giving it to the same people. But, if they don't, I'll live. The question I had was, I think the total amount is for 140,000, and so if the amount is over 140,000, how do they interpret that?
What are you saying? In other words, the member allocated more than the 140,000? Is that what you're saying? Who?
Yes.
Is that a corp council?
I see one for 100 and
Point of information.
200,000.
So last Friday, Member Batangan chaired the meeting, and I asked for us to have the discussion, but that would have been controversial. So we did not have the discussion. And I would like to have that discussion because I would like for all of our residency areas to have the 200,000. So if that requires a motion, I move that $200,000 be allocated for each residency area for this pot of funding. Thanks.
And we need a
Second.
corresponding cut. Right? It's not only add, it's cut to
No,
balance
it's not
it.
just cut. Some of the offsets do say raise property taxes in specific areas.
That's up to the members. Okay,
It sure is.
members, you heard the motion. You want to increase the pot to 200,000.
As it was last year.
And that was the first time. Member Sinensi.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, I had additional requests, even though mine has a lot of smaller grants, not the larger grants, but I did have additional requests. I think these are for my community anyway, these are the community people that are in our community doing all of this work. So in anticipation of a lot of the federal cuts that we've been seeing, they're feeling it too, and part of the reason why I asked the administration for a budget amendment with some of the funds last year that wasn't being used or couldn't be used to go back into the East Maui community. So I would be supportive of the additional funds, Chair. Just having it even a little extra, so that if people did come and needed some emergency funds, whether it be for travel, with anticipating gas prices, travel prices, we have that for our community. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other discussion on the motion? Okay, so Member Sinensi made the second, so Member Rollins Fernandez made the motion, second by Member Sinensi. So the motion is to increase the residency area funds from 140, which is what's in the budget, and increase it to 200,000. Oh, Member Hodgins.
Thank you, Chair. I understand how Member Rollins Fernandez feels and Member Sinensi feels. I'm okay with that being at 140, although probably I could find ways to spend money. I'm really good at that. With the new, as you said, with the new section of the small grants, I'm hoping that's kind of where some other people may pull out some monies that they may need. I'm okay with like increasing it to maybe 150, but probably that's all I'm okay with. This morning we heard we added already $11 million to the budget. So I'd be okay with 150, not 200, but I'm also okay with leaving it at 140. But also, can I have a request, even though I know we're in the middle of a motion? I have to leave at lunch, and I would like to quickly talk to Corp Counsel about my last two things that I couldn't do. If we could maybe take this up, and then I could have a 2-minute recess before I have to leave and pick up my kids so I can kind of confer. I would appreciate it if that's okay with the members after this, obviously.
Okay, sounds good. Member Rollins Fernandez.
Chair, I would be okay with withdrawing the motion, and we can have the discussion after lunch. Maybe I'll be less hungry.
Okay, so you're withdrawing your motion, Member Sinensi. Okay.
Yeah, we'll just clear. Yeah, and then we can take it up.
So Member
after lunch.
Hodgins, you're going to go talk to Corp Counsel? Okay. So it's 11:48. You guys want to just take lunch, then you can talk to, is that what you?
Sorry, I will put the mic on for everybody else, even though we're all in the room. I have to leave at lunch because I have to pick up my kids. My husband's working today. And when we get back in, when this body gets back in, typically about 1:30, Playa School doesn't have great service. Baldwin Avenue doesn't have great service. And so by the time I log on, it's about half an hour-ish, 45 minutes is after you guys have already been in session, as we experienced on Thursday. So I don't want to have to come back to all of this just because I didn't have time. So can I please have just a couple minutes and we can come in and we can do this, and then maybe you folks can go to lunch?
So what she's saying is 5 minutes and be in your seats.
So this.
I'm
Okay,
not staying, I'm gonna use
so
the
it's going to be
bathroom,
11, 11:55.
Sure.
Yeah.
Thank
Okay.
you. Thank you so
Recess-
much. Thank you,
recess
members. I appreciate
11:55.
your giving me some time.
Okay, welcome back to Budget Finance Economic Development Committee. It is now 12:08. Thanks for the brief recess. So Member Hodgins, you got to leave at 1 o'clock. And so therefore, is it okay if we revisit what we passed over earlier, which was her amendments that she wanted to make? Yeah, now she's ready. And then we can go back to the residency area pots. Thanks. Member Hodgins.
Thank you, Chair. And then, considering the discussion we had before recess, I might have other changes for my residency area, but I'll save down on this side. Before I begin, thank you so much, members, for allowing me the time to figure this out before I need to pick up my children. So I'll collapse the two conditions into one to make it a little bit easier, if that's okay with all you folks. But if you want me to separate it out, I'm happy to do so. So on page 14, number 12, small a, parent 3, stewardship and maintenance of county-owned land, I would like to insert two conditions. One, for TMK 2-7004-027, for disposal, recycling, testing, and remediation of environmental contamination through the practice of Aloha Aina. That's the first one. The second one is and that one is for $50,000. The second one is to restore native species to Hamakualoa Open Space Preserve by reducing invasive plants, guided by lineal descendants, cultural practitioners, and dedicated volunteers. And the TMKs, there are 5 of them, read as follows. 27007-005 and 27007-079 and 27007-081 and 27007-082, and lastly, 27007-083, and this condition is for $80,000.
Okay. Is there a second? Second. All right. Member Hodgins, second by Chair Lee. Discussion?
Thank you, Chair. For my discussion, this is this is county-owned properties that have either or both have right of entries that need work done, and I can provide the TMKs for at least the second one to OCS so that they didn't have to write as fast as I was talking. I described it earlier, though, before I was told I couldn't do the way I was doing it.
Okay. Any more discussion? Member Rollins-Fernandez.
Madam Chair, is there a way we can get that in writing? Is it still under the stewardship and maintenance of county-owned land? And it's going to be a contract? So?
Yes. Yes. Do you want me to write it out?
What's the difference from what we received?
That's in the
matrix?
The difference is one, I couldn't do it as a grant, so I did try to rewrite what the intention of
or just the language? So it's still going to say A and it's going to say a contract?
Yes.
Okay.
It has
Can
to
you
be
read
a
that
contract,
again?
not to a grant.
Not just the beginning part.
Up to $500,000 must be for disposal, recycling, testing, and remediation of environmental contamination through the practice of Aloha Aina. That's the first condition. And then the second condition is up to $80,000 must be for the restoration of native species to Hamakualoa Open Space Preserve by reducing invasive plants, guided by lineal descendants, cultural practitioners, and dedicated volunteers.
For the $50,000,
yep.
How do you ensure that it gets to Maliko area?
Oh, because I added the TMK.
Oh, okay.
The TMK for the Maliko area is 2-7004-027. It's 1.4 acres owned by the County of Maui.
Okay.
And then the other one for Hamakualoa is those 5 parcels. The first parcel is 48 acres, the second, and some change. it's more like 48.7. The second parcel is 182.4. The third parcel is 33.8 acres. The fourth parcel is 37.9 acres. And the fifth parcel is 13.5. And this is all previously East Haiku or Haiku Sugar East subdivision, lots 3, 6, 1, 3, 4, and 5 respectively.
Mahalo, Member Uhajan. So if members will recall, the stewardship and maintenance of county-owned land was my priority from last year. I had initially proposed this new pot of funding for $1 million, which got whittled down to, I think, $300,000. By the time we passed the budget. And the intention of my proposal last year was to do exactly what Member Uhajan's stated, which was to create a streamlined process for the organizations that we regularly put funding into the budget for, so that they don't have to come to the council every year to advocate for funding for the program that they're doing on county-owned land. I would be supportive of this, like, not in my priority proposal from last year. Okay. I get that the process that we create for ourselves as a council is restrictive, so that we end up looking for pots of money that aren't already line item to a specific organization, and then we condition our priorities under it. And so my priority from last year is now being used in a way that wasn't my intention last year. Yeah.
Can I add that? Can I add something real quick?
Yeah, and it's just because of this process to try to avoid, increasing the budget, which, gets under.
I did say in the beginning that I realized after you said that I didn't say when we came back into recess that I was going to add 130,000 to this pot of money, so that I wasn't really touching the 300,000. It is now going to be at 430. And you're right, I didn't make that clear. I made it clear in the first one, and then I had just assumed everybody could read my mind on the second one.
So that's part of the motion?
Yeah. Can we make that part of the motion? It was part of my first motion. Initially, I had moved to add 400,000 so that more people could benefit from this pot. And then because we couldn't do grants and we needed to do RFPs, I just wanted to recognize the two contracts that I was trying to work with. And so you're right, I didn't say it on the second time that I would like to add, I moved to add $130,000, with the first one being up to 50 and the second being up to 80, to make the new amount of that pot at 430.
But if we make them separate lines instead of adding to the pot and conditioning it, I'm okay with that if everyone else is okay with it.
I mean, I'd assume they would go like I, and I, because it's part of that, but it was just adding more money and then putting it in there, but we can do whatever.
And if you take it out of there, then you could put the organization name. I would support that.
I thought...
we couldn't because it's...
Yeah, no, contract.
If you take it out of that pot, what I understood was you make it its own line item, and if you did that, then you can put the organization name.
Ooh,
I support that.
I don't know if that's what I was told, because if it's on county land, then we can't do grants.
So just because of the pot that you are conditioning these two items under is why the restriction, because we have given grants to Malama Hamakua.
Oh, I know. I asked that exact question. Oh, I know. I asked that exact question over recess. I asked that exact question.
Okay.
No.
We're not doing that anymore.
No. That's why I'm doing this. That's why I needed a recess.
Can we have Corp Council educate us?
Yeah, this is why.
That's
okay,
new.
real quick. This is exactly why we took a recess.
Okay.
I know it's a little confusing because we're trying to implement a new strategy that the whole county can use to decipher what should be a grant and what should be a contract, and then the procurement code. And it's based on several factors, but there is a grant readiness checklist that we provided this year to try to help everyone understand and go through there. And if any of those questions are answered yes, then it goes to Corp Council to really look at the situation, because it does depend on the situation. So that, I guess that's what I'm going to say. It doesn't matter what pots have restrictions, but it does matter. There's those factors that are listed in that checklist that are really what to focus on. And in this case, it's county-owned land being maintained, and it falls under the procurement code.
So you're saying it doesn't matter if it doesn't say county-owned land in the pot itself, that if, what section of the code are you, or is it just procurement that you're saying?
The procurement code.
And this is a new opinion?
In 103D.
But this is a new opinion.
Yeah. With the increase in grant funding for the county, this is something that we felt was necessary to standardize and make sure we comply with the law.
Yeah.
Okay. So going back to member Wu.
So like what you were saying, Ka'ehu will probably contract as well. And then this is why we had to take the recess. So Member Rollins-Fernandez, I tried to do something similar before you added this condition and add a requirement in our open space funds, right, for maintenance. Couldn't do that. And then you did this, super great. And we still have people trying to advocate for themselves, as we see. And as I was telling our lovely Corp Council during break, they still have a very difficult time trying to even get their grants. So I was trying to figure out the easiest way possible for all of us. And that's why we're here where we are today. Do you want a minute with that? Or if not—
No, this doesn't answer my question.
Okay. We did have this conversation over recess.
Can you get yours?
Okay.
Are you doing it?
Yeah, we're doing it now. I think I made my motion, and to be fair, it was a lot of words, and I can always restate it so I can make it very clear. But I think Member Rollins-Fernandez is trying to help, but it's—
So it's not your motion, and I support both. It's the new opinion that we're getting from Corp Council. Is that in writing somewhere? Like, can we have that in writing? I don't want the guidelines. I want the analysis on why we're doing this new process.
There is a response from Corporation Counsel on Graticus. I'm sorry, I don't know the number at the moment, but I can find it, that was asked regarding how we are analyzing what should be a grant, what should be a contract, and why.
Yeah, because before we put a pin in it, I tried to make it a condition and originally a grant, and then about face, and now we're back in this conversation.
Right, because my understanding of procurement, or how it is explained, is like procurement is supposed to, make sure that it's not being like political favors, it's not like a totally politicized like type of funding being directed at your friends, family. By going through our process, which is open to the public, and anyone can provide us feedback when we're directing funds, that satisfied the procurement law. And that's a summary. I'm not like citing anything specifically. That was my understanding of why it worked and why it didn't violate procurement laws in the past, and why we were doing it all the way up until this year. So that's what I'm asking for. So if in Corp Council's response to us that I'm looking for right now in Granicus, it has that analysis, then that is what I'm looking for.
Your mic.
Thank you. And so earlier when we were looking through DEM and they had a grant to Malama Hamakua, but before 10 minutes ago, I didn't realize I couldn't do this. I removed it so I could put it in here so that their funds could just be in one area because they had some difficulties trying to figure it out with EPNS. But if I didn't remove their grant from EPNS, would they still need a contract? Because it was originally in the budget as a grant. Can I just go and up their grant and revisit what I did?
So with this new process, if there's the checklist, if any of those questions are answered yes, then you should seek consultation from Corporation Counsel because it does depend on a lot of different factors. Okay. And so obviously Corp Counsel always wants to work with everyone to make sure that we get, we reduce our risk for audits and things like that, but we also, try to help the community as much as possible because it's needed.
Okay. Yeah, I think it's just confusing because it's a new process. So I know she has her own concerns, but I'm just trying to figure out how I can best serve the people who, as you know, do such good work. And I know you're trying to figure it out too. So I'm okay to do whatever I need to do to ensure that my community is served in the way that I'm requesting it to be served. However it needs to be done is fine with me. Thank you.
Chair, I have a question. Thank you, Chair. So was the mayor's proposed budget scrutinized to ensure that all of the grants and contracts presented to us met the standards? So if Member Uhajin's, to her previous question about a grant previously being awarded to this organization in EPNS met the muster of this new standard, she could conceivably add funding to that pot of money as a grant, correct?
Yes, that's possible if it was analyzed and determined that it did meet the
I guess, sorry.
requirements
Part
of
of
the
my
grant.
question was the budget scrutinized to ensure that all of the grants and contracts met this new standard before it was presented to us? Because I don't want to go down that road if we still need to make that determination.
So a lot of the grants that are in the mayor's budget have not provided grant applications yet. So some of that information has not been scrutinized.
I see.
But that's why we have a process in place.
Okay, so we can't just assume that everything in the proposed ordinance bill does meet that scrutiny.
Correct.
Okay. Yeah, because we're on page 14, and as we're having this discussion, I see a grant to, is it AGN LLC for the different clean and safe programs? Those are county programs, and if you're cleaning like sidewalks and roads and whatnot, I'm assuming that these are also probably should be contracts. Anyway, but I guess I started down this rabbit hole thinking if it was presented to us, by people who understood this process, this distinction that we should just add money to the pot in the way that it was originally presented. But I actually don't know that answer anymore.
I can answer the AGN question because we went down this one before when this was first kind of brought up a while ago, and then I wasn't sure where I was going to go after this. For that one in particular, because it's a little bit of both county and both private land is being serviced by that one grant, it could remain a grant.
I guess, but we
But
have
I
it
don't know
on
where
the
they
county
draw the
website
line.
as a county program, like Maui County Clean and Safe is a county program. So anyway.
Yeah. But that was just a determination a while ago. But I don't know if Member Rollins Fernandez wants some time or what, but we do have a motion on the floor. And then if we need to, I do have to leave in like 20 minutes so I could pick up Ehukai and the rest of everybody that I got to pick up. But then I'll be back in front of this my computer, this computer.
Oh, you can be at home?
Yes.
Yeah,
Thank
with
you.
the kids.
Chair.
Yes.
Member Uhajins, I support it either way.
Sure. But I know clarity is
And process. So I'd prefer to take our lunch now and not vote on it. I will vote on whichever the language ends up being, but I would like a little time to understand this new process that we are being asked to follow.
That's totally fine with me, because this is going to impact so many things. Not a problem, and I do appreciate your support and the members' future support, I really do. But I'm happy to let this be the catalyst for all the discussion we need to have to figure out how we're gonna make this all make sense with all the new changes. That's totally cool with me.
Okay. So
she's
Member
going to
Paulton.
withdraw her motion? And then withdraw the second? Okay, I got a proposal for our residency area funds.
Okay, so shift gears. We'll revisit yours, yeah?
So, well, before Member Hodgins leave, right? So it has been proposed informally to increase each pot by 60,000. Not everybody has an additional 60,000 of need, but I would love to accommodate the members that have additional need. And a one-time, if you have a named group that you want, to let them condition it out of the mayor's small grants pot, and leave the district funds at 140, so we're not adding 500 whatever to the budget. So if members that have over 140,000 in residency area allocations, we just approve all of that, and whatever their named today additional is, I have no problem with them naming it and conditioning it out of the mayor's small grants pot if it's 25,000 or less.
Okay. Is that a second?
Okay, that's my motion then.
I'll second.
Okay.
Wait, I don't think that's an actual motion. That sounds like a process, and I don't think that they know what names that they want to do right now.
They gotta know what names they have in mind right now.
You're
and,
right.
And the amount.
Okay, motion made by Member Paulton, second by Member Johnson. Discussion.
You know, Chair, when we get to it, during the small grants, I have language to increase that 25,000 to 40,000 for the small grants. So that might, I just want to let you guys know, I'm not on that discussion yet, but that would be my language when we get to it.
Interesting. Member Rollins Fernandez.
Mahalo, Chair. My motion before we took a recess was to increase all residency areas to 200,000.
That's my counter proposal because I don't.
Right. So I'm okay with the proposal. I support the proposal. I'm not prepared to do that right now. I don't have a $60,000 grant, or I don't know. It's gonna be messy. My counter proposal, because I have a 50,000 one. I don't know what Member Sinensi has, but that would be an easier move. So if we could make it 150,000, that would be better. And then we can make if we agree on doing that, then we can make the motions when we get to small grants after.
So Member
Yeah.
Paulton. So, yeah. So
Yeah.
basically, the motion on the floor is to increase this up to 200, or is it 140?
150.
150.
But also do Member Paulton's, if you went over 150, like both Member Rollins Fernandez and I did, then we can do a condition of the small grants in the mayor's.
Yes,
And transfer.
that would be my motion. And so that we can release Member Hudgens to go pick up her son. Oh, okay. Like I see that you have multiple small grants, so I don't know if Member Sinensi, you're ready to make the full motion of which grants would go under small grants at this moment, but I'd prefer to make that motion when we get back from lunch.
Yeah.
I can be ready.
Okay, so motion on the floor is to increase the 140 residency area to 142, 150.
and the remaining 50,000 for the Hana residency area and the Molokai residency area, 2 small grants.
Okay.
Apparently. Whoever has named
Extra.
ones.
For whichever residency area would be moved to small grants.
Okay, so it's 150. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Okay. Motion carries. Let's take lunch, right? You guys need to do the assessment of whatever, so you want to come back in 1 hour, 1:30, 1:45? Is it 12:34?
I'd like to ask Paul.
I'm so
For the
sorry.
145.
1:45?
If it's okay though, because I think we left on, unless you guys want to do more things, but we left on my motion, but I won't be back ready to participate until about 2:15.
Okay, so we didn't finish your motion. Oh,
Yeah.
we didn't finish yours.
No, because
they wanted
the
it
new
in writing.
version of what we got to do at county lands, but I won't be at home until about 2:15. But I don't have to leave for another 20 minutes, but I know we're all getting fussy, so I can do whatever.
Okay. Member Rollins Fernandez.
And so there's the 2 proposals for the county-owned land grants, and then the residency area grants. Member Uuhajens also has that. So I would be open to tabling that discussion or revisiting that. Maybe we'll just say like either like at the end of this department after we finish or at 2:15 or 2:30 when Member Uuhajens is settled at her next destination.
Okay, sounds good. So 1:45, back for lunch? Look at the time. You guys are fine? Okay. Welcome back to the Budget Finance Economic Development Committee. It is now 1:52, and I'm going to continue where we left off. We were talking about the residency area conditions, which is on from page 24 of your of the handout that was given to everybody on priorities.
Chair, maybe we could move on from that because remember, Hodgins did have things to do and she's not back yet. So maybe we can go on to the next thing.
Okay. Is that what you all want to do? We'll come back to this?
Or, I mean,
come back
because
to that.
she's not here and she's indicated that she had changes.
Chair, that was my request before we recessed.
Okay. So where we are going to pick up. So let's continue on with open space, natural resources, cultural resources, and scenic views preservation fund, page 56 on the budget bill. And these are the continuation of your conditions.
Chair,
So,
before
yes.
we move on
Yes.
from there, on page 15, I did have to change the name of one of the grant recipients.
Okay.
Under two grants and disbursements for business development and technology, item 2, Council for Native Hawaiian Advancements should be Hawaiian Council. Thank you.
Second.
Thank you.
Okay, we all know they changed their name, right? So are you all fine? All in favor, raise your hand and say aye. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, Member Cook, and 7. Okay, 7, and excuses, Member Hodgins and Sinensi. Motion carries. Anything else? Member Batangan?
Oh, that was, I fulfilled my kuleana. Thank you.
Okay. Okay, so on this condition, which is Councilmember Cook Revolving Fund 1, to add a new condition for up to $3.4 million for the acquisition of 14-acre parcel on Alahele Place. Member Cook.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, members, this is my proposal for South Maui from Open Space, Natural Resources, Cultural Resources, Scenic Views Preservation Fund, Section 9-19, Revised Charter, County of Maui, 1983, as amended, Chapter 3.88, Maui County Code.
Page 35 on the priority matrix for those of you that aren't there yet.
Thank you, Member Paulton.
Thank you very much, Member Paulton.
Second.
Second.
Discussion.
Okay, I made a motion. Does somebody have a second?
Yeah, I said second.
Thank you. This is a 14-acre parcel.
Moved by Member Cook, seconded by Rollins Fernandez.
This request is for a 14-acre parcel on Alahele Place in Kihei, tax map key print 23-9017-034, to be used for the southern terminus of the north-south collector road and flood control. This property is on the Makai side of the Pi'ilani Highway, right before the South Maui Police Department's traffic light. It is, it's an interesting piece of property. It's extremely inexpensive for the cost. The owner is 85 years old, bought it several years ago, thought about developing it. He's not interested in that at all. All the properties in the area that have looked at.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks.
Oh. Member Rollins Fernandez.
Mahalo, Chair. I'm supportive of the effort. I know we've been working on this for a long time. My question is regarding the funding source. Is this going to be part of the north-south collector road?
Yes.
You're going to pave over it and make it a road?
No.
Okay.
Okay, the north-south collector road goes on the western edge of it. And it is so from Mauka to Mackay, it's on the Mackay edge of the property, and it will go along.
Okay, I'll look it up on the map. I see,
Yeah,
the
good.
director.
Principally, it's going to be for flood mitigation and open space.
Okay, thank you.
Budget director.
Budget Director. Comments?
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, members. I wanted to raise a similar concern as Councilmember Rollins Fernandez. If we know at this time that a portion of the property will not be used as open space in line with the code requirement, I would request that we at least carve out that portion and purchase it with a different source of funding. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, Member Rollins Fernandez.
Mahalo, Chair. Does Budget Director have a recommendation on which funding? And then that way we don't have to guess.
Go ahead.
Thank you, Chair. If it'll be used for the North-South Collect Road, it may be possible to bond fund it under a CIP under the Department of Public Works.
Thank you. Works for me, a friendly amendment.
Works for me as the secondary.
Okay, any more discussion? Member Senensi, welcome. Member Batangan knows MPO, so yes.
I have a question. If part of it is going to be used to support the drainage, there's 5 million from prior year appropriations. So any part of it that's being used for the North-South Collector Road, I think the bond funding thing is appropriate. But maybe if part of it is going to be used to support drainage, that can come out of the 5 million prior year's appropriation, because that's what that was for, right?
Thank you for the proposal. The reason that I didn't opt for that is because there's several properties that are like actually in the drainage basins, the more active.
Or you have other plans for that money?
I think that not within this budget right now, but I think that money needs to stay there and add to it slightly for some of the other negotiated parcels.
Okay.
And if I may, also the fact that this is going to be a kind of a dual use, it's the drainage and the future road easement. The problem that we're having in South Maui with the North-South Collector Road is they're having to go through eminent domain at the very last minute, and I just vehemently, adamantly don't want to do that. So this is going to be the last section.
You already have a willing seller.
The county will own it, and we won't have any problems.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right.
Member Batangan.
Question was
Oh, sorry.
Yeah.
Member Batangan, and then Member
Yeah,
Rollins.
I had a similar concern with the use of the open space fund for this purpose. I guess my recommendation would have been something similar to what Budget Director said. Bond fund the purchase of the entire parcel, since we can't attribute that to the CIP project itself. And then if there's a portion that doesn't need to go towards the road, and this is a part where I have a question for the Budget Director, would we be able to have Public Works then pay back or have the open space fund pay back Public Works for that portion that's not needed for the roadway project?
We've done that before. Director Milner.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Councilmember Batangan. Yes, I think there's an opportunity. You can see in the Open Space Fund, there are already some conditions where we're paying debt service. So if we did buy this property with bond funds and we were able to allocate which portion of the debt service was going to become open space and which portion is actually going to be used for the CIP, I think in a future year, if a future council approved it, we could put a condition under the Open Space Fund to pay down that portion of the debt service there. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Budget Director. That would be my recommendation, Member Cook. Thank you.
So we would still be doing it now, but we would address that. You'll address it internally. Okay, thank you.
Okay, Member Rollins Fernandez.
Mahalo, Chair. Member Cook, do we have an appraisal for this? Appraisal.
I believe the appraisal was 3.6.
Okay, and the administration has it.
Yes.
Okay.
Okay, any more discussion?
Chair?
Yes.
Apologies to interject. Staff just needs clarification on where this is going. So we have noted the Councilmember Cook made the motion to put a condition under the Open Space Fund, 3.4 mil for the acquisition. And then a friendly amendment was accepted to put it under Public Works for bond fund. Is that the entire thing would be a bond fund under a Public Works now?
Yes, and after they internally figure out which portion would be eligible for open space would pay the debt service off that bond.
And then Chair, there is an existing CIP called North-South Collector Road, Waipuʻilani Street to Ko'onaulu Street under the Department of Public Works. Is that the CIP the 3.4 million would go under?
No.
It would be a separate one?
It's separate.
Because it's brand new.
Okay, thank you. So then staff will create put in a new line item for a new CIP, perhaps acquisition of tax map key and the tax map key, and then with an appendix C with the description that was put in that was suggested for the open space fund condition as the appendix C description. I guess if it's okay, staff does have a question as to what kind of project we would consider that. Would that, since it's acquisition, would it just be other projects?
It's going to be open space for, I mean, not open space, it would be acquisition for, maybe the budget director can help, but principally for flood mitigation, open space, future road. What would you call that?
Was this going to be used for North-South Collector Road, the portion of it, right? And that Director Molina was supportive. Public Works.
And also, as far as this price, the department will negotiate with the owner and do that. This is an up to amount. It isn't like it's basically that.
The amount. Okay. Director Milner.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, we do have categories for both drainage and for road improvements. I won't read the whole paragraph that goes along with that. So I think it could go under road improvements, or if we want, we can put it under other projects to sort of cast that broad umbrella to catch all of the possible uses of the property. So maybe other projects would be the wisest at this point. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Member Batangan.
Thank you. Member Cook, have you discussed this with the department? I just want to make sure that, because the project is eligible for federal funding, and I just want to make sure that your plans for acquisition are built into their overall plans for the project. Because this is on the tip and the stip, and I just want to make sure that it hasn't already been accounted for.
My understanding, talking with Director Molina, this is something that they wanted and needed, and they haven't secured it.
Thank you, Member Cook.
Very good.
That's helpful.
Okay. So no more discussion. Call for the motion. Okay, great. 8 ayes, 1 excuse, which is Member Hodgins.
Thank you, members.
Next, we have Member Senensi, revolving fund number 1, to add a new condition for up to $3 million for Ke'aohali'i.
Ke'aohali'i, yep.
Ke'aohali'i. Go ahead.
Second.
Member Senensi, second by Member Paulton. Discussion. Member Senensi.
Mahalo members, this is my revolving fund condition, and we heard from the members of Ke'aohali'i at the HANA budget meeting, and they currently have a willing seller in the 115.56 acres and a willing holder in Hawaii Islands Land Trust for this conservation easement. Members, in the past, these properties were marketed for luxury home developments, and Ke'aohali'i has worked to protect these important cultural lands, which includes burials and heiau, to put into conservation. And there are funding available in the Open Space Fund, and Ke'aohali'i has been good managers of these land management open spaces, and I ask for your
support.
Thank you.
I move to amend the motion.
Proceed.
To include the deletion on page 57 of number 6 up to 600,000 must be for a grant to Keauhali'i for the purchase of 9.78 acres located at Nanualele Kavaipapa Hana, per their testimony also. And I also move to delete number 5 up to 1.3 for the acquisition of property located at 131 Shaw Street in Lahaina, Maui. The reasoning for the first one, Mr. Crawford mentioned in testimony that they won't be going forward with that one. And number 5, I believe we had heard from the managing director sometime over the past year that the Salvation Army doesn't want money, they want land to relocate. So we can free up another 1.9 mil in that way with this one motion.
Second.
Very good.
Yeah. All right.
Member
Okay.
Halton, can you repeat, what page?
Page 57 of special purpose revenues,
And then it's numbers
5 and 6.
5 and 6.
To remove those.
Understood, thank you.
And I think Member Sinensi said he accepted it as a friendly motion, so 1 vote.
Yes.
You're fine, okay.
Save
All right,
time.
any more discussion? Member Johnson?
All in favor?
Oh, he was not going to talk, oh, you were voting. All in favor, so 8 ayes, 1 excuse, Member Hutchins.
Mahalo.
All right, next one is Member Sinensi again for Kipahulu Community Association, $59,000.
Mahalo, Chair. Move to add a new condition under the Open Space Preservation Fund. Up to $59,000 must be a grant to the Kipahulu Community Association for the purchase of approximately 2.640 acres in Kipahulu, TMK Parent 2 1-6-007-008 for conservation.
Okay.
Second.
Okay, excuse me. Motion made by Member Sinensi, second by, was it Member Holton? Discussion.
Thank you, Chair. We also heard from several testifiers at the Hana community budget meeting. And so this was, it seemed like an easy consideration for the price that they're getting, 2 acres in Kipahulu, Maui for $55,000 and then an additional $4,000 towards their closing costs.
Okay. Any more discussion? See none? Aye. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
8 ayes, 1 excuse, Member Hutchins.
Thank you, Member.
Yay, very
Chair.
good. Yes.
I have one more. Can I ask Budget Director to come back online? On page 57, the second condition under prior year's appropriations, you had did I understand you correctly that you were going to transmit a budget amendment to this body to delete number 2, the grants that had previously been appropriated for Malama Kakanilua?
Director?
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Councilmember Batangan. Yes, I need to confirm because I think there were a couple from Malama Kakanilua, and we were talking about one that was under the Economic Development and Cultural Programs Revolving Fund. So I will confirm that we've drafted an amendment for this one as well.
Okay, because, yeah, let us know, because if we can just take it up as a part of this, then you don't have to go and transmit a separate item, given that the open space fund appropriations don't lapse. We can clean it up while we're on the matter. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Councilmember. Yes, if we could just go ahead and do it for FY27, that would probably be the cleanest. Thank you.
Very good.
Okay. I guess then, members, I would move to strike item 2 under prior year appropriations. That would read up to $500,000 must be for Malama Kakanilua for safety and security for the Berry and Culture Preserve, the county-owned lands at Waiale.
Member Batangan, second by Chair Lee.
Thank you. Thank
Discussion?
you, Chair. Members, this is one that Member Sinensi and I have been reaching out to the administration for, trying to help the applicants be able to move forward with their application. But given the new guidance on what can be a grant and what can be a contract, we were advised that they cannot issue a grant for this as directed under the Open Space Fund, and that a budget amendment would be prepared and transmitted to us. So this strike would just save us that effort in the future.
Okay. Member Sensi, you're fine. Sounds like both of you. Okay. So.
Roll call.
Roll call.
Yeah, director's coming back on.
Oh, here you go.
I would prefer to leave it, but if they're going to transmit a budget amendment anyway, I figured easier.
Okay. Director.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Councilmember. I guess I'm just trying to clarify, are we deleting the condition in its entirety, or are we just deleting Malama Kakani Lua?
Oh, I mean.
So that the funds would still be appropriated for safety and security for the burial cultural preserve. It just wouldn't specifically name Malama Kakani Lua.
Thank you, Director. I would prefer to do what she just said so that the money can still be used for that purpose.
Okay.
So I guess if the chair is willing to allow for that amendment, I would amend the motion to just strike the grant recipient named in the ordinance.
Okay. Agree. Member Sensi.
Thank you, Chair. Just for clarification, so, if the budget director is still there, so for the funding, it would go out to bid. People wanted to access the funding.
Director.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Councilmember Sensi. Yes, it would go out to bid with an RFP that clearly delineates the acceptable use of the funds under the Open Space Fund. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Budget Director.
And if you want time to think about this, I can withdraw the motion and then they can transmit the budget amendment so that we can take it up at a later date, and then you can have time to think about it with your staff and then to discuss it with the organization as well.
Only because for me, Malama Kakani Lua has expertise in protections of Ivikupuna, and so I would want to put more protections as who, if should it go out, who should be able to.
Okay, so that being the case, I'll withdraw the motion, and then when the administration transmits the budget amendment, we can have that conversation.
Okay.
Thank you.
Mahalo.
Okay. So you're withdrawing this. Any others? None. Okay. So what I do have here is department cuts on fiscal neutral requests under Granicus. Oh, that's the department request. Reduce economic development program, category B operations and equipment by 50,000. Justification department's request for the public information and communication specialist and website design team for Maui Nui Strong.
So moved.
Okay, that was good. Okay, Member Paulton, second by Shirley. Discussion.
Department request.
Department.
All in favor?
Oh, okay. Going to move forward. Member Senensi.
Yes.
8 ayes, 1 excuse, Member Hodges. The next one is department request again, reduce the economic development program under grant and disbursements for business development and technology by 150,000 in category B operations and equipment for the Professional Golfers Association for the Century Tournament.
So moved.
Member Paulton, second by Chair Lee, and justification is PGA for Century Tournament based on recent discussions with the organization.
They pulled out.
Yeah, so sad.
You
Member
did the
Johnson.
full 150?
Decrease, yeah.
Decrease.
Yeah,
Right. Okay,
decrease.
thank you.
Yeah. Okay, all in favor, raise your hand, say aye. Aye. Great, so this is 8 ayes, 1 excuse. Motion carried. Now we're going to go into the operating budget, administration program.
Chair, did we take up all of the department requests?
No, we didn't do the middle one, which was an increase.
Correct.
I don't know if somebody wants to do it on their behalf, but
Sure.
We're in cut mode.
Yeah, we're in cut mode.
Sorry, that's why we skipped over it. It's because we're cutting first.
Cutting.
No,
I just was on the page.
I guess she didn't have the appetite for it, maybe, I don't know. Or did you intentionally miss it? Or
I'm
you-
in the cut mode.
Did you intentionally miss it or inadvertently miss
I
it?
have intentionally missed it, so.
Oh, she intentionally missed it.
Chair, are we not doing the process where we do priorities and then we do cuts and then
We
we
are-
take
we-
up departmental requests? Because, going all over the place is like.
We did
doesn't help
priorities,
the flow.
right? We did that this morning before lunch. And then we just went into the discussion about the,
Yesterday's process was our cuts and then departmental requests, but I don't know.
This was my cut.
what is your,
The department's requests.
Oh,
I see. All right.
oh, okay. Justification. Okay, so members' priorities, there were 12. We went through that. Thank you.
So
And-
Chair, I'm sorry. I still have cuts for OED. I have the ability to do
Oh.
that?
yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, I don't, it's okay.
Go ahead.
Perhaps we can start at the top again and then go salary account A, account B, and the mayor's office, and then go down the budget bill.
Okay,
so
that's
that
what,
we-
that's what I'm trying to do, okay? So let me just proceed then. Administration Program Budget Budget Bill 55, page 14. Are there any cuts or amendments to A or B? Member Paulton.
B12,
Okay,
small a, paren 1, category A, I move to decrease the appropriation by 120,000.
okay.
Second.
Okay, motion made by Member Paulton, second by Member Sinisi. Discussion. Category A.
This decrease is based on historical carryover and historically, regardless of who is in the mayor, during an election year, they have a hard time to fill political appointee vacancies because of the uncertainty. So that's why I'm proposing a $120,000 cut.
Cut, okay. Any more discussion? Seeing none, all in favor, raise your hand, say aye.
Actually,
Oh, Member
yeah, I
Batangan.
do have discussion. I guess I'm supportive. Is there so when I did my review of the mayor's budget, I didn't go by funds. I just looked at the department as a whole. Can I ask Member Paulton if she's proposing cuts to other one?
Yeah, my category C and D, or small c, small d, cuts are gonna be a little bit less because I've been informed that they have or are hiring grants people, and with all the grants we just added, I don't want to slow down the disbursement of the money that we put in to be
Okay.
dispersed. So I'm decreasing those as indicated in my original, but those are my next motions because we're going by
A.
By categories, yeah.
category, yeah.
So you're proposing to decrease, sorry, can you repeat the motion again?
For this category, small a, I'm proposing a $120,000 decrease
So from the admin program, yeah.
from the admin program.
Okay.
And then I'll lessen my grants and economic development decrease.
But the totals that you had previously indicated, like the totality of it all is gonna remain the same?
I think I'm gonna do the grants, 20,000 decrease in economic development, a 20,000 decrease in light of that they're interviewing and all the money that we put in for them to disperse. We need to make sure that they have the staff to disperse them.
Okay. Okay,
But for this motion is 120,000.
thank you. I guess I just hadn't broken down my evaluation of the mayor's office into specific funds. I guess I'll speak
Okay.
now.
Discussion.
Yeah. So when I saw the proposed increases for salary and wages, for the office of the mayor as a whole, I think I was a little surprised. They're asking for a roughly 12% increase in salaries and wages, but not asking for a single additional employee. And I thought that was a little excessive, especially when they were proposing to give 4 of those employees director level salaries. And I think it still feels disingenuous to me that the explanation for those largest increases was pay parity between the civil servants and political appointees. I do want to say that I think that there are legitimate reasons for paying our appointees more than those who have civil service protections. And I do think that the office is doing good work. But a roughly 12% increase is a little steep. And that's roughly 4 times what, some of our first responders just got. So if my back of the napkin math is correct, from what Member Paulton just said, that would still give the office of the mayor roughly double what some of our first responders got. I feel like that's fairer. And so I will be supportive of this motion and the next few that she indicated are coming. Thank you, Chair.
Okay. Member Paulton.
I guess for my second and final, if you average it out, because I think Shopo got like a 5% or something more, which I don't know why they're treating I think that all of our first responders, even emergency service dispatch and ocean safety, who I consider all first responders, should be treated all similarly. But just pointing that out, not all the first responders got junk deals.
Yeah. Okay. Any more discussion? Seeing none, all in favor, raise your hand, say aye. This is 8 ayes, 1 excused member. Member Johnson? Yeah, okay. Member Hodgins. Okay, Member Paulton.
Thank you. My next one will be in small c parentheses 1, category A, to decrease that appropriation by 20,000.
Okay. Second is Member Senensi. Okay. So C category, what did you say? C category?
A. And I will note that my initial one was 50,000, but I was told that they're interviewing or are in the process of hiring several grants managers. And given all the money we just put in, I would like to get that money out the door. And so I would like them to hire those folks so that the money can get out the door more expeditiously than it did this year.
Okay, is there a second?
All in favor?
Well, did I get a second? I'm sorry, I missed it. Oh, Member Senensi, okay. Any more discussion? See none, all in favor, raise your hand, say aye. 8 ayes. Okay, Member Hodgins, 1 excused.
In category A of small d, same section, I move to reduce the appropriation by 20,000.
Okay. Proceed.
Moved by Member Paulton, second by Chair Lee. Same discussion as previous motion.
Okay, all in favor, raise your hand, say aye. Okay, 8 ayes, 1 excuse, motion carries. Next.
I will yield the floor to my colleagues.
Any more? Okay, thank you. So Member Johnson, are you coming down with?
Yeah, I have cuts.
Okay. Yes, your turn.
All right, thank you, Chair. So this is in page 15 in the budget bill, Kemper Sports Marketing LLC for the Maui Invitational. I move to reduce line item by $100,000 for an appropriation of $300,000.
Is there a second?
Thank you.
Kemper, bottom of page 15 on the budget bill.
Second.
Okay, Member Johnson, second by Member Paulton. Go ahead.
Thank you, Chair. $150,000 is allocated for the women's tournament, and that's an OM-2. Reduction allows for the same amount to be used for the Maui Invitational. Administration may come for a budget amendment if funds are needed. That's my discussion.
Okay.
I see Director Milner on. You have something to add?
Director.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Councilmember Johnson. So 250,000 of this is for the men's Maui Invitational, and 250,000 will continue to be used for the Maui Invitational. So this would reduce the amount available for the women's Invitational to 50,000, which means most likely that event will not occur this year.
Oh.
Thank you, Chair.
Okay. All right, I'm gonna remove that then.
Okay, you withdrawing?
Yeah, I'll withdraw it.
Okay, both withdraw. Okay,
Okay, I have a second one.
okay, go ahead.
This is Economic Development, page 15 in the budget. I move to reduce Category B by $50,000, leaving a total appropriation of $680,000, 221. If I can get a second, I can explain.
Second, Member Paulton. Go ahead.
Thank you, Chair. So reduction in 903-039, B as in Bravo, -6317, County Grant Subsidy Funding for Marketing and Guidelines related to the Makahiki season line item. This is for marketing guidelines. $50,000. Page 15, and it's in the, right, there's still 100 grand for marketing. If Director Milner has anything to add for that, I'd like to hear.
She didn't pop up.
Okay, she didn't pop up.
Oh, yeah, it's page 16, number 8. Makahiki has 850,000. I think OEV has another one, that's why. Is that why? I
Right,
think it was
so
double.
that's, maybe Director can explain, there's two pots.
Yeah.
I can explain. OEV has 20,000 for employee Makahiki games. Administration has 850,000 for Makahiki season that the understanding is will be distributed through grant process, and 150,000 additional is going to be used for marketing and advertisement. So he's proposing to reduce marketing and advertisement by 50,000 so that there's still 100,000 for marketing and advertisement.
Great discussion. All right, Member Johnson, are you fine?
Yeah, 100%. I'm ready for the question.
Okay. Anybody else? Member Rollins Fernandez.
Mahalo, Chair. We heard from Deputy Director Robinson this morning explaining, and I know it's really hard to put things into words, and I assume that they have kind of a plan, which is why they proposed the budget they did. So I will be voting against this.
Okay, roll call. Oh, anybody else have discussion? See none. Roll call, please.
Chair, proceeding with the roll call vote, Councilmember Tom Cook,
Aye.
Councilmember Gabe Johnson,
Yes.
Council Chair Alice Lee,
Aye.
Councilmember Tamara Paulton,
Aye.
Councilmember Kiani Rollins Fernandez,
No.
Councilmember Shane Sinensi,
No.
Councilmember Noe Uhajin's excuse, Committee Vice Chair Kunoy Batangan,
Aye.
Committee Chair Yukile Sugimura.
Aye.
Chair, that's 6 ayes, 2 noes, 1 excuse, motion passes.
Okay.
Okay, for my next trick, I will move to, this is again page 16 in the budget bill, parentheses 8, the Makahiki season, and I move to reduce the appropriation by $250,000 for a remaining total of approximately $600,000. Yes. And if I can get a second, I can explain.
Okay.
Second.
Okay. Member Johnson, second by Member Paulton.
So, members, I'm going to call a spade a spade. I sometimes feel that this administration is not getting its grant process correct, and there's been a lot of money left on the table. And I feel like this is really, they haven't administered these grants very well, and I think it's biting off more than they can chew. So that is I wanted to speak about the process doesn't seem to be going very well, but I do support Makiki. It's just a matter of, can they do it, is my question. And that's my explanation. Thank you, Chair.
Okay. Is this Budget Director?
You're muted.
I didn't hit my mute button. I apologize. Thank you, Chair. Thank you. Yeah, I think Deputy Director Robinson spoke to this pretty well this morning. I think we feel this funding is important at the level that it's at to really try and launch this with a really strong first year. I think we've had a lot of conversations around our grants and our grant processes, so I don't feel the need to really delve into that right now. We're making a strong effort to standardize and really make it smoother for our grantees. And it's possible some of the applicants for this Makahiki funding will fall into that $25,000 bucket, but we can have that conversation at another date. I know we don't need to get into the weeds today. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Any other discussion? Member Rollins Fernandez.
I speak in strong opposition to this motion. This is the first time that they've done this. And anything to uplift some of the culture that's been erased through colonization, I'm going to support. And I'm going to help them to make it successful and not just cut them off at the knees. Mahalo, Chair.
Thank you. Any other discussion? Member Batangan.
Thank you, Chair. Had Deputy Director not come to testify before us on this line item specifically, I probably would have been open. But it sounds like this is a priority for the administration, and that they have a plan in place. You know, I'm comfortable cutting the advertising budget, but I think I would like to leave the programmatic budget in place. You know, we'll see how it goes this year, whether or not they're able to utilize all $850,000, and then I might be open in the future to adjustments. But I do want Deputy Director to know that I did hear her, and it made a difference, so thank you.
Thank you. Chair Lee. Oh, sorry, then Member Cook after.
I'll be voting for the motion. I think all of us support the Makahiki program. The thing is, we know throughout the year we have an inordinate amount of amendments, and they seem to always have additional funding, extra funding, carryover savings from where we don't know. And so there's an abundance of money within the totality of the budget that they can draw upon for this program if needed. Thank you.
Chair, I want to jump in here real quick. I think this budget has been going pretty well in a give and take relationship. I don't want to pour salt on the wound. I'm going to withdraw my motion. I don't want the wah that we have been having, the harmony that we've been having. So I'm going to withdraw my motion. Thank you.
Mahalo, Member Johnson.
Okay. All right, Member Senensi.
Thank you, Chair. And as I mentioned, my reduction moved to reduce Office of the Mayor Economic Development Program General B account by $50,000.
Okay.
And that was the same as the request from the mayor, it looks like.
Yeah, I think we did it.
I have another one.
Oh, you.
Yeah.
Oh, that was a departmental request, but I thought Member Johnson was going after the Makahiki.
Yeah.
No, the 50,000.
Yeah, they did.
Was that his? Yeah, that was different, right, from this one?
Just that part, this 50,000 is, the motion carried. So
Oh,
the rest is
so
there.
this is the same?
No, I just withdrew.
He withdrew
This is
the,
category B.
The first cut we made when we came back from lunch was the 50,000 in economic development program. That was,
The mayor's one?
yeah.
Oh, okay.
So we did that.
Okay.
We can't cut it twice because it's already cut.
I do have another cut, though.
Well,
Unless
wait,
you want
let's
to.
remember.
well, I did have two conditions from our priorities.
We were waiting for Member Hodgins to come back. We're gonna do it, but
Okay,
we want to
I'll
wait
wait.
for her to come.
Thank you.
Okay, Member Johnson, you have
All
another
right,
one.
so this is page 16. 3 grants and disbursements for the visitor industry. Tourism Management Grant Fund, and I move to reduce appropriation by 300,000 for a remaining total appropriation of 150,000, but I'm open to a different number if someone wants to talk.
I moved to up that to 450,000.
For
So leaving 50,000 in there?
Leaving nothing in there.
Oh, so,
Delete it.
okay,
yeah.
all right, well, let's
Oh, you
let's
have
have
a
that
second?
talk.
Do you have a
Let's-
second?
Second.
My motion is for 300,000, but I'd like to hear what the members are going to speak on this.
Member Paulton.
Sure. Their management always turns into advertisement, and there's no management. Like, Member Cook and myself live, and probably Member Sinensi, live in areas that endure the impacts of the revenue that we enjoy. And there's no managing it. Like, you can give people money and they can say they're managing it or they're doing this and it's gonna manage it. It doesn't manage it to the worst of the aggressions that residents encounter with tourists acting badly. In my opinion, there's no amount of money that you can throw at anything that will mitigate tourists acting badly. And that's not to say that that all tourists act badly, but the tourism management fund, I think, is not just to whatever. It's the problem is the worst of the worst, the tourists that act badly, that don't have respect, that go walk into people's burnt down lives and do whatever they want. And there's no amount of money that you can throw at that problem that's gonna fix it. Either they're gonna do the right thing or they're not gonna do the right thing. And so that's my discussion is there's a lot of great tourists. There's tourists that are good people. There's tourists that are helpful. There's tourists that volunteer, donate, whatever. And this is not about them. It's about the tourists mitigating the harmful actions of tourists that Member Sinensi's district, Member Cook's district, and my district see the most. And there's no amount of money that you can throw at that problem that's gonna mitigate the worst of the worst or even the bad. Because they come here with the entitled attitude of this is America, I can do whatever I want, it's land of the free, and that's me, and I'm gonna do what I want. So we're looking for cuts, 450,000, a lot of money. I'm not impressed with who the money has been given out before and the results. I mean, with the exception of the Engage Summit, because that was a specific thing. But as they're dispersed as grants, I'm not impressed.
Thank you. Chair Lee and then Member Sinensi. Sorry, I was looking this way.
So we need to be clear on what the motion is.
The motion is, I move to cut 300,000 of the 450,000 pot, so leaving 150,000 in there.
Okay, so you didn't say that you're open to an amendment from Member Paulton?
I am, but I also want to hear what other members are saying, because as soon as she said cut it, I saw Councilmember Cook shake his head no. So again, in the
Okay, so
in
we're
the
just.
spirit of harmony, right, come on.
Okay, this is not a harmonious subject. So let's expect, reality here.
Okay.
And my reality is we should leave money in the budget for tourism, education, and information and promotion the way it should be promoted. And in order to do a good job, a decent amount of money needs to be left there for that purpose. So that's why I would be voting against your motion and a motion to delete all of it. Thank you.
All right.
Okay. Member Senensi.
Thank you, Chair. I do agree with Chair Lee, but I mean, I wish some of the money would go to, when you come down the stairs at the Kahului Airport, maybe talk about invasive species or put some kanawai on some how to act when you're as a visitor, but I don't see any, instead I see these huge signs, 3 stories tall about the helicopter or something commercial. So I wish the funding would go to more education about our, pristine waters, beaches, freshwater streams, all of these things to be respectful on our island as a visitor. And I know that 2 of our council members will be kind of paneling a discussion on this topic. And so
That's WIR.
I don't know if zeroing out the entire thing might, or I don't know how that discussion may go, but I'll leave it up if. Thank you.
Okay, Member Ramos Fernandez.
Mahalo, Chair. So I looked up the correspondence from Mayor, and for 2026, it says the funding were awarded to Maui County Visitor Association for Hele Mai Maui. I don't know what that is. And Kolealea Retreat Center of Maui LLC for resilient community demonstrations and eco tours. So I would be supportive of Member Bolton's proposal.
Okay, I think on the floor, I think it's Member Johnson, right? Your
Yes.
motion is for 350,
Yeah, 300,000.
300,000.
But, this is a debate I'd like to hear from some other members as well, because I'm willing to move on that number. So, Ijo.
Okay, Member Batangan, then Chair Lee. Chair Lee spoke. Member Batangan.
Thank you, Chair. I guess this is one where I could use some context. Who does this money normally go to and what is it normally used for? Yeah, so I guess, but that doesn't have to be the case, right? Because a recipient isn't named. So I support the idea of tourism management. Each island has a destination management plan, and that doesn't sound like it's being funded through this. I somewhat agree with Member Paulton that the worst of the worst, you're probably not going to change their minds. But I do also think that there are people who would like to do well here and would just need some guidance. And if the money can be used to help change the minds of those who are amenable, I think it'd be a worthwhile investment. I just don't have a whole lot of context. I see the budget director popping on, and maybe she can speak to some of the questions that I just brought up.
Director.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, council members. Yes, as you all know, tourism is one of our economic drivers, which is why funding was left in the budget for this, in order for the county to continue to participate in the process. We are completely open to the council members adding conditional language here to add some legislative intent for the use of the fund, if there are specific directions they would like to see it go. So I just wanted to add that to the conversation. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Who else? Member Cook.
Thank you, Chair. I'm okay with cutting $150,000. I hear from my colleagues the issue. I think I look in this in a more of a positive light as an opportunity to basically have a voice, the county to have a voice to mitigate some of the problems that my colleague has described. I don't think not funding it at all is going to have any hope of improving our communication and like that. There's always going to be Pilau people anywhere and everywhere, rich, poor, here, there, everywhere. It's been really rough the last few years with COVID, the fire, and a variety of things. And my district that does rely a lot on tourism, and I'm not really engaged with the hotels at all, but restaurants and stores. The messaging can be positive and useful, and I'd like to keep the funding. I agree that this is an area that can be cut. So if you have a $150,000 cut, I'd be very, very supportive and willing to support it.
You know, if I can respond, Chair,
Yes.
I'm trying to find that balance that we as a body have, okay? Because some of you folks don't want to raise property taxes. And I don't really like cutting programs, but if that's what, you know, I'm not afraid to raise property taxes on the wealthy, on non-owner occupied, on the wealthy, on the folks who don't live here, on the folks with $3 million homes and higher. I'm there for that. But some folks aren't. But this is where I'm trying to meet you where you're at. And if you have folks don't want to cut the things that I'm proposing, then I'll see you in property tax time. And that's when it ends up, I'm trying to have a little harmony. We've been really good.
You're getting my attention.
So, all right. You hear where I'm coming from.
Yeah.
Those are my saying. Chair, you raise your hand, I call on you. Go ahead, Chair.
Good job, Member Johnson.
I can be amenable to 300,000 in the
So
spirit of
I
harmony.
want a little bit history, right? So visitor industry, we used to give them millions of dollars at one point and went to the Maui Visitors Bureau or Maui, not Maui Hotel and Lodging Association. They're an advocacy group. But last year, I think it was 350 or whatever. It went to a wedding organization and
300 to the
300.
wedding.
And that's who got the money, you know, and it's part of their industry. I support the visitor industry because they're our economic driver. As much as people I read about hate it, whatever it is, they are the ones that are bringing in new money and helping our economy. And it's important, right? And I believe that by us giving some money, that we'll have some voice in this to be able to say, this is what we want. This is not like what HTA does or what the state does, because they give way more. I know that, and I believe that they have their destination management groups that have gone to, you know, different communities. I've participated in that with MEDB. And it's not perfect. Nothing is ever perfect. So I actually don't want to cut anything and, you know, to leave it as is, but I'll go, you know, we'll vote, and it'll be a roll call vote. Member Rollins-Fernandez.
Member Polton had her hand up, but I wanted to also flag that Member Hudgens is online now if you want to get her disclaimer.
Oh, very good. Welcome. Member?
Thank you, Chair. I'm at my private residence right now, and I have 2 minors and a cat. Sorry it was a little bit long. I was following a bus home, so my drive took a little bit longer.
Welcome. Very good. Member Paulton.
Yeah, for context of last year, there was 450,000, and we conditioned 300,000 of that 450,000 for the Engage Summit. And to Member Sugimura's context, I think, you know, in the past we've given them like $3 million, $4 million, $5 million to the Maui visitors, and no other county gave that kind of money. I don't know if it's because Mike White was on the council, he's a general manager of a hotel or what, but no other county gave that kind of money to their visitors association. They relied on the overarching one, Hawaii Tourism Authority. When we came on, that was like one of the first cuts when I came on, was the $3 million or however much to the Visitors Association. And then COVID hit, and then, like, you know, the state shut down regardless of if you wanted tourists or not, because of the COVID situation. And then when the restrictions were lifted because of COVID, or when the COVID restrictions were lifted, we couldn't keep up with the tourists that came in because the rental car industry had shipped off all their cars, workers weren't back at work, and this is all without any promotion money. And when we initially cut the 3 million amount, we said we'd like to transition from telling people to come, to educating them and telling them how to be good visitors. And what we were told by the Visitors Association at that time is, no, we don't do that. We only promote and we tell people to come. And so I'm going off of what they told me. I'm not supportive of the way that the money has been spent. I think if we are gonna leave 150,000 in there, I would put it in educational about, specifically about what to do during disasters, because of all the short-term rental entities that still exist today. And when there is a disaster, they don't have the kind of guidance that a major resort or hotel has, that they end up at our hubs, they end up doing all kind of wrong things. So if we're leaving any kind of money in there, I think the language should be like informational, educational, not just like management, but informational and educational. My preference is disaster, but it could be any range of informational and educational, like, the Hawaii Pledge, I think is one. We put a lot of that information into the WEIR documents, the booklet, the Maui County Pledge, and things like that. So that would be my preference. And I can live with a $300,000 cut, but that's just the background for Member Batangan, because he said he didn't he didn't know the full history. But they're gonna come. They're gonna come whether you're ready or not. They're gonna come whatever, and there's no stopping them.
Okay, Chair.
Member Johnson.
I'm going to amend my number, and if folks want to add conditional language on the remaining pot, feel free in a different motion. I'll be open ears, but I'm going to move to amend my proposal to reduce of 150,000, leaving 300,000 in the pot. Can I get a second?
A second, and a friendly amendment, if we can, conditional language is for education and not enlightenment, but
Okay.
Information and education.
Information and education. And there, it isn't so much for, I just share, it isn't so much for promotion, because they're going to be here, it's for the people who come, that there's an opportunity for our voice, our community's voice, to connect with them. And I don't know who or what that is, but that's sort of where I'm coming from. The intent is so that somebody with a voice can kind of tune them up to behave.
And staff, did you see the friendly
It's
language?
motion made by Member Johnson, second by Member Cook. And it is now, you're reducing it, it's 300,000.
300,000 remaining in pot with additional conditional language that I hope the staff got. I think the discussion's been long enough on this fund, so I'm here and ready to vote.
Chair.
Okay.
Chair.
Member Sinensi.
If Member Cook would be amenable, just as friendly amendments, to also include disaster information, invasive species, when traveling, and what else we said, just basic etiquette when visiting our parks and public spaces, something like that.
Okay, Chair Lee.
Would the body consider cultural orientation as well?
As the maker of the motion, I consider that a friendly amendment, and as long as staff is getting these conditions, I'm here and ready to vote. Let's go.
Okay. Go ahead, Member Cook. Okay, so I just want you to know, roll call, I want to keep the 450 intact because I think that it should be way more, but I like all the conditional language. I can tell I'm going to lose, but it is probably going to be what Member Johnson is recommending and all the amendments in terms of the educational everything. So that's all good too. Go ahead.
Chair, apologies just for staff to clarify. So there was originally a motion by Councilmember Johnson, seconded by Member Paulton, to reduce the fund by 300,000. And then there was a motion to amend, Councilmember Johnson, Councilmember Cook second, to change the amount to reduce to 150,000, and with friendly amendments to include a condition for funds to be used for information and education, including disaster preparedness, invasive species, etiquette in public spaces and parks, and cultural information or cultural practices.
Excellent.
Mr. Kruger, on the disaster preparedness, can you note specifically while visiting, because, we have a lot of disaster preparedness for residents, but like kind of targeting it towards, I'd say more so the short-term rental visitors, because the resorts do take care of their visitors during a disaster. They even take care of some of our residents. So if the disaster preparedness portion of the sentence can say targeted towards short-term rental visitors.
Got that?
Okay.
Yeah, okay. All right, roll call.
Chair, proceeding with the roll call vote. Councilmember Tom Cook,
Aye.
Councilmember Gabe Johnson,
Yes.
Council Chair Alice Lee,
Aye.
Councilmember Tamara Paulton,
Aye.
Councilmember Keanu Rollins Fernandez,
Aye.
Councilmember Shane Senensi,
Aye.
Councilmember Nohe Hodgins,
Aye.
Committee Vice Chair Konoe Batangan,
Aye.
Committee Chair Yuki Lei Sugimura.
No.
Mahalo, members.
Chair, that's 8 ayes, 1 no, motion passes.
You guys are a tough crowd, man. Tough crowd.
Okay, any more? Yes, member, yeah.
So staff interpreted that as a motion to amend a main motion on the floor. So I think the committee just needs to vote one more time. Apologies.
Motion, the main motion as amended. Member Johnson.
Mahalo,
Yeah.
I'm sorry, what was that?
Main motion as amended.
Oh, main motion as
They took your
amended.
first.
So moved.
I think we discussed it already.
Withdraw your motion before you make the motion.
Okay.
No, she wants to vote.
Roll call.
Yeah.
Same.
Chair, proceeding with the roll call vote. Councilmember Tom Cook,
Aye.
Councilmember Gabe Johnson,
Yes.
Council Chair Alice Lee,
Aye.
Councilmember Tamara Paulton,
Aye.
Councilmember Keanu Rollins Fernandez,
Aye.
Councilmember Shane Senensi,
Aye.
Councilmember Nohe Hodgins,
Aye.
Committee Vice Chair Konoe Batangan,
Aye.
Committee Chair Yuki Lei Sugimura.
No.
Chair, that's 8 ayes, 1 no, motion passes.
Okay, thank you.
Chair, now that member Hodgins is here, at any time we can go into those items that we
Okay.
put off.
Okay, I think member Cook has something.
Yeah, I have one more cut in the same one.
And is member Johnson done?
Those are my cuts for Mayor's Office and OED. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Go ahead.
Chair, may I?
Yes.
I have a cut for the mayor's office. If it hasn't happened already, I might have missed it. Delete $150,000 county grant subsidy to the PGA for the Century Tournament. You already did that? Yeah, because it was canceled, blah, blah, blah. Okay, that's
We
already
did it
deleted.
under departmental requests.
Okay. Anything else, members? Shirley, you have your hand up.
We take up member Hodgins' item. Could we take up mine that we tabled yesterday?
Okay.
Because hers and mine go together.
Okay, I think we did yours. Did we do yours before the break and we're getting the tax map key numbers, or did we not finish it? Member Hodgins.
Thank you, Chair. During our lunch recess, my pro bono council member / attorney helped figure out what we can do for this information. So we actually didn't take a vote.
Okay.
And I know Chair Lee has a priority that we didn't do yet, which I'm happy to take up as well. It's in the revolving funds, but the other stuff we didn't do either. And I think the residency conditions we didn't do either.
Yeah, we were waiting
We
for you to
didn't do-
come back on that, the residency.
Thank you so much
So
for
we put that-
everybody's patience.
So you want to take up yours? Office of the Mayor. and
If
you have two.
possible,
Yeah,
but I think it begins, unless I missed it when I was driving with Corp Counsel,
oh, contract versus.
giving us some direction, giving me rather some direction. Thank you.
Okay, Corp Counsel, this is about contracts or grants, right? Is that the discussion?
Yes, I think about, thank you, Chair. I think specifically about these two conditions. I think the advice is to move if the body would like to move forward with this vote, and then I'll do, with additional information, they can provide more advice by first reading.
Okay. So Member Hodgins, you're fine with the discussion you had with Corp Counsel?
Yes. Again, majority of the conversation was handled through my pro bono attorney, but the information that I was provided is that I can continue as I originally intended, was to give Namaka Omaliko and Malama Hamakua Maui grants. So if I may right now, I will make my motion.
Okay.
So on page 14, number 12, Office of the Mayor, small a, paragraph 3, in stewardship and maintenance of county-owned lands, I move to add $130,000 for two conditions. The first condition reads, don't mind the chicken, he's voting in support. Up to $50,000 must be for Namaka Omaliko for disposal, recycling, testing, and remediation of environmental contamination. And 2, up to $80,000 must be for Malama Hamakua Maui.
Second.
Okay. Motion made by Member Hodgins, second by, was that Member Rollins Fernandez? Yeah. Okay. Discussion.
Thank you, Chair. Both of these community groups, the first, Namaka Omaliko, as I described before we went into my first recess before lunch, plan to help bring back Maliko Bay and do a bunch of, as I described earlier, disposal, recycling, and testing, remediation of that area. And Malama Hamakua Maui has been doing terrific work, tremendous work, and I hope to continue to support them. And we are going to be doubling what the mayor had put in there per their request. They suffered a lot of trespassers, I guess we're gonna call it, during the floods that kind of ruined all the good work they had been doing. So I feel so terrible for them, but they gotta kind of redo what they've been doing, and I would just love to support them as they continue to do all the things they have been doing. Thank you so much, and Chair and members, and thank you for your patience and support.
Okay, thank you. Member Rollins Fernandez.
Mahalo, Chair. Wanted to clarify about the motion. Does it include the increase of 130,000?
Yes, this time I did remember to do that.
Okay, I figured I missed it. Fully support the good work, all the I know work that our community members, community organizations do. And mahalo to Deputy Corp Counsel Rigglesworth for spending her lunch, as well as Mr. Hanano, looking through state statute and trying to figure out the best way to move forward today. We decided that having a little more time to make sure everything is good and not just in the hot spot would be best for everybody. And then we'll have a decision by first reading. So mahalo, Ms. Rigglesworth. Mahalo, Chair.
Okay, thank you. Anybody else have discussion? Did you get this, James and Kirsten? Okay. So when you first talked about this, Member Hodgins, you had the whole tax map key and you were taking it in another category, but now you're very similar to what you had proposed initially in terms of naming the organizations.
Yes, so initially, as it reads on our office, on our priorities, We put it as a grant, as we had been doing for a very long time. While Namaka Omaliko is a new entity and a new grantee, Malama Hamakua Maui is not, and they are both on county-owned lands. However, with some changes that we've been doing with our grants, they had opined differently than what we have been doing, in that perhaps county-owned properties may need a RFP and a contract and not necessarily a grant. Over lunch, Member Rollins Fernandez and Corporation Council I sat there and said, kind of worked out how maybe we can do this better, especially to support the continued work of the people who've already been stewarding the lands. We see this in many places like Teens on Call, Malama Hamakua Maui, like a bunch of places, and it would kind of mess up the flow of things. So we figured out how to make it work. I think that's why we're going to get an opinion from them. When I was making my motion the second time is when I was trying to figure out how we can do the RFP with the contract, but it was a little messy. And so now we're back to original plan as proposed in doing the grant. I know it's been like a big mess, but thank you.
Important discussion. Member Rollins Fernandez.
Mahalo, Chair. And Member Uuhajens won't have to worry about this next budget session, because the lease to Malama Hamakua Loa should be executed before then. I'm going to manifest that. Okay.
Okay, ready for vote? Oh, Member Cook. Oh, you're voting. All in favor, raise your hand, say aye. So we have 9 ayes. Motion carries. Very good. Yeah, you figured that out. All right. So, Chair Lee, go ahead.
I'm going to need the assistance of Member Uuhajens as the chair of the HLU committee. She's way more familiar with the project than I am, but although we all took it up together.
Ho'onani.
So the item is up to $3 million for the Ho'onani Village Mixed-Use Development Project for well and water system improvements, infrastructure, and connections. Member Uuhajens?
I need a second.
Thank you, Chair. If you don't mind me taking it away now. It's actually 13 million, but there was a 3 in there for sure. So I moved to, and I'll explain in a bit, on page 52 of the GET tax fund, reduce, don't panic, Leslie, number 1, the 75 million for Central Maui Regional Wastewater Reclamation Facility, reduce it by 9.5 million, and on the page before that, in page 51, in letter F, insert a condition under the countywide sewer capital improvement reserve fund, which is what we created this fund for. Make a condition up to 9.5 million must be used for Central Maui Regional Reclamation Facility, RRWWRF Waikapu, under the Department of Environmental Management. So copying that first language in 1, pasting it in language in F, which leaves now $18,951,919 surplus GET unused tax funds. And I would like to add a number 5 condition to $13 million for the Ho'onani Village Mixed-Use Water Development Project for well and water systems improvements, infrastructure, and connections.
Okay, second.
You said the page, but what document was it again?
55.
Bill 55.
Okay.
But I see Budget Director.
Budget Director.
That's a motion. Is that a motion? If it is, I second it.
Okay, so.
Yes, I said I moved
Member
to. Thank you.
Hodges,
That was a
second by
lot of
Shirley.
words.
Go ahead. Go ahead, Director.
Aloha, Chair. So the Sewer Capital Reserve Fund was really created to be an emergency fund specifically for sewer. So I just wanted to mention that by using that fund, we're not leaving any funds if an emergency happens down the road. I also do have concerns about using GET. I understand that the intent is to ultimately deed whatever is built over to the county, but when it's initially built, it won't be county. And my understanding from talking to Deputy Director Landgraf this morning is that the deeding is like 3 to 5 years in the future. So I just am not sure this is the right use of the funding. I do know that there are some conversations happening literally right now about Ho'onani villages. So if I could ask the body's consideration to maybe table this for the moment until I have some more information from the water department and can come back to you, I would really appreciate it. Thank you, Chair.
Okay.
Okay.
That's okay with me. This will be the second time. And, you know, we have a couple days, so no rush, but hurry up. But I can wait. That's fine.
Okay.
If that's okay with the body, of course, and Chair. Sorry if I spoke out of turn.
Do you want us to withdraw the motion or table the motion?
Because it might be a different motion.
I can withdraw.
Okay,
Then we can continue to move on with other things.
I withdraw the second.
Okay,
Thank you.
good. And then Director will find out more information that we may need.
Let's do the residency area ones now.
Yeah. So is that, oops. The residency area one, I think is on page, is it 27? Oh, 24?
Chair, I believe
Page
it's on page
24.
24.
Yeah, page 24. Okay, so page 24, Chair Lee is first.
Okay, Wailuku, Waihe'e, Waikapu.
So are you fine with this? Okay.
Yeah, I mean, these are proposals that I have done before. Last year, you know, both to Waikapu Community Association, Keikula Opi Ilani, and Iao Community Cemetery. So I would have, let's see, about 15,000 not earmarked. I'm leaving that open, and that's why I'm asking for the condition, the residency area. Council member must be consulted before any changes or requests for use of the funds.
Okay, fine.
And so that's my
Second.
proposal.
Member, I'm Chair Lee and second by Member Paulton. Any more discussion? I think you said it
All in
already. Yeah?
favor?
All in favor, raise your hand, say aye. Motion carries, it's 9 ayes. Okay, next is Member Paulton.
Thank you. I would also like to add, or I move to add the residency area council member must be consulted before any changes or requests for use of funds. And I put 40,000 for Aloha Amplified for Lights for Lahaina event. I know we talked about an additional 10,000. I do not need it, and I'm okay with it not being all equal for the members that need an additional 10,000. I'm okay with that. And that's my motion.
Okay. Second by Chair Lee. Member Paulton, Chair Lee, all in favor, raise your hand. Aye.
Aye.
Member Cook? Yeah, so 9 ayes, motion carries. Next, Lanai.
Well, since everybody seems to be doing the residency area, council member must be consulted before any changes or requests for these funds. I don't mind putting that in mine as well,
Okay.
so. And then everything else is just, I can read it in the record if you like. up to $20,000 for Hawaii Bicycle League for Maui Bicycling League, up to $30,000 for the Lanai Cat Sanctuary for veterinary service. We still don't have a permanent veterinarian on the island. Up to $25,000 for Hawaii Farmers Union United for the Lanai chapter, up to $40,000 for the Lanai Community Association for the Pineapples Festival.
Okay, great. Motion made by Member Johnson, second by Member Rollins Fernandez. Any discussion? None. All in favor, raise your hand, say aye. Aye. All right, 9 ayes, motion carries. Very good. Next, Member Rollins Fernandez.
Mahalo, Chair. If the budget director needs consistency of the language so that no one has to guess which residency area requested that verbiage or not, I'm fine with that, but I don't wait for them to consult me. I bother them constantly about it. So I'm not worried at all. And there won't be any extra funds because I have it all appropriated. 20,000 for Molokai Art Center Inc., OEV Arts, 30,000 or up to for all of them. Ka Molokai Makahiki Inc., 20,000 for Waipili Hoa Inc., DBA Ka'ahele Molokai, 30,000 for Hui Va'a'o Molokai, 50,000 for Molokai Canoe Club, and that's the 150, and up to 50,000 for Aina Momona under small grants. That's my motion.
Is there a second? Second, okay. Member Johnson. So Member Rollins Fernandez and Member Johnson made the second. Discussion.
Yes, Chair, I have a question. Just because of the way we took this up, do we need to move to increase the funding for the residency area and then change the language for the small grants at the same time?
So I think Member Paulton had a thought.
We did that already. I didn't think we did.
Chair, we already we already voted on the motion to increase all residency areas to 150,000 before we took the lunch recess. Member Paulton included in her motion to not include the additional 10,000 for West Maui. So by default, all the residency areas have 150,000 for this fund. And for the small grants, it would be an increase of 50,000 with a condition of to Aina Momona.
Thank you, Member Rollins.
Okay.
Mahalo, Member Batangan.
Okay, any more discussion? All in favor, raise your hand, say aye.
Aye.
9 ayes, motion carries. Next, South Maui.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, members. My residence area funds, as we stated, the resident area council member must be consulted before any changes or requests for use of the funds. I have 2, up to $40,000 for Kihei Fourth Friday, up to $20,000 for Veterans of Foreign Wars of the United States, Wilbert Wa Hutan, Post 3850.
Okay. Member Cook, second by Member Paulton. Discussion. Aye. Oh, okay, all in favor? Aye.
Aye.
All right, 9 ayes. Motion carries. Next, Member Hodgins.
Thank you, Chair. For my residency area funds, I would like to condition up to $65,000 for the Maui Economic Development Board Incorporated, Inc. for the Makua Rodeo Parade, Makua Town Celebration 2026, Halloween Boo Bash 2026, Light the Town Event 2026, and Chinese New Year 2027 as listed on our residency area funds, except I increased it by 10 to accommodate our additional 10. B, up to $10,000 for Kekalike High School Foundation for fundraising events. C, up to $50,000 for Upcountry Strong, Inc. for food distribution events. And D, up to $25,000 for the Aloha Classic.
Second.
Member Hodgins, second by Member Paulton. Any more discussion? Member Rollins Fernandez.
Mahalo, Chair. Member Hodgins, did you have one to put under the small grants?
I was gonna move either Aloha Classic or the fundraising events, but that's okay. Because the 150 kind of covered all the things. That's okay. If people do come to me though and need grants, I'm gonna usher them in the small grants way.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure we got it all.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, very good. So, oops.
Aye.
Sorry.
All in favor?
Raise your hand, say aye.
Aye.
9 ayes. Okay, next, Member Senensi.
Mahalo, Chair. I too would include the wording, residency area council member must be consulted for any changes or request use of the funds. Up to 15,000 for the Festivals of Aloha Inc. For the Hana events, as you know, our Aloha Festival runs an entire week. Up to 10,000 for the Hana Business Council Inc., up to 10,000 for Hana Canoe Club, up to 10,000 for Kipuhulu Ohana Inc., up to 20,000 for Makahana Kaike Building Program for Mahele Farm, up to 10,000 for Namoku Aupuni o Ko'olau Hui, up to 15,000 for East Maui Taro Festival Inc., up to 10,000 for Compassionate Animal Resource Everywhere or CARE veterinary services, up to 10,000 for Hana Farmers Market Kupuna Bucks program, up to 10,000 for this one is for Ka'ahumanu statue patina coating. We don't have a vendor. I just put vendor to be announced, but maybe first reading, I'll have the vendor, okay? But I'll change the language to Ka'ahumanu statue maintenance. And then up to 10,000 for Keao Hali'i. And then a condition to the small grants would be up to 30,000 for Hana Arts, Cultural and Arts Program. If I get a second.
Member Senensi, second by Member Cook. So the small grants, I think it has to be up to 25,000 was the category.
Oh, not 50?
I think it's 25. Anybody has a correction or?
I don't know, but that was my question when we first started moving stuff over, and I thought it was explained that we did that.
Oh.
Okay, we'll get that clarification. All in favor?
Aye.
Fine, okay. Aye, so that's 9 ayes, yeah? Okay, Member Batangan.
Thank you, Chair. I move to add language stating that the residency area council member must be consulted before any changes or requests for use of the funds, and add a condition up to $30,000 for Maui Food Technology Center, Inc. for Maui Sunday Market.
Okay.
Second.
Okay, Member Batangan, second by Chair Lee. Any discussion?
No.
Okay. Very good. All in favor say aye. Aye. 9 ayes, motion carries. Very good. Okay, mine is last. So I will be adding that phrase also. And what's in my pot is 10,000 for Kekaliki High School Foundation for their annual festival that they have, and up to 10,000 for Pukalani Community Association for the Pukalani Holiday Fair and Electric Golf Cart Parade, up to 25,000 for Lokahi Pacific for Maui Chinese New Year's, up to 25,000 for Keokea Homestead Farm Lots Association for Keokea Ho'olaulea. This is because I promised Member Kama I would do that. Up to 15,000 for youth sports and school activities, up to 10,000 for Kenkekaliki High School Music Program, up to 30,000 for Malama Kula, and up to 15,000 for Maui Economic Development Board for engineering, math, automotive programs for upcountry schools. And I think this member, Hodgins and I share these upcountry schools, so I'm going to increase this by 10 to take us to 150.
Second.
Thank you. Member Senensi, second. All in favor, raise your hand, say aye. Thank you, members. Okay, very
Chair,
good.
I have language changes.
Okay, for these, residency area?
No, for the small grants in the OED.
Oh, okay. Wait, I'll put this away.
Sorry, I thought you were done with the.
Yeah, we're done. We're done with our residency areas. Go ahead.
Okay, so this is in regards to the small grants that we were just discussing. It's on page 573 of the proposed budget. budget. And right now, it basically states that funding for grants up to $25,000. I would move to change that number. So I move for it to state funding for grants up to $40,000. Just widening the pot because, as you know, the price of everything is going up, and I think we want to make it easier for these small grant guys. And 40,000 is the number I came up with. Thank you.
Okay.
Chair, where are we? I don't see it in the ordinance itself.
Okay, it's on page 573 of the program budget is where I'm going.
Oh, you're looking
But I don't,
the budget.
my understanding was that we don't actually amend the program budget. We
Yeah, we're only
amend the
doing
ordinance, right?
page, I'm sorry, we're working on Bill 55.
Okay.
Because
we're gonna end up with that.
the narrative doesn't get adopted to law, so we don't make amendments to it.
So
correct?
it's on page 15 about,
Sure, page 16 in the budget bill 55.
yeah. So I see small grants as number 12 in the budget bill.
It's XVI.
Thank you for that. So that's my motion, if I can get a second.
Okay. Did Member Johnson, who seconded this to increase it to? Second by Member Senenci. Okay, so Councilmember Johnson, second by Member Senenci. So this is now increasing small grants to be 40, up to 40,000, correct? Not 25.
That's correct.
Okay,
Chair, sorry.
go ahead.
I'm still trying to find where we're at. I see the small grants line item as number 22 on page 15
I
of the
do
budget
also.
ordinance. I don't see anything on 16 under XVI.
Chair?
Yeah.
So,
Yes, please.
15, 22.
Yeah, right.
Chair?
Member, Mr. Kruger.
Apologies to interject. So the way staff's interpreting this motion made by Councilmember Johnson, seconded by Councilmember Senenci, is that number 22 small grants line item on page 15 of the budget ordinance. We're interpreting it as a condition that it would be, each grant may be up to $40,000. Would that perhaps satisfy what Councilmember Johnson is
Yes,
seeking to do?
please use that as a condition.
Okay.
And staff, was that sufficient to accommodate all of the things that we moved over? There wasn't the one that was a 50,000? It was a 40?
So staff does have noted $50,000 increase to the pot, as well as a condition of up to $50,000 for Aina Momona.
So how does the condition of grants being up to $40,000 score with the second condition for something being up to $50,000?
We'll do a reconsideration and she'll move a 30 and a 20 and take the 50 into her residency area one and problem solved.
Wouldn't it be easier just to make the condition that up to the small
Small grants.
grants can be up to 50?
If that's what the body is up to or wants to do it up to 50, I'm totally amenable. I'm just trying to make it so that, less paperwork, smoother grants, and able to access these funds.
Okay. Member Cook.
Thank you, Chair. I understand the intent, the administration with all the grants and the challenges they're having in this special small grants program. I'm not supportive of this because I want to hold them accountable and I don't want to change their structure and impact what they're doing. And they're trying to keep it small to keep it simple. So anyway, I feel that we should enable them to do what they're doing and then hold them accountable rather than change their structure. Anyway.
Okay, if I could just give you a little point of information, the small grants process is two-page grant application is what they're proposing, and I think that's the way for small grants to have. We don't want to have our grantees run through the ringer just to get something that might cost them a lot of money to even apply for, right? Some folks have to get audited and pay for their accounting, and by the time you're paying for all these services to apply for a grant, it's not worth it. So I like the idea of boosting it up a bit, and I like the idea that the administration has come up with a two-page grant application. So I propose that we could increase that, and if the body's thinking 50, then I'm here for it. But my original proposal was for 40. Thank you, Chair.
Chair.
Corp Counsel
Oh.
has a.
Corp Counsel.
Thank you,
Counsel.
Chair. I just wanted to, this would affect all small grants. So then, just as the council knows that there's a lot more money that's going to be at risk potentially, right, with this small grant program when you up the amount.
I guess.
Well, okay, the folks that are doing I don't want to look at them as like, they're the ones helping us. A lot of the folks who are applying for grants and nonprofits, they're doing work county should be doing. So I want to make it easier for them. I don't think that there's this nefariousness with our nonprofits. There's a few rotten apples, but that don't spoil the bunch. Thank you, Chair.
How do you feel about 30 grand, Member Cook?
I'm not so much hung on the amount. It's the process of making a change to their program that they have all set up.
Oh, okay.
So I have a question for Corp Counsel. I know there was a group meeting, so how did they come across 25,000? Is there a reason or?
I personally was not there in those meetings, but I know that the amount is lower because the requirements are less strict for these grants. So there's going to be less oversight and less documentation required for this money.
So to go to 30 or 40 or 50, it doesn't matter then? It's just 25 is what they selected?
Yes, because of the less stringent requirements, then the possibility of the funds being used and maybe not for the third purpose, right?
Okay, thank you. Member Hodges and Member Batangan. Sorry.
Thank you, Chair. If I could just quickly chime in, I'm comfortable leaving it at 25 because they've figured out a process, but I was going to make a motion to cut this amount so we could see what the grants actually, their small grants process looks like. And so in my head, I kind of figured it out, like, right now, if we leave it at 25,000, that's 70 small grants, which is a lot. But if I was hoping to cut it, so if you make it, which I wouldn't support any more than that, then the amount of grants are less, but I think they've come up with that $25,000 process to expedite it. So I'm comfortable leaving it as is. Thank you, Chair.
Member Batangan.
Thank you, Chair. After hearing this discussion, I probably would not support the motion on the floor. I was up until, we had some dialogue on it, and would instead be supportive of the proposal from Member Paulton to move smaller grants over, and instead of the larger one that we had.
Okay. Member Cook.
Thank you, Chair. I also was advocate of reducing the size of instead of 1.75 million, 1,750,000. And this is my point or my concern. They're lowering these grant amounts to make it easier for the people who are striving to get the grants. I don't know how much the paperwork has changed. Like, how are they making the paperwork different for a $50,000 grant and a $25,000 grant, and still holding accountability and being able to be responsive for it? So that's one thing I don't understand. And then, as my colleague said, they're going to have all of these, that's a lot of money and a lot of grants. So if you had $500,000 at $25,000 a piece for the smaller grants, and that this year they had the opportunity to actually demonstrate that they have the capacity to simplify this process for the smaller grant applicants, I'm super supportive. I just don't want to tie up that much money and have it, I'm not sold yet.
Okay, I see Director on the call, but I will say that members, a lot of our nonprofits, they're coming before us, they tell us the prices are going up, they're telling that the process that the administration has is not good. You saw the survey that I went and had them fill out. They're not happy with it, and they're doing great work, and I don't want to be a gatekeeper. So that's why I wanted to try to make it a little bit easier for them. But let's hear what Director Milner has to say. Thank you, Chair.
Director.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, council members. Yes, I just wanted to provide a little more information around this discussion. We arrived at the amount for the small grants pot by looking at how many grants we've received that are under 25,000. And we reduced some of our other competitive pots to take out those funds that have been awarded at 25,000 or less and move them into the small grants pot while also increasing it a bit. So if the body is interested in moving it up to 50, I don't think what's in there is going to be sufficient funding. So I just wanted to add that to the conversation. As has been discussed, this is our pilot year with it. So I'm not saying we wouldn't be open to it at some point. I just feel that we need time to get this process started and see what the workload is at 25,000 before we double that. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, thank you. Member Paulton, then Chair Lee.
Director, so even at 30,000, was there like a number of ones at 30,000 or 25,000 was the average? Like, I mean, the, not average, but the mode or whatever?
Sure. Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Councilmember Paulton. Yeah, we arrived at 25. We were just sort of looking at the significant
Majority.
numbers that we got. But, you know, if the body does want to raise it to 30, that seems a little more feasible than 40 or 50. Thank you, Chair.
Okay.
Yeah, and that's the reason why, Budget Director, I wanted to ask you how much money was left over in that account at the end of the, well, it's not quite the end of the year, but is there going to be, you know, savings in that account? To where that, so that we know that not all X numbers were loaned out, you know, the capacity.
Director.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Chair Lee. This is a new funding source for fiscal year 27, so I don't have a way to provide you with that information at this time. Thank you, Chair.
Well, it would make sense that if there was leftover money, that means there's room to move the limit to 30,000, let's say. 30,000 because prices have gone up, you know, gas prices, all kinds of prices. So at least that would at least cover some of the inflation. So how would we know if that's reasonable or there's an overage of applicants that they couldn't handle?
Director.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Chair Lee. We're happy to provide a report to the council as fiscal year 27 progresses with the status of the fund and the awards given.
Okay, thank you.
Chair,
Member Johnson.
I'm going to amend my number. I move for the language to say funding for grants up to $30,000.
Second.
30,000. Okay, I withdraw my first motion if the seconder would allow me to withdraw.
Withdraw it. Go ahead.
Okay, so I move to change the language in small grants, funding for grants up to 30,000 for county-based.
Second.
That's my
Okay,
new motion on the
motion
floor.
made.
The discussion has been a dead horse. I'm ready to move on and vote for this.
Okay, so now the motion is for 30,000, not 25.
That's
Okay.
correct.
Member Johnson and Member Paulton made the second. Any more discussion?
Probably roll call.
It's a roll call? Okay, roll call.
Chair proceeding with the roll call vote. Councilmember Tom Cook,
Aye.
Councilmember Gabe Johnson,
Aye.
Council Chair Alice Lee,
Aye.
Councilmember Tamar Paulton,
Aye.
Councilmember Kiani Rollins Fernandez,
Aye.
Councilmember Shane Senensi,
Aye.
Councilmember Nohe Uwahajins. No. Committee Vice Chair Kuonoi Batangan,
Excused.
Committee Chair Yukile Sugimura.
No.
Chair, that's 6 ayes, 2 noes, 1 excused, motion passes.
Okay.
Mahalo, members.
Okay, very good. Member Paulton.
Shall we reconsider Molokai to put the,
Oh, because of the,
I think
residents here.
member Uu Hodgins had an additional cut, and she was absent when we were, I mean, not absent, she was driving
transit.
in low frequency areas when we were doing the cuts.
Okay, Member Wu Hodgins, do you have?
Sure, Chair, thank you. I have to just quickly redo my math. So I move to cut $250,000 on page 15 in small grants, leaving $1,500,000, which would equal about 60 grants of $30,000.
Is there a second?
Second.
Second, Member Wu Hodgins, and second by Member Paulton. Discussion.
Thank you. So we all heard that it takes so much effort for our grantees to get their grants, and we have so many issues with it. I'm super supportive of our grantees, and as I was explaining, like Malama Hamakua Maui, after years and years and years, still have difficulties getting their grants. And I'm excited that they're creating a new process, except I want them to have a better trial number to figure out this process. And I'm happy to see it expand. But for right now, at least that's what I'm comfortable with. But I'll leave it up to the body, obviously. Thank you. I don't think I need to do any more discussion. We kind of beat that horse earlier.
Okay, anybody else have any discussion? Member Paulton.
Just that I think our other missing members should come back before we take this vote, and I wouldn't mind to have a pause for the cause either.
Okay. So we'll do a recess and not take this vote until everybody comes back.
Chair.
Yes.
I'm not trying to vote. I'm trying to discuss. Okay, so I can be supportive of the motion, but I also want to acknowledge what we had discussed earlier, which was moving the funds, our compromise with the rural, with the residency area funds to move the 50,000 from Molokai, 50,000 from Hana. So if during the recess, Member Uu Hodgins can consider 1.6 to accommodate the, yeah, my math is correct, the 100,000.
Sure.
Okay.
That's totally fine with me.
I also had a condition of one more grant under the.
Right, so just the funding right now.
Okay.
Okay. So Member Batangan is back.
Sorry, I heard.
But Member Cook is
I
not
heard
back.
you guys say my name from when I was in the bathroom. Can you fill me in on what I missed?
We recorded your vote as yes.
So this is Member Wu Hodgins' vote, her motion. You want to explain? Member Wu Hodgins for, but you know what? Member Cook is not here. We need him here.
Somebody can explain to him when he's walking in. So I made a motion to decrease the small grants by 250, but in conversation with the other members, I'm reducing my reduction by 150, making the total, I'm sorry, by 100, making my motion to reduce by 150 in the small grants, leaving it at 1,600,000.
Okay. So that was the motion, and Member Cook is not here. So we still cannot vote, or is that Member Cook?
He's here now.
Yay, okay. Oh, good.
He's got ears now.
Now I've got ears. Okay. So this is small grants. Nohe is proposing for it to be 1.6 million. Yeah, yeah. Okay, everybody's here.
Aye.
All in favor? Okay, 9 ayes. Right, motion carries. Thank you. We got that done. And you want to take a break, you guys?
Oh, Chair, can I do
Member
something
Johnson.
real quick before the break? I wanted to add one more line item to my district funds for LAPA. You know, LAPA's been really great, and they're asking for $10,000, and they just sent me an email, and I wanted to accommodate them. You guys know LAPA, the Lanai Performing Arts guys? for my residents there.
Oh,
It's
second.
It's just 10,000. I think it'll be a
Second.
quick, thank you.
Okay, you got that? Kirsten and James. Member Senency. Oh, you're voting? All in favor, raise your hand, say aye. Did we even make a second? Member Rollins Fernandez, you want a second?
Mahalo,
Second.
I
members.
did make the second.
Okay.
Aye.
Member Johnson, second by Member Rollins Fernandez. All in favor, say aye. 9 ayes, yea.
Aye again.
Aye again. Okay. We're going to take a break, so it's 3:47, and we'll come back at 3:55. Welcome back to the Budget Finance Economic Development Committee. It is now 4:10. We are on the mayor, Department of the Mayor, and Member Senensi has a amendment.
Thank you, Chair. I move to condition under the Office of the Mayor,
Small
16, on page 16. Actually, it was under small business promotions, but I think I'll switch it to the small grants, page 15.
Okay.
And it was 30,000 to Kilea, condition 30,000 to Kilea Foundation. That was the offset to my priority.
Okay. Second, somebody? Member Paulton, second, and Member Senensi. Kate, you already explained it. All in favor, raise your hand, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Who is Member Uhajans? Oh, there. Okay, 9 ayes, motion carries. Very good.
Thank you.
Any other amendments to mayor? Are we done? Member Rollins Fernandez.
I'll have amendments, but I'll do it all my revisits tomorrow.
Okay. That's it then for mayor. We are done. There's no CIP. So Appendix A, Part 1, grants, budget bill, page 42. I guess no amendments, as well as Appendix A, Part 2, special purpose revenues, economic development, cultural program revolving fund, page 51, emergency fund, 51, open space, natural resource, cultural reserve, and scenic views preservation fund, 56. There are no amendments, anybody's not, and no rates and fees. We are done with mayors. Okay? Now, is either police or public works next?
Chair, Director Milner is checking on something for my cuts for Public Works.
Okay.
So if we could give her the time to do police now,
Okay,
that would be my preference.
Okay. Member Johnson, that's okay, because he asked if it could.
I did ask, but I didn't know that we're working on something.
Okay.
Again,
So you're fine.
to have harmony, I'm willing to,
Yay.
you know.
Okay. So we are going to take up police. Police has one priority, and it is Member Rollins Fernandez, Grant 2 to condition 30,000 for the Molokai Youth Leadership Program.
Discussion.
Okay, Member Rollins Fernandez, second by Member Senensi. We heard this at
Yeah.
the residency area meeting.
No, it's
Residents.
police.
Yeah.
What are you talking about?
Yeah, Molokai Youth Leadership.
30,000, Molokai Youth Leadership
Yeah.
Program, condition under administration service, other services, or whatever.
Okay,
And Chief said, whatever Molokai needs.
okay. All in favor, raise your hand and say aye. Member Uhajans, okay, 9 ayes, motion carries. Department, anybody else? There's no other priorities, so department cuts or fiscal neutral requests under Granicus 177. Reduce the department CIP radio system facility upgrades, bond funding by $14,860,000. There's an extra zero here. Page 24, budget bill per department request.
So moved.
Okay. So Member Paulton and Member Senensi second. Any more discussion? All in favor, raise your hand,
Could
say
you-
aye. Oh,
Could you repeat that?
yeah. Reduce the department's police, right, CIP radio system facility upgrades, bond funding by 14,800,000, whatever the correct number is supposed to be. Page 24, budget bill, and it's a department request. Go ahead.
What's the basis for it? I thought that we were supportive of their upgrading their communication network.
I believe because they are not ready for it, Joe. Yeah.
They're not going to be able to execute it soon, is that the deal?
To be and to,
I'll defer to the director.
oh, Director.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Councilmember Cook. Yes, after the budget was submitted, we had further communication with the Department of Police. and they won't be able to utilize this funding in fiscal year 27 due to significant damage to the Haleakala radio tower. They've reprioritized and they really want to focus on that in fiscal year 27. And they've informed the budget office that for fiscal year 27, they need $600,000 to focus on that. Thank you, Chair.
Okay,
Thank you for the clarification.
thank you. And the number that they are, is like 14,086,000. I have 00. 860,000? Yeah? Is that
That's
what
what
it
I
is? Okay.
have, yeah. Page 3, departmental
Okay,
request.
all in favor, raise your hand, say aye. Aye. 9 ayes, okay. Operating budget, administrative services program, budget bill, page 17. Anyone has amendments for A or B? Member Paulton.
Thank you, Chair. In Big B 17, Department of Police, Little B, Paren 1, Category A, Investigative Services, I move to decrease the appropriation by $82,000.16. And if I get a second, I'll explain.
2016, okay. Second by Member Johnson. Discussion.
Okay, discussion is my original had been to decrease the appropriation by 848,000, and then I read a little closer and realized that they did not restore my $800,000 cuts from last year, and so I just defunded the uncreated position 82,016 here. At the appropriate time, though, I was informed by the budget director that the associated fringe that was cut last year wasn't restored. So given that the police commission asked them not to restore the council cut from last year, I'm decreasing my cut from $848,188. I'm gonna instead decrease it by $82,016 because there's already 800 something.
Okay, you got that? Yeah, okay.
Okay.
Thank you, Member Paulton, and second by Member Cook. I think Member Paulton, second by Member Johnson, the same motion.
Yeah, we were in discussion already.
Sorry about that. Okay, any more discussion? All in favor, raise your hand, say aye. Okay, motion carries 9 ayes.
In my next motion?
Yes.
In category small c, paren 1, category A, I move to decrease the appropriation by $29,984. And this is expansion, not yet created position.
Okay, so A account.
A account.
Member Senensi, so motion made by Member Paulton, second by Member Senensi.
Oh, sorry, I did the discussion, but that amount is $29,984.
Okay. Any more discussion? All in favor, raise your hand. 9 ayes, motion carries.
And similar discussion, before I make the discussion, same department, small d, paren 1, I move to decrease the appropriation by $48,264.
Okay, decrease 48,000.
264.
Technical Support Services, right? Bureau.
Yes.
Okay. Member Senensi, second.
Okay, and for my discussion on this, they did not restore the cut of $600,000 from last year. This is mostly expansion position cut that I'm doing, and it's kind of difficult because they created a new bureau program, organizational development bureau program, so that 48,000 kind of straddles both. But if the director wants it in one or the other, I just chose D. But my cut in those two categories is not as significant as I originally had planned because they did not restore the $600,000 cut from last year. But similarly, I would ask us to look back to the fringe cut from last year because that was not taken out. So when we get to fringe, we might be able to find an extra 1.4 or something million.
So you got that to check out when we go to countywide, okay. Any more discussion? All in favor, raise your hand, say aye. Aye, that'll be 9 ayes, motion carries.
For my next, in Big B 17, Department of Police, Little B, Investigative Services Bureau Program, Paren 1, category Big B and C, I move to decrease the amount by 150,000.
Okay. So that,
I'm sorry, Member Paulton, now you're starting to, you lost me now. Can I ask what page you're on?
17.
Page 17.
Okay, where's the big B?
It's B 17. Like A is council services,
Okay.
the legislative branch, and B is the administrative.
Okay.
That's the big B. 17 is the department. Small b is investigative
Okay.
services, and
Thank
then
you.
category BC decreased by 150,000.
okay. Any discussion? All in favor? Oh, go ahead.
Just they have a lot of vacancies, like in detectives and like that, and so I just decrease it by 150,000, and they can choose how to absorb that.
Okay. All in favor?
Account B, category B, BC.
Okay. Member County Rollins.
Okay, mahalo for the clarification. BC operating and equipment.
Correct.
But so when you say vacancies, you just mean like the positions that don't need equipment and the things
Whatever,
that B
anyway,
covers?
and whatever in category BC they want to decrease by 150,000, I'm leaving it to their discretion. This category usually has, let's see, in 2024.
And I was just asking how it relates to the vacancies, that because that was what you said, which is why I asked the question.
Oh,
Yeah.
just, if they have so many vacancies, do they need that much operational and equipment money is the way I look at it, I guess. And I'm open to budget amendments if I was too aggressive. During the year, I'm open to budget amendments. And I encourage
17.
them if I've been too aggressive, but I work really hard not to be too aggressive.
Okay, any more discussion? Seeing none, all in favor, raise your hand, say aye. 9 ayes, motion carries. Member Paulton, you have more?
For police, I don't have more, and Director Milner just got back to me with the information for Public Works, so I'll be working on that while you guys do your cuts.
Okay.
But I'll also listen.
Member Batangan.
Yeah, it might be a turn because I wasn't going to propose a cut. I was going to ask for a condition.
Okay.
Yep. So under 17, Department of Police, E, Organizational Development Bureau Program, I move to add a second condition that reads up to $100,000 must be for a 4x4 vehicle dedicated to the critical outreach and response through education program.
Okay, I need a second. Second. Oh, Chair Lee second, so Member Batangan and Chair Lee second. Proceed.
Thank
Discussion.
you, members. So this had originally been one of my alternates, but I have free condition slots, so I'd like to move it there. Since Member Paulton helped me find how much carryover savings that they've had in equipment over the last few years, it was brought to my attention that if the police department really wanted to purchase the core 4x4 vehicle that Member Kama had been fighting for, they could have, they just hadn't. And so I'd like to help urge them along to do so by adding the condition, but not necessarily adding the funding, since we know that they have it in carryover, or have historically had it in carryover. Thank you.
Member Paulton.
I thought that they got a donated 4x4 from
Sayer
Human
Foundation.
Concerns. Sayer Foundation was to the fire department.
Oh, that's right.
But I thought I read in one of the responses that they got a donation truck.
Yeah, so slightly different truck from what they were talking about. That one is an unmarked vehicle. The history behind this is Member Kama and Naomi from the mayor's office accompanied a member of the core team to a site visit that was not just off the side of the road, but a little further inland. They utilized that donated vehicle, but because it was unmarked, it really freaked out the unsheltered population. They thought there was a raid happening because a uniformed officer came out of an unmarked vehicle. And then they did witness things, but had difficulties making an arrest because the vehicle itself wasn't equipped to be able to hold people. So Member Kama had pushed for a dedicated core 4x4 vehicle that would allow for the department to do outreach to our unsheltered populations in a way that was a little less traumatic for them and would still allow them to do enforcement as needed. That had been, her intent in the past, and I think the historic carryover savings is probably why it was cut in the past. So I'm trying to mitigate that concern by just adding the condition and encouraging the department to move ahead with that purchase.
Okay. Member Rollins-Fernandez and Member Johnson.
Mahalo, Chair. I'm supportive. My question is regarding where your proposal, because mine was the only one on the matrix.
Yes, because it was, so.
Alternate where? No, I have the alternates. It's not one of the alternates that I received.
Yeah, and it's because I initially had struck it from, actually, I don't know why it wasn't on that one. But I did make an adjustment to the language that was originally submitted because I didn't put in for the funding. I just put in for the
condition.
Put in for the condition. I don't have the matrix in front of me, but the thing that I had submitted was it would be under item 17, Department of Police, E, Organizational Development Bureau Program, and then a second condition underneath the first for disbursement of salaries.
So you didn't get it in by the deadline?
No, I did.
Oh.
I don't know where in the various matrices that we have, but it was originally submitted as my second alternate, and it was for to add $100,000. I'm on the fly making it so that it's just a condition rather than adding the money.
Okay.
Your second alternate.
So my first alternate was the Camp Maluhia program.
What? Okay, so you had two items that overlapped with other council members? Or
No.
how are you using your alternate?
Oh, I had a free condition slot, and so I moved it from an alternate slot to a condition slot.
You didn't utilize all your slots.
Correct.
Yeah.
Okay, I didn't either, so I will use that move later. Support.
Member Johnson.
I'd like to hear from Director Milner. Her camera popped on, and I'm curious if she had something to add.
I don't see her. Director, are you there? There. Hi.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, no, Councilmember Paulton made my point, that one of the letters, but it sounds like this would be for a different type of vehicle. Thank you, Chair.
All right, thank you.
Any other discussion? All in favor, raise your hand, say aye. 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 9 ayes, motion carries. Any others? Very good. So we also have Uniform Patrol Service Bureau Program, page 17, Technical Support Services Bureau Program, page 17, Organizational Development Program, Budget Bill, page 17. Anybody have any amendments, A or B? None? Next, we have CIP. Members, are there any proposed amendments to Department of Police CIP? See none. Appendix A, Part 1 Grants, Budget, page 43. Are there any proposed amendments? See none. Appendix A, Part 2, Special Purpose Revenues. As a reminder, this has the Alarm System Revolving Fund on page 50. Are there any more amendments, members? See none. Appendix B, Rates and Fees. There are no proposed rate changes from the administration, and I guess you don't have any either. Yeah, okay. Oh, we finished police. Hallelujah. Hallelujah. Okay, now.
Is Budget Director ready for Public Works?
Director Milner.
See Budget Director.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, absolutely. Just waiting for a little math from Councilmember Paulton, but she can do math on the fly. So I will defer to the body if they choose to proceed. Thank you, Chair.
Okay.
Okay, so.
Chair, we have some priorities for Public Works anyway, so that should give a little more time for math.
So Department of Public Works, there are two member priorities. Member Johnson, Residency Area 1, to add an additional Public Works Highway Utility Worker for Road Maintenance, Lanai, with 8 months funding.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair. I move to add one additional EP for Public Works Highway Utility Worker for Road Maintenance Lanai, 8 months funding, including fringe. That's on page 18 of Bill 55.
Okay. Member Chair Lee is a second, so Member Johnson made the motion, Chair Lee second. One new EP.
Thank you, Chair.
8 months. Funding
in the matrix was calculated using BC 10 with added fringe adjusted for 8 months. Without fringe for 8 months, the total is $50,472. I welcome the Budget Director and committee staff to verify that math, and funding will have to be added to the Highway Fund supplemental transfer since the road maintenance program is funded by the Highway Fund. Members, Public Works Lanai already needs this position under the current workload. With the possible upcoming management of the cemetery and the growth of the city from the affordable housing projects, we don't want to leave them understaffed. This provides great opportunity for someone from Lanai to work for the county. The public, and let me just stop right there. You know, we have the largest employer, which is the hotel, working for the company. A lot of folks don't want to go that route. They want to work for the government. They never are short on applicants when a county position opens up on Lanai. I want to make that point. This provides great the Public Works Lanai District Supervisor told me that they could actually use 2 of these workers, but for this year, I'm just asking for 1. Thank you, Chair. I ask for your full support.
Very good. Discussion. Member Rollins Fernandez, then followed by Paulton.
I'm supportive. How far along in the description or is the department with this EP? Because you know how long it takes.
I could ask maybe a director on that, because they were saying the manager for Lanai was like, we need this job yesterday, but I don't know.
I know there's a difference between need and then like actually taking the action.
Your mic.
I'm just seeing if Member Rollins Fernandez's question could be if the creation of the position requires a reorganization and union consultation, because that significantly adds to the amount of time it takes to create a position. So
maybe Director Milner can.
And they also have to do the job description, position description, and that also takes time. So definitely not 8 months of funding. Budget Director?
Budget Director.
Thank you, Chair. As this wouldn't be a supervisory position, I don't think that it would trigger a reorganization or union consultation. But yes, I just confirmed with the department it would not. And we do have a lot of highway utility workers, so the position description already exists.
Great.
But I will defer to the body on how much funding they want to provide. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, Member Johnson.
Well, you heard there. I think that, you know, they got a lot of workers. It's all set up. We just need the money.
have you spoken to the director or the deputy that they're willing to put in the work to create the position I know the Lanai supervisor is, but I don't know if he can do it and create the position. So if they're in favor and willing to do the work, I'm supportive.
If you guys recall, I asked the director on the floor, and he said yes. That was, I know he was here before us when he said it, so I didn't get it in writing, but he did say it on the floor.
I'm good to support.
Okay. Any other discussion? Seeing none. Oh, sorry, Nohe. Hi, Nohe.
Hi, thank you. I'm super happy to support, but just FYI, they had looks like they had $1.7 million worth of carryover savings. I'm wondering if they could absorb the $64,000 because I'm happy to support, but it looks like they had some carryover. If you want to just create the EP, I don't know, maybe Member Paulton's about to speak, she'd know better.
That's what I was recalculating my cuts on I guess for discussion on this. Similar to police, which program was this under? Remember?
Public Works Road, Bridge, and Drainage Maintenance Program, Highway Fund?
In their road, bridge maintenance and drainage highway fund program, they maintained my $100,000 cut, or I don't know if it was mine, our $100,000 cut from last year, similar to police. I have more cuts, but I did try to offset it by taking that into account. My assumption is that they didn't keep the fringe cut for that, which maybe we can pick up some on that end, but I'll defer to the director.
Director Milner.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, council members. I just heard from Public Works, and they are a little short-staffed in their HR department, so they would feel more comfortable with 6 months of funding for this position. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, support.
That's a friendly amendment for me. I don't mind changing it to 6 months.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right, so
Thank you,
6 months, and any questions? No? Okay. All in favor? Say
Chair?
aye. Yes.
Apologies, I guess staff just needs to know how much the 6 months funding change would be.
I can do that math if you tell me how much you allocated for it.
So for 8 months, the total is $50,472. That's without fringe.
37,854.
Okay.
I can try to do it again. You said 50,000.
50,472, and I see Director Milner doing the math, so I see the challenge. Let's see who's going to win here.
Yeah, I also have 37,854.
All right.
Okay. Did we vote? All in favor, say aye. Aye. Member Batangan? Yeah. 9 ayes, motion carries.
Mahalo, members.
Okay, good. And then now we have Member Cook, Residency Area 1 to increase the countywide bridges and drainage program CIP General Fund appropriation for $1 million.
Thank you, Chair. I move to increase appropriation by $1 million for a total amount of $5,300,000 under Appendix C, and add a new condition to read as follows. $1 million must be used to continue work related to flood mitigation to support the Kihei Drainage Master Plan.
Second, Member Nancy is second. Discussion. Or was that your discussion?
Pardon?
More discussion?
Nope. Just
Okay.
asking for everybody's support.
Okay. All in favor, raise your hand. Oh, go ahead.
I just have a question. Did you discuss this with Public Works and they're supportive?
Yes, and in fact, this is I'm talking really loud. This is the third year that we've been supporting this, and they've been making really excellent time with their engineer and flooding to map and document all of the areas. So I'm really excited about it's very worthwhile.
Supportive.
Okay.
Pardon?
All in.
What funding?
It's funding from the countywide drainage, general fund, I, countywide bridge and drainage program.
Or is general fund?
Okay?
I have a question.
Yes,
Cook?
Member
You said
Batangan.
you've been doing this like year after year for now. Is there a reason the department hasn't just put in for this money? Never mind. I heard Chair Lee sigh, so let's take the vote.
No, what this is, basically allocating from their program each year. Increasing it for this particular purpose to make sure that the flood mitigation gets worked on, prioritizing.
Okay. Answers your question. All in favor, say aye. 9 ayes. Okay. 9 ayes, motion carries.
I have one more question.
Okay.
For Member Cook.
Oh.
So the funding that you put in last year is going to lapse, or like what happened to the funding for that, or is it?
They used it. They're using it.
Oh, okay. Okay, that's all. But it says drainage master plan.
It's an ongoing process for their drainage master plan.
Continue the work. Okay.
Okay, are we good? Oh, we voted.
Yes.
Okay, good. We voted. Oh, Member Uhajans. Okay.
Thank you. Is this on county property, Member Cook?
Yes, county property by a county engineer doing a county project.
Yeah, no, that's what I figured. Can we put it in GET?
I think GET's for
Water, wastewater.
for Department of Public Works and Environmental Management. So this is, I don't think it's applicable for GET.
For
Because
all
it
the
isn't-
other
it isn't
counties,
for-
it's
for-
applicable, but because Maui jumped on the boat late, they limited us to water and wastewater.
Yeah, we can't do roads.
Not water from the skies.
Blame Hokama.
I generally
Okay,
do.
just double checking. I'm sure you thought of it, but just wanted to double, triple check. Thank you.
All right. So we voted, we're good, right? All right. And the rest of the departments. So administration, general fund, budget bill on page 18. Anyone have any amendments to A or B? Member Paulton, did you raise your hand? Here we go.
Buckle up. Okay, in B, Administration Program 19, Department of Public Works, small b, Engineering Program, I'm gonna move to decrease little b paren 1 category A by $87,669, and if I get a second, I'll explain.
Okay, second by Member Batangan. Go ahead.
So I did recall that they maintained the cuts from last year of $100,000, and so this $175,339 was me decreasing 100% of their FY27 expansions, but being that they maintained cuts from last year, I gave them half their money back. So instead of 100% of FY27 expansions being cut, I cut half of that out of the goodness of my heart. And when the time comes, I would like to reinstate the fringe cuts from last year. So that'll give us a little extra. And then the fringe from this $87,669. So that's my discussion.
Good job, good job. Okay, Member Senensi.
Just a question, were these all the positions listed on the list?
These are half the funding for all of the fiscal year 27 expansions.
The expansions, okay, thank you.
Okay. No more discussion. All in favor, raise your hand, say aye.
Aye.
9 ayes, motion carries.
Okay, moving right along, small c paren 1 category A is the special maintenance program. Similar situation, I'm going to decrease category A by, I moved to decrease category A by $155,426.
Okay.
Second.
Member Paulton made the motion, second by Member Senenzi.
For my discussion, similar situation, they maintained 100,000 of last year's cuts, and so I'm decreasing my cut this year by 100,000, and then we can take up the fringe at a later date.
Okay. Any discussions? All in favor, raise your hand, say aye. 9 ayes, motion carries.
Okay, moving right along to small f in the same section, paren 1, category A. Initially, I was going to cut 450,000, but this is in a similar situation, so I moved to cut 350,000, which will be inclusive of fringe, and decrease the highway fund interfund, decrease the transfer by 350,000 total, which would encompass both the position amount and the fringe, because they maintained 100,000 of the cut from fiscal year 26.
Okay.
Oh shoot, that was motion and discussion same time, sorry, it's late.
I'll
So
second.
Member Paulson, second by Member.
And then I have a question. Wait, this is the road, bridge, and drainage maintenance program?
Correct.
Didn't we just do something to this program?
Yeah, we added 6 months of funding for Member Johnson's Lanai position.
So we added funding previously, and then now we're cutting, but from different positions.
Just off the top.
Oh, okay.
Okay, all in favor, raise your hand, say aye. 9 ayes, motion carries.
For my next one, in category small g, paren 1 of the same area, I move to decrease the amount by 50,000, inclusive of fringe.
Okay.
And then decrease the transfer from the general fund to the highway fund by 50,000.
Okay, Member Senenzi, yeah, okay. Second. Discussion? You did it.
And this is, I mean, off the top, however they want to apply it, but my justification or suggestion is because there's been a land use and building plans examiner position that is an inactive vacancy, and it's been vacant for over 2 years.
Okay.
Member Chair.
Oh, yes, Member Batanga.
Okay, I mean, at this point, I'm just going off of trust, but can you explain what the difference in your cuts are when you are doing it inclusive of fringe and when we have to revisit fringe? What's the rationale for taking fringe out of this one now?
Because the department in these other funds, like highway fund, sewer fund, wastewater fund, they pay the fringe out of the fund.
I see, whereas the other ones, okay.
So because I'm decreasing the transfer from the general fund to the highway fund, I'm including the fringe because I want to decrease both sides, and that's of the transfer.
Thank you, Member Hall.
Okay, any more discussion? All in favor, raise your hand, say aye. 9 ayes, motion carries. Okay.
Oh, I'm done. I yield the floor.
You're done? Member Johnson, and then Member Senenzi next.
Thank you, Chair. Okay, so again, this is in Public Works. This is a cut, a reduction. Department of Public Works B, Government Facilities 1, General Fund Countywide DPW Base Yard Facilities Program, and that's at page 25 of the budget bill. I move to reduce the appropriation by $550,000 for a remaining total appropriation of $6,600,000.
Are you in CIP? No.
Page
No.
25, I don't think it's CIP, no.
Okay. Go ahead, I'm sorry, go ahead.
And if I get a second, I can explain.
I will second.
Member.
Oh, it's funny, yeah.
Member.
Oh, it is CIPs?
Yeah, it is CIP.
Okay. Yes, I beg your pardon.
Okay, so Member Batangan is your second.
Chair, are you entertaining it at this time, or is Member Johnson withdrawing at this time?
Go ahead.
I need a second for discussion.
I
Member Batangan did
Oh,
your
you did?
second.
Okay. So this is a reduction appropriation by 550 for the remaining of 6,600,000. And it's the least critical projects for the departments are those in the countywide DPW base yard facilities, and that's in PW1. But before we get to which ones, I want to ask Director Milner, does that leave enough for the Molokai base yard?
Director.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, it does.
Director, can I add?
Yes.
So my understanding was that this was what the department said was their least, like their lowest priority project, and if we needed to find cuts, this is where we would go. I think the will of the body is to maintain the Molokai one, which is why Member Johnson had asked. Can I ask what the allocation for the Molokai base yard was?
Thank you, Chair. It was part of the larger overall countywide. I'll see if the department has a ballpark number for what specifically. They're saying about 750,000.
Okay, thank you. I guess, and you couldn't hear, but from all the way on the other side of the aisle, Member Sinensi was wondering if there are any HANA projects included in this fund before we take the vote.
Yes, there are HANA projects included in this fund.
Will the remaining balance be enough for you to continue moving forward with this HANA base yard projects?
The HANA projects will not be cut by this 550,000.
Thank you, Director.
Thank you.
Okay, so Member Johnson.
Well, after hearing that, I would be amenable to increasing it to 1.5 million if the body would like that, but that's where I'm at, is the minus 550,000, but if Budget Director thinks we could go minus 1.5 million, I would be doing that, but I'd like to hear from Director Miller.
Director.
Thank you, Chair. No, I don't believe I said 1.5 million. Sorry.
Okay.
No, they can live with 550,000 though.
Okay, they can live with it, and I'm not going to push it, members. All right, thank you.
Okay. All right, so this will be a decrease of 550 for CIP. Is there a number that we should reference, or do you guys have it?
Chair,
CBS.
I think it's on page 25 of the budget bill.
Yeah.
Under G, Department of Public Works, small B, Government Facilities, 1, General Fund, 1, Countywide DPW Base Yard Facilities Program. Is that correct, Member Johnson?
That is correct.
And then the motion on the floor is to reduce by 550,000.
Yes. Okay. All in favor, say aye. 9 ayes, motion carries.
Mahalo, members.
Very good. Member Sinensi.
I think Member Paulton cut from the engineering program.
Oh, I cut
You did?
category 87,669.
I wasn't sure if it included a couple of the cuts that I found. It wasn't on your list. P32804 and P32805.
I think that was absorbed in the $100,000 that they maintained from fiscal year 26. The cuts we did in fiscal year 26, they didn't reinstate 100,000 of that, and I'm assuming that's from those positions.
Okay.
So what I did was just take all the fiscal year 27 expansion positions and halved them across the board.
Okay, and that was the two of my proposed cuts, and then the other one was P 27507, the civil engineer 5
In engineering,
in engineering.
yeah,
That was part of the,
the same cuts that they didn't reinstate from last year.
okay, and I just went off the list as well too, so. All right, thank you, Chair.
So you're fine, okay.
Yeah.
Okay, any other amendments? So, we did highways, traffic management. Anybody have anything with traffic management on page 18? Or roads, bridges, we did highway administration program on page 18 also.
I didn't make any cuts from there, but if anyone wants to, I mean,
okay.
I think traffic management is pretty, I mean, they're all important, but yeah.
Critical, okay. Appendix A, Part 1, grants, budget bill on page 44, or Appendix A, Part 2, special purpose revenue. The following funds is under this department: plan review, permitting, processing, and inspection revolving fund on page 53. Are there any amendments? Seeing none. Appendix B, rates and fees, which is a Ramsey version on page 37 to 51. Are there any amendments? Oh, there's no proposed amendments. Does anybody have any? None? Okay.
Chair?
Go ahead.
Apologies, as it relates to Appendix B, staff just wants to be extra sure that members do not have any amendments relating to the fuel tax. And then apologies if we could also throw the motor vehicle weight tax. That's technically a finance. Tax, but it's just because the clerk's office is preparing their public hearing notices. So if there are any changes, we need to be aware of it. So we just wanted to confirm with the body there's no changes for either.
Fuel tax, you said fuel and what?
Yes, the fuel tax and then the motor vehicle weight tax. And apologies again, the weight tax is technically a finance tax, but we forgot to raise that issue earlier in the week.
Okay, no changes? Okay, so we're good.
Thank you.
Lower.
Member Rollins Fernandez.
Sorry, real quick. I'm trying to find it right now. I don't remember. Is it flat from last year, or did the administration propose a change?
Apologies, we're just pulling it up.
Or race?
For weight tax, there appear to be no changes. Same for fuel tax.
Okay, so no changes.
No changes from last year. Apologies, Chair.
Okay, very good. So I got everything, right, for Public Works? Got all the categories? Yeah. So we're done with Public Works? Woo. Okay. Wait, no, I have revisits. I know. We need you. Okay, we did all the revisits. You guys want to take a little break?
So, can we revisit legislative branch, Big A?
Okay, Big A. Okay, I don't have that on this list. What is it? Yeah.
the legislative branch in the Bill 55.
Oh, that's us. Yeah.
All of the legislative branch. Under A, I move to collapse A, B, and C.
Second.
Okay. Okay. I thought it was already.
You have to do it every year.
Oh, every year. Okay. Any discussion? All in favor? All in
Maybe the
favor?
budget director would like to weigh in.
Oh, she wants us to do it for the whole county. Just kidding.
No, not kidding. Maybe not this year, but I'd really like the body's consideration for discussion for future fiscal years of eliminating this, if we're going to continue eliminating it for the legislative branch. Thank you, Chair.
You want same. Thank you. Okay. All in
For
favor?
clarification, are you saying everybody or just the mayor?
Thank you, Chair. I'm saying everybody.
Oh, okay. We'll consider it heavily.
I know that's a bigger conversation. I just wanted to throw it out there. Thank you, Chair.
Popped up at the right time. All in favor? Raise your hand, say
Chair.
aye. Oh,
Apologies,
James.
just for clarity, so would this, so typically the language that, that's included in the budget bill for this is that the appropriations would not be restricted by Section 7.
Yeah.
Does that apply only to office, to the council services program, or is that intended to also to apply to county clerk program and county auditor program?
You read my mind, all of it with that language.
Thank you.
Okay. All in
Since I
favor?
think they're watching while we're doing this, can I move to reinstate the 1.4%, 1.25% cut for the clerks? I'm not actually serious. I just know Moana was really mad at me for proposing it
Well,
last
there's a
time.
motion on the floor. You can do it
thank you.
after I'm done.
Okay, all in favor, raise your hand, say aye. So this will be 9 ayes, okay. Okay. Any other revisits I have? So,
Is Member Batangan not going to make his motion?
oh, I thought he was joking.
I was just joking. I know it really made them mad, so I wanted to go poke them again.
Okay.
So on the revisits, do you want us to go in the alphabetical order or what's the process? Because I know
So-
some people really care about that.
So this is what I got from staff, right? I'll just read the headings and then you guys can, let's talk about it. So Office of Council Services is one, Department of Agriculture is another, Department of Fire and Public Safety, Liquor Control, and Department of Management. So this is in alpha order, according to Bill 55. Yes.
Did I miss countywide, or are we taking that up after
last.
revisits?
We're going to take up last,
Okay, so hold off. Thank you.
not yet.
Okay, under agriculture, I moved to condition, page 2 of the operating budget, section 3B1A, paren 3, paren I, to put up to 140,000 must be for Maui Farmer Support Network for the Farmer Navigational Coaching Program.
Okay. It's okay, Member Paulton and second by Member Senenzi.
This was a departmental request to reflect miscommunication.
Okay. Anything else for any? Okay, I'm going to go down my list then. Yeah? Remember?
Did we
You have
vote on
something,
that,
right?
though?
Oh, sorry.
Let's vote on it before we go
Yeah.
move on to something else.
Sorry, is this a Granicus item?
Huh? It's on departmental request, page 1.
So it must
We
be.
never did it.
I thought we did all of those.
Yeah, I thought we
already.
put her in.
I thought
Did we? put
budget
them in?
director helped us through the budget request before it was
No,
transmitted.
we
I thought
didn't. We
did
didn't
all
add it in.
those.
So this would be.
I think somebody got huffy and we didn't do it. And so now we're doing it because we're all fed and happy.
Yeah, I thought Member Johnson did it on Monday.
Tried to. He tried to.
Oh, okay. Okay.
Okay. So 9 ayes. Okay, you know what? I'm going to ask to take a short visit. Let me get this organized. To come back at 5:15, is that right? Okay. Welcome back to the Budget Finance Economic Development Committee. It's now 5:29. And so I have some revisits, and I would like to propose this. So Department of Ag members, I'd like to ask staff to please confirm the conditional language for the Lanai Food Stimulus Program grant condition.
Yes, sure. So we just wanted to raise, when the committee acted on this, there was talk of kupuna, meaning 55 years old and up. So we just wanted to confirm with the committee that staff's under the impression that it means 60 years old and up, and ensure the committee's okay with that.
Member Johnson.
Yes, Chair, and I think in addition to changing the age, we do want to take out the term kupuna because it doesn't mean exactly.
Age.
So I have the word, the language I can read for you if you'd like.
Yeah.
Funds must be used for a grant to implement a food voucher program for Lanai residents. Vouchers must be used for the purchase of locally grown source fresh produce, fruit, edible algae, poi, meat, fish, eggs, and honey with the County Lanai farmer markets vendors. Vouchers may be issued with preference given to seniors age 60 plus, children or members of a household with seniors age 60 plus or children. We took out the term kupuna and we said the proper age that MEO uses for what a senior is. Thank you, Chair.
Got it.
Yes, sure. Maybe if the committee could just do a motion and a vote on that real quick, just to confirm.
I move that to what I just said.
I second that, what he just said.
Okay, Member Johnson, second by Member Paulton. Any discussion?
The discussed was already discussed.
Okay.
Discussion was already discussed.
Yeah.
Thank you.
All right, all in favor, raise your hand, say aye. Cheerly, so that's 8 ayes.
Thank you,
Motion
members.
carries. Thank you. Next, Department of Fire and Public Safety. Members, we are,
I have one thing to say.
okay, you can say it.
Okay. I just wanted to make note that I supported a lot of brand new programs and priorities with the understanding that we would have the white paper at a certain time. And I think we said first reading. But because we're going through revisits now, I wanted to reserve the right to change my vote because I haven't seen the details. Like, I was willing to give folks the benefit of the doubt, but I would need to see the white paper to make my final decision. So I know we're going through corrections today. I want to reserve my right to change my vote if either the white paper doesn't materialize or I don't agree with it. But I didn't make that clear at the time, and we're on corrections today and tomorrow. So I don't know what the process is gonna be if a white paper doesn't materialize by first reading or how to do that. But this isn't in regards to existing programs because they already know how existing programs are run. It's in regards to brand new programs about how they disperse their money or what, because that's a big component of it. And so, I was willing to say yes at that time and then wait for the details and then make my final decision. So I don't know how to do that, being that we didn't, I don't know if he meant to text me, but he texted me. But
We're tired.
But yeah, that's my disclaimer statement on revisits and corrections is I reserve my right to change the vote if the white paper never materializes for brand new stuff or if I don't agree with it. I don't know how we're gonna go about it.
Okay, we hear ya. Member Batangan. Look
Thank you,
at
Chair.
Noe. How cute.
The vote that we just took, the motion made by Member Johnson, can I ask that the body re-vote and allow me to abstain?
Oh, okay.
Sorry, I wasn't quick enough to catch that one.
I move to reconsider the last vote.
Second.
Okay. All in favor?
For the reconsideration.
Aye.
Aye.
So it would, there's Cheerly, she's, let's see, so that's 7 ayes. Okay, reconsider.
And all those, I vote yes.
Okay. So all in favor for the, what is it?
The change of
Lanai
language.
Food Stimulus Program. All in favor, say aye. Okay, we're re-voting and we're not including Member Batangan. So it would be 8 ayes, 1 excuse.
No, not excused, he's
I'm
recused.
sorry, 1 recused.
Yep, thank you.
Thank you, members.
Okay. All right, now, Department of Fire and Public Safety, we are revisiting the fire and public safety raises and rates and fees under Appendix B for Councilmember Senensi, your explosive materials fee amendment on page 18.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, we spoke with the department, and it looks like the $100 fee is sufficient at this point because it's just, and maybe Corporation Counsel can chime in, but it's just for the holding of the explosives, and Chief said that they're going to come and well, I'll leave it to Corporation Counsel to explain.
Corporation Counsel.
Thank you, Chair. So, and I actually received this information from Ms. Milner, and Budget Director, but there is, they do plan to do a new permitting program for actual blasting events, which will take more time and can be charged more fees, but they're not quite there yet.
Yep.
Okay. So does this mean then?
No change, Chair.
No change?
Yeah,
So
thank you.
we're withdrawing?
Yeah, withdraw.
Okay. All right. Next is Department of Liquor Control. Members, I move to amend the Department of Liquor Control's Appendix B, account 3763 and 3768 to increase the penalty amount to not exceed the sum of $5,000. I need a second.
I'll second, but Chair, can you, what page on?
Oh.
Where are you on?
So this is Appendix B, account. Let me.
I
okay, you're
just was
second.
checking if we're going in order or jumping around.
This is alpha order.
Okay, I had one for housing, sorry.
Okay.
Liquor.
We're talking about liquor. Will you let me finish mine, or you want to go?
You have a motion on the floor.
Yeah, you have a motion on the
Can we
floor.
finish this?
Yeah.
But can you also
So-
help me figure out where we're at?
Okay,
In Appendix B?
James or Kirsten?
Or what document are you referencing? Because it's not in the departmental request.
Apologies, Chair. So this one is a staff identified discrepancy in the Department of Liquor Control. And apologies that the committee did discuss it when it brought up liquor control a couple of days ago, but the motion, staff's records indicate that the committee corrected one discrepancy relating to missing classes in the liquor control fees, but not this one. It's just that the law says it can go, it's the max, the penalty is up to 5,000. So we're just making sure to catch that. It's account 3763 under Department of Liquor Control. I believe that's page 24 of the Appendix B, the clean one.
Sorry, I'm on the Ramsey run. So 37.
It's a
63. Oh, I see it.
And so it says shall not exceed the sum of 2,000. So the
That
proposed
needs to be
change.
amended to 5,000.
Yes, and I believe when the committee did discuss it, the budget director confirmed that the change to 5,000, the department had no issues with that. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you.
Okay.
Oh, I had it in my notes as we did it already. Sorry.
Mr. Kruger explained
Okay.
these discrepancies. So these discrepancies came from OCS staff as they were listening to all of our motions. So they're bringing up and trying to clean up. That's where this is coming from. Okay. So all in favor, any questions on this? All in favor, raise your hands. Aye.
So it was under 3763, you said?
3763 and 3768.
Okay, got it.
Both. Any questions? Okay. All in favor, raise your hand, say aye. Aye. 9 ayes, motion carries. Thank you. Okay, you want to do yours? Member Paulton?
Sure, thank you. On page 41 of the operating budget, Appendix A, Part 1, 5A, small a, under Department of Housing, reduce the appropriation for Community Development Block Grant Program by $269,935.
Okay, motion made by Member Paulton, second by Member Sinensi.
This was a departmental request.
You got that? Okay. All in favor?
Before we vote, the budget director's
Oh, sorry.
seeking recognition.
Budget Director,
Mahalo Chair, sorry, I don't want to delay the proceedings. I just, as you know, when we prepare the budget, we don't have the official award letter. It was received in the interim, so that's the reason for this requested adjustment. Thank you, Chair.
we like awards, grants. All in favor, raise your hand, say aye. Okay, 9 ayes, motion carries. Anything else, Member Paulton?
If we can go back to environmental management.
Okay. What page?
On page 9 of rates and fees of the Ramsey version, I move to add account 3429 for Molokai landfill green waste disposal fees, $40. I move to add account 3429 for Molokai landfill green waste disposal fees, $40. I just am reading the department request per EMO2 response.
Okay, so motion made by Member Paulton, second by Member Sinensi. You're done?
I think Member Hodgins has her hand up.
Oh, sorry. Member Hodgins.
Thank you, Member Paulton. Did you say 3429?
Yes.
Oh, that one is used for fees and recycling surcharge with the tipping fee surcharge at 11 per ton. But then there's a Molokai landfill and Lanai landfill, which of course they don't have one, and that one is already at $40 for Molokai.
I think I'm gonna
On
need
page
to
9?
call a resource in Director Milner because this was a department request.
Yeah.
Director.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, council members. I am just confirming from the letter that we transposed the number correctly. Apologies. If you want to take up something else, I'm happy to text Councilmember Paulton.
Okay, I'll withdraw that at this time if members are okay with it.
Okay, can withdraw.
Shall I move on to the next one?
Sure.
Okay. On page 35 of rates and fees of the Ramsey version, I move to add all other permits or reviews for which no public hearing is required unless otherwise specified herein, including special management area assessments for exemptions, minor permits, comma, not including special management area emergency permits, period.
Second.
Okay, motion made by Member Paulton, second by Member Johnson.
Oh, I'm sorry, permits in parentheses, period, if you want to be exact.
Okay.
I have a question on that one.
Member Batangan.
Is a special management area emergency permit like a proper noun? I don't think I've ever heard of one of those.
Proper noun is not my specialty. Math major, not English.
There's the emergency permit right above that one, but they call it the emergency SMA permit at 688.
Yeah. Budget Director, can I just confirm that the language that we're adding is for an actual permit type?
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Councilmember Batangan. Yes, this language was provided by the Planning Department, so this is the type of permit that they issue.
Okay, ready?
I am.
Okay. So we have your motion and second by Member Member Johnson. Okay, all in favor, raise your hand, say aye. Aye. Okay, 9 ayes, motion carries. Okay, I have one more. Are you done?
Just the environmental management one, and I did receive Member Hodgins Maliko. So I got that white paper and I'm looking it over. I did also just receive the text that 3429 is also landfill disposal fee, so it's correct.
Okay.
So shall we go back to that?
Okay.
Okay, on page 9 of rates and fees of Ramsey version, I moved to add account 3429 for Molokai landfill green waste disposal fees, $40.
Second in discussion.
Okay, Member Paulton, second by Member Rollins-Fernandez.
For discussion, this was on page 6 of the department requests based on EM02 response.
Okay, Member Rollins-Fernandez.
Mahalo, and I have EM2 response. For account 3433, Molokai landfill, please explain why Molokai is subject to a $40 green waste disposal. The $40 green waste disposal fee is a per ton fee that commercial haulers pay to Molokai landfill. The revenue collected for Molokai landfill green waste should be applied to the solid waste fund and be listed under 3429 fees, landfill disposal fee. So it is for commercial only, not residential. And I swear we did this already, because I remember asking this question.
Chair. Oh, maybe. I don't have it in my notes, but my understanding was that we're just adding the account number to the line, not that we're changing not adding the fee. I think we're just adding the account number to the line in the.
Yes, and so that's what I said, because it's 3433, and they're asking to change it to 3429. And I remember asking Budget Director about the green waste fee, because we don't pay a fee as residents. And she clarified that it's for commercial.
Okay. Did we do it already?
Would you like to add?
No.
Verbiage?
I mean, they know what they're doing.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Oops.
I'm ready to vote. Aye.
Aye. 9 ayes, motion carries. Okay. Anything else? We're done? Okay, Department of Management, Chair Lee, revolving fund, number 1 is to add a new condition for up to $13 million for Ho'onani Village mixed-use development for well and water system improvements under the general excise tax.
Yes, and my colleague, Member Hodgins, will discuss that.
Oh, okay. Tag team.
Thank you, Chair. I think right now we're still trying to work it out with Budget Director. So if you don't mind giving me a moment, we're figuring out specific language, or maybe she can magically appear again and she can tell you we spoke during one of the recesses. So we're gonna, give me a moment, please, if you don't mind, to figure it out, but she can confirm.
I did receive Member Hodgins na Makau Maliko Ehoi Ikanani to Maliko white paper.
Okay. So, Member Hodgins, do you all want to break for dinner? Then we can come back to this. Are you almost done, Member Hodgins? You're in consultation.
Well, for this one, I'm okay with what I'm trying to propose.
Okay.
I still need a minute, I'll be honest, to convince Budget Director that I'm correct.
Okay.
So I'm not too sure if that's going to happen over dinner or if I'm going to need a little bit.
Oh, okay. Member Batangan.
Thank you, Chair. I was not able to connect with director of the Board of Ethics. I don't understand the proposal, but I don't know if I'm conflicted or not. It sounds like this is a project on the same TMK as the Maui MEO Transportation Base Yard, based on representations from Mr. Uyoka. It should not.
The subdivision.
But like, I don't know, and I would rather just be safe.
Yeah, it's okay, you recuse.
Yes, thank you.
Okay. Member Hodges, what would you like to do? Take a dinner?
I would like budget director to tell me I'm correct, but I don't think I'm going to get that. So I'm willing to talk stories with her. Is this the last thing we're going to do for today? And okay, then would you mind if we discuss this maybe tomorrow?
Okay.
If that's okay?
Yeah, it's okay, members?
Yeah. If that's all right with everyone, I would appreciate it. I know this is like the 15th time I've done this, but I would appreciate it. Thank you.
Okay, so revisit tomorrow. Okay, that's good. Then, just so you know, we're going to take a dinner break. General budget provisions and the additional bills that we have to talk about. So it is now 5:50. Yes.
Do you want me to finish my residency area conditions before we break? I'm just going to read it. And then I already emailed it to committee. Okay. Residency area condition, 20,000 Molokai Arts for Weavy Arts, 60,000 for Aina Momona, 20,000 Waipilihua Inc. DBA Ka'ahele Molokai, 50,000 for Molokai Canoe Club under small grants. Now that we increase it to 30,000, 30,000 for Huiwa'o Molokai, 20,000 na Meali'i. And staff, I just emailed it to them so that they have the exact language.
Okay, very good. That's your motion. Is there a second? Second is Member Johnson. Any more discussion?
No discussion.
Okay, all in favor, raise your hand, say aye.
Aye.
Very good. So all the residence area meetings are done, yeah? Okay. We're still fussing with it. All right, so I'm gonna take a dinner break, and can we come back like at 6:50? 6:50? It's 5:51. 1 hour. 1 hour. And we have dinner, our office spot dinner, which is arriving at 6. But so then we'll come back we'll do general budget provisions and additional legislative or additional bills, and then countywide, which is a biggie, right? All right, members. So we are coming back at 6:50. Welcome back, everybody. It is now 7:09, and this is the Budget Finance Economic Development Committee. I am going to start with a revisit. Member Cook.
Okay. I proposed up to $500,000 to be used for the design and permitting of a private wastewater treatment facility to serve a portion of Wailuku Country Town.
Okay.
The justification of the need is with the uncertainty of the Central Maui wastewater reclamation facility's completion in 2030. This would allow the project to continue and move forward. I just want to share with my colleagues that yeah, so that's my motion.
Shirley, somebody second. Member Batangan. Okay. Proceed. Discussion.
Okay. Wailuku Country Town, none of the project can really proceed forward until there's a kind of a solidified.
Point of information, are you talking about Waikapu Country Town?
Yes.
Oh, okay.
What
I thought
it
it
is.
was like some other project I never heard of. Sorry.
No, Wailuku Country Town.
Waikapu.
Well, I'm sorry. I apologize. I'm tired. Okay, thank you very much for your
Main
patience.
thing I know what you're talking about.
Yeah, it's important. Waikapu Country Town, and basically the school, the affordable housing, all of the different, that entire new project. And the wastewater plant was supposed to be done in 27, 29, now it's 30, and it's maybe 31. So this $500,000 is the developer group wanting to do design and permitting, which would be working with the government. So.
Okay. Member John, yes.
Oh, thank you, Chair. I apologize for interrupting. We were hoping we could ask where this appropriation should be placed into the budget bill.
Oh, okay.
And is this a alternate priority? Or?
I think it was.
Chair, it's on page 34 under special purpose revenues. This was slated for the GET fund. And last night when it was proposed, budget directors said that this fund cannot be used. And I believe it was like for a private wastewater treatment facility, or just, we couldn't use that fund.
Yeah.
So what is the difference between what you proposed last night and what you're proposing?
The difference is I'm asking my colleagues to find out if there's another fund that can be used besides the GET.
Yeah.
And mostly too, I want people to be aware of this. That's why I'm bringing it up. I let people to be aware of it. If anybody has any other ideas to facilitate this, I welcome it. So that's, I'm putting it out there in this motion, asking for assistance.
Okay, Member John.
What's the total ask? 13?
500.
$500,000.
Okay. If we were to revert our property taxes to last year's property taxes, I think that's 12 million on the table.
Thank you, sir. I don't think it's a matter of funding. It's the mechanism of how do we use county funds for a private project. It wasn't applicable in GE. Maybe Ms. Miller,
Director Miller?
the director, can inform us if there's another avenue.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, council members. Is the intent that this would be a grant to Waikapu Country Town for this?
Yes.
Maybe? Okay, so we would put that under maybe housing? I'll text Remy.
If you guys don't mind, I have a question that I don't understand. If I can ask, I can ask the question to help me understand what's going on. Is this wastewater reclamation facility gonna be the same as the Central Maui wastewater reclamation facility, or it's something different?
Different.
It's going to be a small private packaged plant that won't replace the county one. It will enable a portion of the property to be able to be built
And they can
then
do
there'll
that
be
for
a
500,000?
No, this is for design and permitting. So
Okay, so it's a private wastewater treatment packing plant for design and permitting, and they think they can do this side plant faster than the Central Maui plant, but we wouldn't own it. And then what happens once the Central Maui plant comes online?
I don't have all the answers. We could we can condition this with questions or whatnot. I've been asked by the developer because they're stressed.
Atherton or
Yeah.
Uyoka?
Yeah.
I mean, I just off the top of my head, I think that really pushing for the existing plans to move forward faster would be
I think
more
wastewater is really tired of hearing from me.
Oh, okay. Not my table partner, but my neighbor said housing fund. I don't know. That's
Or housing department.
Director?
Sorry, Chair, yes, after more thought. I think this probably makes more sense under DEM, similar to what we did with Ma'alaya Village Association, since it's for a wastewater system.
Okay. Sounds good. I'm going to take a quick recess and ask Michelle.
For your recess, Chair,
Yeah.
can Budget Director consider language of a loan? And then we can take a recess so we can all think about that.